Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes Winged Successor? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was a bright and happy boy. He had a caring mother and respectable father. He was always very energetic, loved analyzing anything and everything, and was able to make anyone get a smile on their face. Even if he didn't have a quirk that was okay and he was fine with how people treated him, he was used to it by now. He has always been quirkless and always will be. It doesn't matter if his nails grow a bit longer, sharper, and a bit darker. That was fine because his mom always made sure to cut them regularly. What if he accidentally hurt someone with them? Then Izuku would feel so bad about it. He's always thankful for his mother's thoughtfulness. She always makes sure he doesn't accidentally hurt himself or others. Besides the point, the longer and sharper nails aren't a quirk. The doctor even said so. Some kids would ask about the two long diagonal jagged scars on his back. Izuku understands that they're just curious like he is, and if he saw someone that had these types of scars, he would probably ask too. He always tells people the same thing though, he's had them since birth. That's what his mom and dad says. They also said it was because of some sort of accident when born that they had to fix because it would have hurt him otherwise. Izuku's parents were just so kind and always made sure he was safe, so he would appreciate it if you don't ask about them again. It makes his parents upset and he doesn't want to see them sad. They already blame themselves that he got hurt at such a young age. Some kids notice that he can be a bit clumsy at times too, but that's because he doesn't have toes. Dum. It was the same accident that happened when he was just born. His feet were deformed and they were causing him pain, so they had to take off the parts that were hurting him so much. Both of Izuku's parents stated how much he cried in pain from his feet even though he never was using them. They even said they tried to think of other ways so he could keep his toes, but they just couldn't see their baby boy in pain just from existing, so he doesn't have toes anymore. Izuku would be very happy if you don't make fun of his balance or occasional clumsiness plus the random tripping on air. To be honest, the fact you brought it up is kinda mean. Sometimes he thinks about the little bit of pain he has in his lower back. It would be right where his tailbone is, and sometimes it just aches so much. It's the same with how his head feels sometimes. He just randomly gets headaches and the doctor just says he has chronic headaches. That really sucks. Izuku doesn't understand why that happens, but it must be part of the long list of birth complications he has had all his life. Besides the occasional pain, Izuku was normal. Not to mention the weird little quirks he has, haha quirks, but really. Izuku loves fish, like really loves fish more than a normal Japanese person would. He wants it for every meal and usually always and forever as raw can get, but his mama doesn't like that, so he never really gets much fish. He also loves chicken a lot. He loves that raw too, but not as much as fish because fish is the best. Sometimes he just feels so hungry, it's almost as if he didn't eat at all. Another thing is that on occasions he just likes to make noises, like little songs or chirps and such. Izuku was told he acts a lot like a bird and he finds that kind of funny because no one in his family has a mutant-based quirk, so it's not like he can get it from there. Anyways, back on topic, Izuku had a normal quirkless childhood and he was okay with that. It didn't matter that people made fun of him, pushed him, stole his things, covered his desks in mean words and put spider lilies where he sits because all of that stuff was normal. It didn't matter because he was used to it and he also had his mom and dad. They always tried their best for him. If it wasn't for them, Izuku would probably not be here because of all his birth complications. He will always be quirkless. Until All Might. Now he has a quirk even if it hurts him so much. It's a quirk, the thing he wanted to have all of his life, and now he has one. It's really a dream come true. He's able to go to his dream school, actually makes friends, getting taught by teachers that don't hate him off the bat, and the school lets him get whatever food he wants because he is paying for it. He can have raw fish every day now, but he doesn't tell his mom and dad that because they would be upset that he does. Even if Kaken is still here making fun of him and no one seems to be doing anything. It's fine because it's so much better than before. Today they were going somewhere else on campus. It was called the USJ and 13 was there. It was so cool and everyone just looks like heroes already. They look ready to help everyone and it makes Izuku so happy. Then there was a purple portal. Then there were villains. Now he, Tsu and Mineta are at the edge of the shipwreck zone looking at their teacher fight for all of their lives without caring for his own. Sensei couldn't see it, but all three of them could, a villain trying to attack him while he was focused on the main hand guy. Izuku didn't want his teacher to be at more of a disadvantage, so Izuku did what he was best at. He moved before his head could think. Izuku jumped over as fast as he could. The villain let out this weird purple-grayish bubble to his sensei. It moved a little faster than he thought it would, but since the villain was just coming out of the water from where they were hiding, it didn't take him long to intercept it. Izuku didn't notice Tsu was stunted at what he did but stuck out her tongue to stop him. She wasn't fast enough though. He felt the bubble popped on his side and everything was suddenly spinning. It was too loud, too bright, and his body hurt so much. Izuku felt something wrap around him and he was sent flying again. Soon he felt something freezing cold and wet on his side. Then it all stopped and he was right beside Tsu, who had a concerned and worried face on, or well, as much concern and worry she could make it. "Are you okay, Karo?" Izuku was about to answer when Mineta spoke up first. "Wirus sking that? A look at him. He was suddenly a baby, now he's back but with those things." He looked over to Mineta and saw what he was pointing at, following his finger to see him pointing at the spot behind his back. Izuku twitched a bit and felt movement behind him plus new added weight. His shoes also suddenly felt very uncomfortable. His hero costume also felt off now too, and were his shoes torn? Getting scared about what the random quirk could have done to him, he whipped his head around to look behind himself. One thing Izuku liked was the fact that he could move his neck around a little better than anyone else, so he could turn his head farther back and see. "Karo Midoriya dash. What the F is that?" Izuku quickly flapped the wings that are currently on his back and is just generally freaking out. This got both Tsu and Mineta to try to calm him down, but it seems not to be working in the slightest. The wings that are on Izuku's back are long and narrow, but they are big. They also seem to still have downy feathers on them, a really deep dark almost black-green color. He tries to turn around and holds his wings up a little bit to see them even better. What happened over here? Everything halted in Izuku's already spiraling mind. All of them slowly looked over to see the hand villain, Shigaraki, his mind supplemented, who was quietly stalking closer. He felt himself freeze on the spot, not knowing what to do. He's coming closer, and Izuku saw what happened to Aizawa's elbow when he touched it. Standing there unable to move, the hairs on the back of his neck on end, as Shigaraki is getting closer and looking more frustrated by the second. Why did you suddenly get a level up, you NPC? Izuku zeroed in on the villain's hands as they shot up to his neck and scratched at it relentlessly. It soon blossomed red and quicker with blood. He gulped, thinking about those things getting close to him. "Why do you have something new?" Shigaraki was not stopping and instead advancing faster. Izuku dared to look slightly around him and saw Aizawa pinned to the ground by that monster. His eyes whipped back onto Shigaraki when he heard the steps too close for his liking. Now he can see the deranged smile under that hand mustache. That's a real hand. I hate when random NPCs get a boost mid-fight, and I'm sure killing a few kids would make the heroes get here faster. Without giving any other indication, a hand flew up to Izuku's face and all he could manage was stumbling back a step, but he couldn't get out of the way. He clenched his eyes shut and waited for pain, hoping it would be quick and not drawn out. The croak from Tsu was the thing that got him to open his eyes first, and he quickly noticed that he was in fact not in immense pain. The second thing Izuku noticed was the fact Shigaraki wasn't looking at him anymore but instead looking behind him at where Aizawa-sensei was at last. "Eraserhead, you sure are so cool. Did you know that?" The only thing that he could think that was saving him from a most likely painful death right now is Aizawa-sensei using his quirk, but Izuku saw how beat up and bloody he was. As Shigaraki turned around to go back to just watch Aizawa be pounded into the ground, Izuku lost the feeling in his legs. He fell onto the floor and his butt hit the ground. All he could do was stare at the villain's back as closer to Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. Before he could quite think about what he was doing for the second time during this villain attack, Izuku was flinging himself at Shigaraki, hoping to at least get one hit. He just needs one. As soon as he let the punch land, he felt his fist hit something solid, but it didn't move. He shakily looked up to see the beast that was on his sensei now standing in his way of the punishment for his boss. Oh, seems like you just learned that Nomu has shock absorption. Too bad you're not as strong as All Might, but that would only work if you were around his strength in his prime. He felt the cold sweat drip down his back, and only now did Izuku notice the slight breeze from his back area. His hero outfit ripped from the wings forming probably. He really didn't want to make Mom upset for wrecking it already. Oh, this is how it feels when your death is coming at you. Izuku saw as the Nomu was reaching for him, but he knew he couldn't get away fast enough. He thinks he hears Mineta scream out, maybe something pink trying to get to him first, and he can slightly see Aizawa's panicked, pain-wreaked face, and he looks like he's about to yell out. Izuku can't tell if it's out of pain or worry or something else, but he likes how slow everything feels. The wings on his back still feel so weird with all this wind whipping around. Izuku thinks that when he jumped at Shigaraki the wings opened up a bit and caught some air, that made him slower in the end too. Maybe if Izuku didn't have these wings on his back he would have gotten to Shigaraki first. Suddenly everyone stops, but he can't tell why. He can't hear anything, his ears are ringing too much. He follows where everyone seems to be looking at and sees him. It was All Might, he's finally here. Why was he so late? All Might isn't smiling and Izuku still can't hear. When he's not smiling it makes him look scary. Before Izuku could move out of the way the Nomu jumped and met All Might halfway midair. The collision makes a shockwave happen and soon he's back to falling on his rump. He flings his head up to see that both All Might and the Nomu now on the ground punching each other, each hit leaving small shockwaves in its wake. He's frozen by how much power is just being thrown around in front of him. This is how strong All Might is, and this is after the injury. How much stronger was he before this? Izuku snapped his head down at the feeling of something wrapping around his waist. It was a tongue. Then he was being pulled back over to where both Tsu and Mineta are motioning him to come closer. Oh, it was Tsu's tongue. Midoriya ISW swear if I see you J jump into a villain A again Toda I will use my quirk to stick you in PLAs until to old other WIs. Mineta was freely letting tears fall from his face and he looked at Izuku as he got pulled closer. Once in arm's reach Tsu didn't let him go but quickly gave him a look over just in case. Midoriya, Karo, I think it's best if I hold on to you for the rest of the time. He looked down and felt how Tsu's grip on him got a little tighter but otherwise said nothing about it. We should also get Karo, Aizawa sensei away from the fight. All Might can't fight right with him laying right in the middle of it. Izuku looked back over to where Aizawa was laying and saw how close he was. That's a really bad spot to be in, especially since he can't move from what that Nomu did to him. Hey Midoriya, look at you. I am so jealous. Why you have a girl holding on to you? Ha? Izuku slowly blinked as he looked back to Mineta. He looked really worried with a forced smile on his face. He looked at Mineta for a bit without saying anything and he doesn't know how long he stayed quiet, but at one point the grape-headed boy frowned. Why you're not even gonna say anything to that? Very one at least st shows some kind of reaction. Why you are okay right? Tsu slightly pushed onto Mineta's side to get him moving into the direction where sensei was laying. Karo, I think he might be in some kind of shock or maybe the quirk is messing, Karo, with how he's processing things right now. Karo, but we should keep him close to us. We don't want him flinging himself at the enemy again when he's, Karo, still under the effects of this quirk. Mineta nodded along as they slowly started to approach Aizawa sensei. The talk about him, as if he wasn't there, made him scrunch up his face a bit. He's fine. Just everything feels too much, the lights are bright, noise is too jumbled and it's hard to hear both of them. His skin on his back, head and feet are burning like crazy. Izuku honestly feels like he should have jumped into the water by now to try and cool down this burning sensation. Well at least he seems to not see what's going on around him. The grape-head boy pointed at his face and Tsu seemed to be staring into his eyes. It was like she was looking for some kind of answer. She shook her head and just moved Mineta's attention back to Aizawa sensei. How did they get by him so fast? Just help, Karo, me carry Aizawa up the steps right now. I'll make sure, Karo, to keep hold of Midoriya. Mineta nodded with determination as he moved to pick us their sensei. This seemed to spring Izuku out of his little zoning out phase as he went to help the two. Midoriya? Are you able to help carry sensei up the steps? I don't want you down near the main right at the moment, Karo. Izuku shot a quick look back at the All Might, but he quickly focused back on the most important problem. He scrunched his face in concentration, trying to figure out what Tsu said exactly. I help. Help Aizawa. Tsu just nodded her head and let him carry Aizawa back up to the entrance. They didn't come across any villains on their way up. It personally felt like Izuku was wading through molasses. Halfway up the steps, both Mineta and Tsu tensed as they focused on the center plaza, but Izuku was facing the wrong way to see. He also didn't want to turn around and just drop Aizawa. Don't worry about it, Midmido. He heard Tsu croak behind him, and a gentle hand gave a small squeeze on his shoulder. Yamido, don't worry about it. Karo, All Might is still trying to figure out the Nomu, and we are trying to get Aizawa, Karo, to safety. Let's focus on one task at a time, Karo. What Azui said. They resumed the normal walking pace up the stairs. All the villains in the main plaza must have been dealt with by now. As they finally got to the top of the steps, an ear-piercing boom was heard echoing through the whole building. Izuku curled into himself while trying to cover his sensitive ears and not drop his sensei onto the unforgiving ground. He was already slammed into it enough times as is. Before he could lose all his grip, Izuku felt another pair of hands hold onto Aizawa. Don't worry, Mido, Karo. I can help now, since that all the villains seem not to care about us. With that, they were able to make it all the way to where 13 was placed and some of their classmates sat. They quickly bombarded them with two loud, "It hurts?" questions, and Izuku couldn't hold onto Aizawa anymore. He covered his ears and felt the wings on his back curl around him protectively. It felt very fluffy and comfortable. No one was yelling anymore, but he didn't want to get out of the nice, safe place he created. He crouched down until he was able to fully fold in on himself, hiding as much of his body as he could. After finally being somewhere his body thought was safe, Izuku slowly began to relax and try to get a hold of his senses. It was very calming and felt like he was in his own little world wrapped up in their wings. A bit shocking that he could feel so safe with this weird quirk still affecting him, but Izuku isn't picky. He's safe, no one is trying to touch him. He thinks he can hear others nearby, but they sound familiar enough that he doesn't need to be nervous about them. Izuku doesn't know how long it took for someone to come up and try to talk to him, but now they are. The only reason he noticed them was because he finally focused back into his surroundings. Wouldn't that be called dissociating? Hey, Midoriya? Midoriya, are you there? He takes some deep breaths, then pokes his head out from behind the feathers. He quickly locked eyes with Mike Sensei. He looks a bit worried, but besides that, everything else seems fine. Hey, there you are, buddy. Do you know where you are right now? Izuku took a little bit to discuss the words but nodded his head. USJ, attack, villains, Tsu, Aizawa's knocked out. He was supposed to help them get Aizawa-sensei to a safe spot so they could check his injuries. Izuku moved his head around trying to look for the others. Hey, calm down. What you looking for, little listener? Maybe I can help find it or them. He locked on Mike Sensei again, right? If he was here, that means the other teachers are here too. Aizawa? Oh yeah, he's being taken to the hospital right now, okay? He'll be right as rain as soon as the doctors know what to help with. He saw how the smile Mike Sensei gave him was stranded and that his voice was a little tight as well. It makes him a bit nervous, but he can't help now. He doesn't know any medical knowledge at all. Hey, come on, little listener. We have to get you checked out too. That is, if you can walk, I can carry you. If you can't, or we can even have them come to you. It's all up to you right now. Mike Sensei said all of this with a kind and warm voice. It made Izuku feel very calm. He just decided to soak up the warm and safe feeling for a little while longer. He never really got much of it, but that was okay. I'm pretty sure I can walk, Mike Sensei. He slowly got up and held out his arms, trying to get balance when everything seemed to spin for a second. He also felt his wings spread out to help with his balance as well, but they were more throwing him off than they were helping him. Wayo there, listener. Mike slightly grabbed onto Izuku's arm to try and help. It did. And soon he found his balance again. He smiled gratefully to Mike, and then they were off to the EMTs that were dispatched, with a bit of a limp because for some reason walking felt weird. As soon as he got to the medical area, people were trying to basically push him into the direction they wanted him to go. Too many hands were touching him and his wings felt weird when they touched them. They shouldn't be touching them. As quickly as they started to direct Izuku where they needed him to go, he was already screeching at them in more of a bird's defensive screech than an actual human yell. This seemed to shock the EMTs, and Mike just cringed at the volume, which probably hurt the other people's ears. He has something to help with noise dampening, so Mike is fine. It felt like something on Izuku's head was lifting up, and he could feel the feathers on his wings and back also lift up. He wanted them not to touch him so much. It was too much and he didn't like it, but Mike is fine. One pair of hands helping him stand and walk better is just fine, thank you very much. Hizashi didn't know what to think when they got the message from All Might. He was on his way to the USJ mid-call and was saying they were under attack, villains were there hurting the kids. His heart stopped because Hizashi knew that if the kids were being hurt, that either meant they got past both 13 and Shoyuta or they scattered them somehow. All the classes were informed to not under any circumstance to leave their classrooms, and if they have to, use their quirks for self-defense. All the teachers were on their way over with a bus, and they intercepted Ida along the way. The poor boy looked so tired and frightened. He gave a more in-depth report on what was happening at the USJ, and it was honestly making Hizashi worried. A warper, too many villains, the warper separating all the students from the teachers, and Ida didn't know if they were all still in the building or taken somewhere else entirely, let alone alive, but no one mentioned that line of thought. It made all of them stiffen up when Ida even mentioned a certain villain that didn't move or do anything the whole time. Just standing there with a very weirdly built body that was a deep purple and multiple scars all over them. The rest of the ride there was intense silence as they all hoped that no one was hurt too badly, but they all tried to seem fine for the kid that was riding with all of them. Once they finally got there, all of them quickly got out. One teacher stayed behind to help the EMTs, police, and ambulances find their way here easier. They did have Recover Girl with them, and they all opted for her to start setting up a makeshift med spot for when the kids got out. They then quickly entered the USJ, and it was a nightmare. Villains were scattered everywhere, and before anyone could think, Snipe was shooting his gun into the middle plaza. This got Hizashi to notice the state All Might was in, and there were kids around him trying to help with the fight, but they were all walking away. He was about to go into his small form. Hizashi was yelling down the steps to make sure the villains would stay away from the kids that were set up nearby. He also noticed Samantas sliding down the steps and blocking off All Might from the kids. Only 2 villains were able to escape because they were the closest to the warper, and all of the teachers were able to finish up the other villains quickly. They all seemed like small-time thugs and were just here for cannon fodder. That was most like the use of them because the kids even said that they were pretty easy to fight. Hizashi was trying to make sure the kids coming up the stairs were okay and safe, slightly talking to them to get some kind of read on their state of mind. It was a rough idea because they just got done with a traumatizing situation and most likely wouldn't show any signs yet, but it's just in case. He was so focused with the students coming up the stairs that he didn't notice the ball of feathers with the little group of students there trying to help their injured teachers. The only reason he noticed was because someone kept repeating one name, Midoriya. After so many times of Hound Dog repeating the name, he looked around and saw it. Besides Hound Dog was a big ball of feathers? They were a deep dark green and brown with specks of white near the tips of the wings or maybe under them. They also looked really puffy, maybe fluffy. They looked like new chick feathers that you could usually see on through those live Animal Watch channels and documentaries. It was weird, and also the fact that he thinks he sees a head of green hair in all those feathers. Midoriya? Midoriya, can you hear me? Hizashi couldn't understand how this person could be the cute nervous green bean because, well, he doesn't have a mutation. The kid has a strength quirk, not any type of animal mutation or transformation. So trying to figure out what's going on, he walked up to Hound Dog to get some info. Hey Hound, what ya doing? Mike was trying to be casual. It usually helped his mind in these types of stressful situations, especially after he saw the state Aizawa and 13 were in. Just act normal, Hizashi, you can break down later. Hound Dog looked back up to him with a slightly worried expression, but he quickly schooled it. This little pup is Midoriya Izuku, I can smell it's him. The other students that were with him said that he got hit by some quirk. Oh, so it was a simple quirk effect. The poor little listener was probably just overwhelmed by all the noises and senses he got. Birds aren't fond of loud, noisy areas like this to begin with if they aren't used to it. So the little listener was hit by some kind of mutation quirk. Might last for like a few hours, maybe a day at best. Like a few days at worst, nothing too bad, but does he have any injuries? He was always breaking his bones with all the strength he's got. He lets his normal chill but happy President Mike's smile drop down on his face. The kid was fine, and Hound Dog must just be worried about the kid's mental state right now. Hound Dog would be rushing over to the medics if he was hurt badly or something else bad. The thought was proven wrong from when he noticed how tense Hound Dog was. How he was holding himself by Midoriya, like he was ready to jump away at any moment like the kid would attack him. That's not right. He's so tense and on guard around a kid? A kid that was in the hero course and also probably only hit with a mutation quirk. No. He was hit with something else. This made every thought in Hizashi's head freeze. Then why does he have... I can see the question on your face, Mike. I'll tell you all I know right now. I already called to tell Nedu what's happening with the pup, and also Recover Girl. They will probably need a quirk specialist and find which villain used their quirk on him. Hizashi blinked a couple of times, but after letting his mind catch up with the info that was given to him, he nodded for Hound Dog to continue. The students with him, Mineta and Azui. They both state that Midoriya turned into a baby after getting hit with a quirk that was aimed at Aizawa while he was mid-fight with a villain. Azui said she thinks he's named Shigaraki, who had a deadly disintegration quirk. The thing is, after being hit with the quirk, he suddenly had little wings and his feet changed, and he looked like he just gained a mutation quirk from the quirk that was just used on him. That's a weird quirk, but usually de-aging quirks all vary, mostly only last minutes or a few hours if they go that far back. Very rarely would you see a quirk that de-ages someone that young and see it lasting for a day or more, but there were some that existed. So if Midoriya was affected by a de-aging quirk, what's with the wings and... Hizashi then saw the very sharp talon-type feet poking out of the feathers. And the other bird features on him? Shouldn't they have, like, gone away by now? Hound nodded but turned his attention back to the kid. Yes, that's what I thought, but they said that they stayed and that even Midoriya was confused by it. They move all on their own, and Azui even mentioned that Izuku looked more comfortable with them on, but he seemed to be bothered by all the noise. Hizashi nodded along to all the information that was given to him. He knew quirks well enough. He was very good at taking them apart and learning how to use them, so he can maybe help a little bit before the specialist gets here. It can hurry up the process, and that's probably why Nedu and Recover Girl were trying to get others to help. Azui said he started to space out more and lost focus after a certain point. It was most likely due to shock, because she even mentioned how he almost had the disintegration quirk used on him, but Aizawa was able to stop it before his head was smashed into the ground again. That's why I'm here trying to help ground him again, but it seems that nothing I'm doing is working. Hound Dog looked to be getting a little annoyed, but not at the little listener, but just because he couldn't help. This was the man's main profession besides hero work, so of course his anger was a bit high, especially after what they all had to go through with this attack. Hizashi stood there a bit, trying to think of ways to maybe help. He has helped some students in the past with this type of thing. He's pretty sure all the staff in UA knows how to handle this type of thing. But most likely not all might. Can I help? I've had the little listener in my class, and he seemed to like me a little bit more than the others he already had. I mean, he loves all his teachers, but he seemed more excited with me, if that makes sense. That way you can cool down a bit. Don't want you to go all growling on us now, do we? Hizashi gave a wide smile, but he knew that Hound Dog knew it was all for show. This man could read people well enough to know when they are feeling an emotion, but at least he doesn't call Hizashi out for it. Hound huffed but got up from his spot. Yeah, that's probably for the best. I don't want to accidentally scare the little pup and just have him further into that mindset. I'll see how the other kids are, then see if the others need help with the villains. Might need to sniff some out from their hiding spots. Hizashi nodded and quickly took the place Hound was just at. If he can help, then maybe he could get the kid over to the medics faster. If they walk over, then they know that the kid that's a big should, be okay with people near him. He gave a look over Midoriya and noticed where his head was in the feather fluff. He could probably talk closer to his head or more in the direction of his head so he could hear better behind all that fluff. It was very cute fluff too. Midoriya, can you hear me? I know a lot has happened, little listener, but I can tell you where you are right now if that will help. Right now we have heroes grabbing all the villains and putting them away. The villains are all cuffed and can't hurt you or your classmates anymore. I don't have anything to tell the time, but I can confidently say it's a little past lunch. Hizashi kept talking like that and hoped his voice was helping the kid in some way. He had to shoo off some annoying paramedics that wanted to touch him and check him, but Hizashi wasn't having that. The little listener needs to be present so he could understand what's happening. He could go into another state of panic if people suddenly touch him. Hey. Midoriya? Midoriya, are you there? Hizashi zeroed in on the small movement that was made. It was the first time the kid had moved in a while, and then he saw Midoriya's face. His cheeks were stained with tears and his hair looked more of a mess than normal. There are some feathers in his hair and there were 1 or 2 feathers near both sides of his eyes, and Midoriya also had the black markings hawks as by his eyes. That doesn't even cover all of the feathers at his hairline, but Hizashi can ignore that for right now. The kid needed to know that nothing was wrong. If Hizashi starts to freak out, then so will the kid. He was able to lock eyes with the little listener, so that means he can see him. That's really good. Hey, there you are, buddy. Do you know where you are right now? Hizashi put on a calm but bright smile and waited for the kid to show some kind of answer. Usually after someone comes out of shock or a dissociating episode, they can take a couple seconds to answer. They just needed a little bit more time to think is all. He watched as the green bean started to think of his answer, and Hizashi saw the panic emotions behind those slightly unfocused eyes. Kid must be remembering the attack and what was happening. It was also his little group that was trying to protect Aizawa, so Midoriya quickly started to wipe his head around to try and find not something but someone. He must be worried about the others that were with him, and the condition Aizawa was in was also not that great. Positive thoughts. Hizashi Yamada? Positive thoughts help. Hey, calm down. What you looking for, little listener? Maybe I can help find it or them. He needs to try and get the kid to calm down and get to know if he was looking for the next fight or the injured would help with that. Hizashi locked eyes with him again, and he could see some panic drain from those deep forest green eyes. Aizawa? Okay, so Hizashi was right about trying to find Aizawa. He was the most injured, and the little listener probably knew that too. At least he seemed to calm down a little more while looking at him. Oh yeah, he's being taken to the hospital right now, okay? He'll be right as rain as soon as the doctors know what to help with. He tried to sound happy and calm, trying to sound okay and that everything was fine, but Hizashi could see it. Midoriya had a calculating look in his eyes, and it seemed like he was dissecting him. Hizashi knew he was found out when he saw that little tension that went away come back. He must have not had that much of a convincing calm voice for that kid. He needs to get the kid's attention somewhere else. He could try to put whatever injury the kid might have to light. That might distract him enough, and then they could help with this weird quirk he was hit with. Hey, come on, little listener. We have to get you checked out too. That is, if you can walk, I can carry you. If you can't, or we can even have them come to you. It's all up to you right now. Hizashi just needed to get his focus somewhere else and his injuries treated. He just needed to get him to a spot that has better people qualified to help with the type of quirk he was hit with, then it should help a bit more. He tried his best to sound calm but excited and happy, calm but excited, happy and kind. That was what President Mike was like 24/7. Some found him annoying, but it always seemed to work wonderfully with kids. Having someone happy and carefree always just calmed a kid down a little better sometimes. He watched as the kid sat there for a bit. He was probably thinking again. For all Hizashi knows, the kid could have a sprain somewhere that he doesn't know about. I'm pretty sure I can walk, Mike Sensei. Midoriya then proceeded to try and get up, and he got up a lot faster than Mike would have liked. He was then proven right with the thought that the little listener could walk well right now by how he held his arms out for balance. Midoriya also spread out his wings as well, and the underside was white like Hizashi thought they were, but they also had a few green feathers here and there too. He quickly noticed how Midoriya was losing balance, and then he was gaining it, and he swiftly went to his aid. Wayo there, listener. He grated lightly onto Midoriya's arms and tried to steady him a bit. He was happy that he was able to help the green bean stand better. Hizashi got a big bright thankful smile in return for the help he gained. It really warmed Hizashi's heart. He was then able to help quickly make their way over to where the little med camp was made. The paramedics were traveling between that and the ambulances. Poor Green Bean had somewhat of a limp, but that might be the fact that his feet are longer right now and also have talons on them at the moment. Hizashi would find it hard to walk right after his feet changed so drastically. Hizashi was glad that it didn't take that much time to get to the mid-area, but he soon regretted it as the paramedics and doctors rushed them. It caught him off guard, but Mike quickly recovered and tried to push them away to give Midoriya space. He could see the kid start to panic again. He could lash out or fade out again at this point. He tried to get the annoying dumbass off them, but they were just getting closer and not observing how much Midoriya hated that fact they were touching him. Hizashi was close to just straight up punching them. RG wouldn't let this slide at all if she was watching. That feisty old woman would smack all of these fuckers with her cane. Hizashi can see the panic quickly raise more and more and more, and he couldn't get them to back off. Right when he was about to call over one of Ecto's clones, if they were going to act like this with a recently traumatized child, then they can just get out. But right when he waved over to one, Midoriya screeched. It was muffled, but Hizashi could tell he was screeching a bird screech. It wasn't human yelling at all, and it sounded desperate and defensive, and it hurt Hizashi's heart. It at least got all the EMTs off them, as then all covered their ears. That's what they get. He was glad he had ear protection on because of his quirk, but it wouldn't matter that much anyway with how bad his hearing is. This loud screech also seemed to alert a bunch of people and different teachers. The EMTs backed off, but now more people were coming over, and Hizashi knows for a fact that would not go well with the kid right now. He looked back to the kid and saw the feathers that unfluffed themselves from before standing back up on edge. Hizashi also clearly could see how the kid's hair was also taller and a bit more puffier. He could see the feathers in his hair mix with his normal hair standing up in defense. The kid was on the defensive again, but this time it seemed like the kid would attack with how he was trying to make himself look bigger. Hizashi was still able to hold onto the kid's arm just to keep him steady, but anytime someone came too close he would hiss at them. It was a bit of a shock to see the usually sweet, kind, and shy kid just be openly threatening and violent to anyone nearby. Don't get Hizashi wrong, he believes the little listener is in the right to be upset about people all up in his personal space after this attack, but now how can he get Midoriya checked out? Recovery Girl was away trying to make sure they treat Shoyuta right and to make sure his eyes come out okay and use a very little bit of her quirk on him. She wasn't here to give a quick smooch then back off so the kid is fine. He doesn't even know if Midoriya is majorly injured. This whole threatening thing could be him being defensive while he's hurt. Hizashi doesn't know because animal mutants act differently from non-mutants. He doesn't know how to help him. How can he help? Yamada-kun. A bright, cheery squeak of his name was said to the right of him, making whoever talked a good distance away from Midoriya that is on his left side. The kid shouldn't get too defensive with him in the way of the person. He looked over and saw Nedu coming over, albeit at a slow and cautious pace, but coming over still. Hello. Do you need any help over here? Hizashi can see how the back of Nedu's fur is slightly standing on end, but he wasn't going to point that out right now. He needed help. Right before he was about to speak, Hizashi felt a tight grip on his arm, pin needle nails, talons at the moment, going through his leather jacket and through into his skin. He grunted in a little bit of pain, but other than then that didn't show any emotion to that. Whyes? I would love some help with the little listener. He seems to be gripping on my arm rather hard right now. His voice was a bit stranded because the nails, talons, were slowly sinking further in. Here Hizashi thought he would get through this without injuries. Diamin. Nedu peered around him a little and had a quick hiss thrown his way. He just quickly put Hizashi in front of him so that he was out of Midoriya's line of sight. The giant white rat cleared his throat before speaking up for everyone around them to hear him better. Well, it would seem to me that Midoriya has been affected by some quirk that has not just given him some type of bird of prey mutation but also the instincts with it. Usually animal mutation individuals have to go through some kind of training and/or counseling to help suppress those instances or to just control them better. Since Midoriya has just seemed to get them and also is most likely hurt, he is acting out so that he can stay safe. You are helping him so you are not put into the danger category, but all of the other paramedics and doctors should have noticed this and backed off by now. Nedu said the last part especially loud so that all of them could hear the disappointment in his voice, but it seemed like Nedu wasn't done talking and cut off someone that was about to speak. Someone should have called me over or another teacher to help the proceed because a lot of teachers here have dealt with this before. You all should have known, but if you didn't, asking staff would have been your go-to. Not try to crowd him more and put him more into those instances that he just got. Since he is a bird prey right now, it would be best if we got someone that is also a bird of prey. They would be the best bet to calm him down at the moment. I can't because I would be seen as prey. Hound dogs would go in between prey and predator, and that is all the mutations on staff. Nedu says all this calmly and loud enough for everyone to hear. Midoriya also seemed to be quietened down because of everyone stopping their advances to them. Nedu clapped his paws together twice. This got the little green bean to snap his head over in his direction. I'm going to call Hawks because he is a hero with a bird of prey mutation and would be the best bet to calm down my student at this moment. I personally don't know any other hero or person that is trained to calm down a bird of prey mutated person because these mutations are rare. I would appreciate it if all of the medical personnel to leave, President Mike and the student alone until Hawks gets here and finds a way to calm him down. After the student is calmed down, you all will listen to what Hawks says and follow his instructions, to tend to him, or he will tend to the student himself if they are not greatly injured. I will then have Hawks deliver them to the hospital where the two other heroes, and this student's teachers, have gone. Hizashi was always so impressed by how Nedu could just control a crowd like this. Hizashi could as well, just not this well. He saw how Nezu's smile quickly turned a little sinister and shaper as he continued. If I hear or see of someone disobeying my rule to treat one of the students of UA, then I hope that individual has a good legal team. I would hate to make an amazing hospital lose one of their special hero urgent demand doctor or paramedic. That would just be awful, wouldn't you all agree? All of the medical personnel nodded rapidly while backing away from him and Midoriya. Finally having room to breathe, Hizashi let out a low sigh. These people really shouldn't have gotten of Nezu's bad side. He might not be human, but he hates when others treat his students with disrespect or indecency. Nedu shot him a quick but what seemed to be an apologetic smile as he slipped his phone out of his pocket, already calling the number 3 hero to come down when he could. Hizashi knows for a fact the winged man was probably going to take a little bit, getting the call, learning about the information, finishing up his shift or coming right away, having to call his agency so they know what is going on. So many things that poor number 3 will have to do just to come here and help Midoriya, but he can wait. Hizashi can wait hours if it means that his student will eventually calm down enough to get treated and put into the hero ward where he will be safe and hopefully with competent doctors and nurses. If there isn't any, then Hizashi will sue them himself because this is just ridiculous. He's pulled out of his thoughts as he feels the grip on his arm slightly loosen, but that also leads to the nail digging into his arm to undig themselves a bit. Hizashi could feel some more blood trickle down his arm in his jacket, but that's okay. The little listener needs help right now, and he knows for a fact that Midoriya's not doing this on purpose. The poor kid probably doesn't even notice the new talon-like feet and fingers he's sporting at the moment. It's a very big statement he's deceased for today, showing off his talons and using them like no one business. It hurts and humor is not helping. At least Midoriya seems to be slightly depuffing himself. That's good. After what felt like ages, Hizashi was able to see a red dot in the sky get closer and closer. Soon that red dot turns into Hawks, then Hawks landing dramatically on the ground. He's a little bit away, but the wind from his landing lightly whips over to them still. This seemed to put Midoriya back on edge a little, and now the nails are going back deeper into his arm. It hurts, it really does, but he can't do anything. He's stuck until Hawks can get the poor kid off his arm. Hey, sorry I got here a little slow. I was in the middle of getting a small group of muggers down an alleyway. Took a bit longer than I thought it would. God, is Hizashi glad Hawks is here? He should know at least something that will help with the kid's grip at the moment. Hopefully. Hawks got a call from the principal of the best hero school in all of Japan, UA High School. The best place to quickly ascend to the top of the ranks if you're somehow able to make it all the way through the school. Sad thing is it's only true if you were ever in one specific class, with one specific teacher. Class 1A with Aizawa Shoyuda Aka Eraserhead. He was one of the hardest people to impress and to convince you belong. He could tell when someone was really suited for this line of work or not. Let's not skip over the fact that the person he got the call from Principal Nedu aka the educational hero, Nizu, pronounced the same way as his normal name. Nizu called him in the middle of something and was told some very interesting information. In UA at their USJ, they were attacked and were calling for his help. Now some would think they are calling for backup, but Hawks wasn't dumb enough to think that. UA has an all-hero staff. Hell, even the janitors are old retired pros that just like cleaning for fun. So, he wasn't called for backup, and if he really was, then it was the biggest attack in the history for any hero school. No, what he was called for was something a little different. Hawks personally never had a call like this ever. He needed to get down to UA as fast as he can to help with a student that has their instincts going haywire. Hawks asked why Nizu called him personally to help because there are other pros better at it than him and have more of a track record for it. The answer Nizu gave him shocked him. This student was hit with some quirk they have no idea about, that has not stopped and has given the student a bird of prey mutation with all the pros and cons in one single go. This student has no idea how to control instinct at all, and not to mention the fact that they could possibly be hurt. Nizu was able to tell him how the medical personnel that was sent messed up and dug out the deeper parts of the poor kid's instinct to attack and threaten on sight when injured, surrounded by enemies, or in some unfamiliar location. It doesn't help that the little chick just got out of a villain attack. This Ias is most likely so stressed and is stress gripping something. Hawks said he would try to be down there as fast as he could, but he really was in the middle of something and he couldn't just drop it right now. After finishing his assignment, Hawks called his handler because the commission wanted inside information on UA and he was just given it on a golden plate. He knew that they would have told him to go, so he said yes to skip a step. Of course he didn't tell his handler this because they would have gotten mad about making the decision before consulting them. His handler did say yes and to try and gather as much information on the attack as possible while not blowing his cover and to help out no matter what, don't want his cover blown, they said. After he got the okay from them, Hawks traveled faster. He was going to go even if they said no because he never gets to see others with wings. Basically no one else has them, so this was a rare chance to indulge in, to feel a little bit more normal. Hawks knew for a fact that Nizu was going to keep as much info from him as possible, so he wasn't even going to try. No point, it's a lost cause. He was just going to enjoy this as much as he could and no one was going to stop him. The commission could, but they wouldn't pass this chance, so they will try to get him to stay in UA as long as he could. Hawks really hopes the quirk lasts a little bit longer than a normal transformation type does, so he can have fun with the fledgling. Hawks was able to make it in a reasonable time, but he knew that it took longer than his other time, even with him in Tokyo. The first thing he sees is the slightly puffed up fluffy baby wings of a fledgling, and Hawks can slightly feel his heart melt at that. The poor kid didn't even get wings that have the adult feathers yet, couldn't even fly, so that was 100% making his instinct flare up more. Oh gosh. That means Hawks will have to play the parental role in the instincts that are going wild right now. How can he do that? The commission pushed all those things out of him. They got rid of all of them a long time ago. He would have to try and pull them back up under layers and layers of dirt. They were put in a grave a long time ago, and Hawks is pretty sure they are miles down by now. Let's hope seeing a scared baby chick will help his instincts come out faster than forcing the training off of them. Hawks landed on the ground about 50 or so feet away from the pair that are just standing in the middle of the medical area. He looks right at President Mike that is stuck in place by the IS, their hand talons, or claws some would say, firmly gripped onto the poor guy's left arm. He saw how the grip got a little tighter when he landed, and that most likely got them digging a bit deeper, judging by Mick's reaction. Hawks threw on the careless and carefree smile he was trained to wear and lightly waved over to the hero and student duo. Heya. Sorry I got here a little slow. I was in the middle of getting a small group of muggers down an alleyway. Took a bit longer than I thought it would. Hawks looked at how Mike seemed to relax but soon tensed back up, probably due to the fact the baby bird just tensed up, meaning they also tightened their grip. He leaned a bit to have a better look at the little one that was using President Mike as a barrier. He saw that it was a kid with green-black hair that was currently puffed up and with dark green-brown downy wings that were also puffed up to make them look bigger. As soon as he locked eyes with the fledgling, he got a very low hiss thrown in his direction, and then they moved so that they were once again hidden behind Mike. Hawks just smiled at the act and took a step forward. This got a head whipping around Mike to look at him with wide, vivid green eyes. Looks like it has little flicks of gold in them as well. He chuckled at the reaction he was given. The kid probably was so far used to everyone backing away, but he needed to make the little bird of prey know he was the boss of this situation. Hawks then took another step closer. It was a rather big step too. Hawk's eyes drifted to Mike, who flinched in pain, but he focused back on the baby bird that just once again hissed at him. This little Aias really thinks they're a big bird, a big strong bird that is higher than anyone. He kept his eyes locked on the fledgling, not blinking by using his second eyelids, while he walked closer. He's really glad that they never took them away because of the big fact he could have lost his sight, so glad that there was too big of a chance of blindness. Look at the little bird trying to be a big bad scary bird. Don't you just find it so cute, Mike? He heard Mike hum slightly, but besides that didn't respond. Hawks should probably inform President Mike what is probably going to happen, since he is basically challenging the baby bird. This was really the only way to handle this, because this Aias just got his instinct, so no leader of the flock yet. Poor baby bird had to be his own leader. Hey, am I? He heard a hum, so he continued talking without looking away from the fledgling. Just so you know, this little one will probably try to attack me after I pass his comfort line. Hawks tilted his head in sync with the nestling as he took another step closer. No, don't try to get into a fight with the little listener. We need you to calm him down. Hawks just continued looking at the little thing that was puffing up even more with every tiny step closer. He could start to smell the fear on the fledgling, but also the anger of him challenging him of his authority. It's kinda weird that kid made himself the leader so quickly after he just got these instincts. One would usually take much longer to become the leader of their flock, and with the way he's acting, it's like this is normal. The kid isn't even trying to fight the instincts, like this is normal to him. Weird. Oh no. Right now this little guy is the so-called leader of a flock. Imagine a really small flock of one. He is the one in charge of one or himself, and those types are usually bad. He is going to be defensive and will fight someone at any turn at the moment because he has labeled everyone as enemy besides you for some reason. He might even see you as a flock mate right about now. Hawks took another step, and then again a hiss was thrown at him, but this time it didn't stop. The hiss just continued, and that means that he finally got right at the comfort line. He smirked as he slightly started to take off his jacket, getting ready for a little scuffle. The fledgling won't know how to fight right, but that doesn't mean they won't fight like a wild animal right now. Anything goes in these types of fights, but Hawks won't hurt the fledgling if he can help it. Hawks, what are you doing? Mike sounded a bit worried. He wished he could explain better what's going on. I'm taking off my coat so my scent is stronger. He would be able to smell it already, but right now it being overwhelming will help me. Also, my coat can be used against me in a fight against a scared and angry chick that's grounded. He heard a huff from Mike. He sounded annoyed, probably because of Hawk's approach. The thing is that Mike doesn't know how animal mutant quirks make the person more animal than others. Hawks is just abiding by how the chick is going to 100% attack him after his next step. He squared his shoulders and slightly tensed his muscles, leaving his wings slightly open so he can use them at the drop of a hat. He still doesn't know this one's quirk. As soon as I take my next step, you need to get away as fast as you can. He will let go of your arms so he can attack me better. I can already see him rearing up to go. He needed to look calm but big. He needed to show that he's the one on top here, not this little fledgling. Do you really need to do this? Hawks gave a little chuckle as he thought about taking off his shoes. He doesn't want to get that in trouble. Mike, Nedu asked me to help calm down a nestling, but he probably didn't know how the kid was acting as his own leader. Other animals can't smell that little difference, like when they are a different one from the source. Only another bird could have been able to tell that they would need to fight this little guy. He readied himself to take another step and hopes that he won't have to use a feather on Mike to move him out of the way. Don't worry, Mike, Nedu knows what I'm about to do. You can even see him over there. Hawks jerked his head in the direction of that rat of a principal. He's watching so he can learn how this process is done in the safest way possible. He could at least try to explain this the best he can before he takes his next step. This Aias doesn't have a sire. He doesn't know when to back down. That doesn't even mention the fact he thinks he's the leader of his flock. Nezu will look at how I go and do this. He will also make sure to keep track of any injury that might happen. If you want, I can try to coax him out real quick to see if that works. Even though I can tell you that it won't work at all." Hawks heard a confirmation from Mike and swiftly let a coo fall from his lips. Then another one, and another, but it seemed like the baby bird just wasn't responding at all. The kid had no reaction to them at all. Oh well, Hawks knew it was going to come to this. "Okay, Mike, I tried the calming method that you saw did nothing for the kid. I'm going to take the last step forward real soon. You have to get away as fast as you can. You got that, Mike?" He waited for a confirmation from President Mike. After waiting a little bit, he got it. Hawks nodded his head so that Mike knows he heard it because he can't have his eyes leaving this nestling anytime soon. After having the stare down a little longer, Hawks took that final step and all hell broke loose. The green fledgling grew extremely loud, screeching an attack at him. He saw how the little thing shot forward to him, faster than he thought the fledgling should be able to move. A little spark of green could be seen from his feathers. Hawks dodged out of the way and quickly checked to see that Mike did get away. He then brought up his arm and stopped the nestling from trying to claw at his face. It would have effectively shredded his face if he didn't stop it. He grabbed one of the kid's arms and flung him to his left. He saw how the Ayas seemed to be natural with his moments, like this was perfectly normal and not different. Others wouldn't act like this. They wouldn't know how to move their wings like this little one to help him get just a little faster. Hawks slammed his hand into the side of the arm that was once again trying to go for his face. He then decided that this should be enough for the fledgling to know the difference in power. Hawks grabbed the back of the kid's neck and lightly slammed him into the ground. He hopped onto the nestling back and was able to pin the wings to the kid's back before he started thrashing too much. The Ayas arms were still free to move around and they were thrashing. Hawks could tell the kid was trying to reach him. He was able to get his leg a bit, but he was also able to pin his arms under his legs. Now the baby bird was trapped and wiggling on the ground like a wild worm. He was just writhing everywhere. Hawks just sat on top of the fledgling and waited, seeing if he would have to screech at him to listen or will he calm down himself. Hawks count, 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3. The kid's not going to calm down. He's too far into his instinct to know what's going on. He looked around to see where Nezu was. He was quickly found and was spotted closer than before, but definitely still at a safe distance. He locked eyes with him and tried to talk, but his voice was drowned out by the screeching the little one was doing. Hawks huffed a little and started to yell at Nezu so he could be heard. "Hey, this won't calm down anytime soon or ever really. If me trying to match his voice doesn't work, can I go farther or are you not letting me do that? Because if it gets to that point, it might be the only thing that can calm him down." He watched as he saw Nezu work through what he said. Hawks can also see that Mike has gotten treated and is probably asking what he means by, "Can I go farther?" Mike will 100% not like what he meant by that. No one will, especially since this type of thing happens in private homes. No one usually watches this type of thing besides family, so Hawks is being kinda glared at right now. He understands. It's confusing. Animal mutants never let others know this kind of stuff. Of course there are things on it and specific doctors, quirk counselors and other things for animal mutants, but it's usually private affairs. The general public can learn about it, they can search it up easy peasy, but why would they? They don't even know this type of thing excites Sue. Why would they look it up normally? He can feel the eyes of the medical personnel and some pros glaring into his back. Maybe some students too, but he can tell they are very far away from this. They must not be able to see him quite right from this distance, but by how much the fledgling is screeching, they must be thinking he's hurting them. It stings that they would think he would hurt this little baby bird, but what can you do? Hawks! His wandering mind snaps back to see Mike yelling at him. The voice was very clear, so he must have used his quirk. Nedu says that you can do what you need to do. Just try not to hurt the little listener, all right? Hawks nods and looks back down to the pinned, squirming, screeching nestling still trying to escape, but he has got nowhere. Poor little thing looked so scared and frantic, but Hawks could still smell the clear anger that was also drenching that fear. This little Aya still thought he was on top, still thought he was the one that was the boss, the one that controlled or tell others what to do, that he was the leader. It slightly irked his own instinct at this blatant disregard to his authoritative scent. Hawks knew he smelt like an authority and this little one was challenging him still. A grimace graced Hawks' face as he took in a deep breath and screeched. It was loud, high-pitched and inhuman, but it was able to easily drown out the noise the fledgling was making. After exhausting all his air, he saw how the nestling was still squirming around and making screeches, lower in volume, but he was still challenging him. This little chick still didn't see him as the leader here. Hawks screeched again and again and again. He didn't notice how others around him looked slightly put off by what he was doing, and if he did notice, he would have ignored it anyways. Hawks knew what he was doing, and this was the only way to help the baby bird. The little one finally calmed down, not much squirming and barely audible noises. He can bet only he could hear it by now. The noise was still challenging him, but it was so quiet now, he should be able to get up at least and get this baby checked up on. Hawks tested out the waters by slightly moving, but that was the wrong move. This Aizawa was a smart one, acting meek, but as soon as he thought he could escape he went for it. He had to get his balance back because the fledgling was able to get one of his arms free, but that small victory for him was short-lived. Soon he was pinned back down and screeched at the same volume they started at. Hawks could see how others wanted to intervene. Hound Dog seems to be doing a good job of keeping them back and probably giving just enough info for them to listen to him. From an outsider point of view, this must seem cruel and they must think he's hurting the little chick. His screeches must sound distressed to them, but Hawks knows. He can tell it's another act of challenge again. This kid still wants to insist that Hawks is not able to overpower him even in the position they are in. It was grinding on his instincts so hard by the blatant disregard for obvious higher power, a stronger leader, but no. The Aizawa was apparently still the top bird, so Hawks really had to do this. He looked back to Nedu, who seemed to understand his silent question, and answered with a simple nod. If the chick's parents weren't called in by now, that means they don't have an animal-based mutant quirks and can't help, but this shouldn't affect the fledgling after the quirk wears off. Once this little baby bird no longer has his wings, this will no longer affect him because he won't have the instincts anymore to understand it. This is one weird transformation quirk though. Hawks has never seen any like it, and for it to last this long. This type of quirk could have maybe helped in fields where they suddenly needed air support. If only that person was able to hold out, they would have made a nice hero. Hawks turned his attention back to the squirming and screeching nestling, trying their best to snap at him with their sharp fangs. It's a bit weird that he only just noticed that the fledgling has sharp fangs until now. He swears they were flat a moment ago. No time to think about that though, he needs to get a hold of his Aizawa pronto. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly, readying himself for when he knew for a fact he won't be able to take this back. The kid won't be affected after the quirk wears off, but Hawks will. He'll have to keep an eye on him from afar and stuff. It'll SCK, but that's just the job. He opens his mouth, holds the baby bird's head in a certain way so as not to hurt him, and then dives his head down. Hawks bit down on the nestling's right shoulder, not too hard but hard. Enough to break a layer or two of skin and leave just a little dot of blood, something that would be a clear mark. He only stayed on for a few seconds, but all the noise stopped. The fledgling stopped moving and making any noise of any kind, and Hawks took that as a clear sign to get off. He moved away from the chick's shoulder and sat right beside him. Hawks saw the nestling's eyes wide and looking straight at him. He just calmly sat there waiting for the chick to catch up with their thoughts. After a little, Hawks could hear a tiny adorable little coo, and he couldn't help but coo right back a little louder. He watched as the kid slowly and wobbly got up and faced him with his still wide stunted eyes. He softly coo and watched the Aizawa's eyes dilate to the sound, only focus on him and not the people looking at them with slight uncertainty. Why you want him and me? First human words that were spoken in such a long time, and they sound very rough and raspy. Hawks saw something akin to desperation in the back of the fledgling's eyes, a need, a want. The kid's acting like his parents never wanted him, but he doesn't know his home life. He'll have to inform Nedu about that little tidbit he saw. He coos a little more and holds his arms and wings wide and open, inviting, just for the chick to charge head first into his chest. He let out a quiet oof but was able to keep sitting straight up. He wrapped his arms around the little one and he was able to hear the soft sniffs of crying. Why was he crying? Why was the kid so off like this? Very weird. Hawks repositioned them so they can be more comfortable. He sends down coups to try and calm the IS down. He really doesn't understand how this little guy, that only just got his instances from a quirk that should at least wear off in about a few days, is acting like this. He should never have installed himself as his own leader already. He should have been a somewhat calm baby bird that just needed an authority figure around. His instincts should never have told him to fight and defend, to take control. Hell, Hawks doesn't even know what President Mike falls under. He didn't attack him but also used him as a type of shield. It makes no sense at all. Hawks. Hello, how is your day so far? He heard a cheery voice from a comfortable distance away. He turned his head to face the principal. He wasn't stepping closer and it seemed to not alarm the chick, so he was a good distance away. Hawks sent some more coups to the little one, then looked back up. Hi Nedu, I'd say my day has been pretty eventful and I guess the same could be said for you? He let the calm and lazy smile fall on his face, being able to do this easily after all his training. Well, yes, it has been a very eventful day, one could say. But we should really focus on the matter at hand. Nedu smiled with a little more teeth than what he normally would use, an intimidation tactic, and Hawks can understand why he would do that because he is in his territory. Is Midoriya-kun stable enough to be checked on, or could check him real quick? Since you just formed a bond with him, you can tell his injuries better and faster than others. He checked over his nestling in his wings and only noticed scraps and some bruises here and there. Besides the quirk affecting him, Midoriya is okay. He's all good Nedu, no blood anywhere and it's just scrapes and bruises this little chick's got. Nedu nodded his head in understanding, a sharp smile still present on his face. That is delightful to hear, Hawks. Now, since Midoriya is okay, we can send him to the hero ward that both of his other teachers are in. At the ward, Midoriya will be evaluated to see what type of quirk was used on him, and the police will look through all the criminals that were caught, quirks, as well. If you could help the process of getting him to the hero ward in Mizudafu General Hospital, that would be very much appreciated. You can stay by him for as long as you want, and all I need you to do is keep him calm through the whole process. It's fine if he freaks out here and there because that's unavoidable, but do you think you can do that, Hawks? He looked at the white rat. He wanted him here to help, but he's already pushing him off the property. He can't do anything about that either, so Hawks will just have to ignore that need to gather data for the commission. At least he's got enough stuff already. They'll just know the basics of what happened before the public, and they just have to be happy about that. Hawks focuses back on the little chick that's still clinging onto him for dear life. Scared. He cuddled closer to the fledgling that's currently gripping onto him while trembling. Big Sari monster. He rubbed his cheek onto the hatchling, trying his best to soothe him. A calm scenting should help. Poor little thing is only now trying to understand what happened. I know, baby bird. Hawks quietly said, not wanting others to hear. C could have EDD died. At those words he felt the wet tears on his chest and he felt his stomach twist into knots. His hatchling would have died before he got here, before he was even notified. He really has marked this little one, hasn't he? Hawks needs to keep the commission away from him. I know, chick. I know. Just focus on my breathing. When you calm down enough, I'll take you somewhere safe so they see what quirk affected you. When Hawks looked down, he was met with those deep viridian eyes. And nest. He felt a little pain in his heart knowing for a fact that they are not going to a nest. No nestling, but I'll be right beside you all along the way. The kid just nodded and buried himself closer into his chest. It really was weird that Midoriya was acting like this. Usually when others randomly get instinct from a quirk, they will fight them to the point that it could hurt themselves. Since it goes against how they normally think, it makes sense everyone fights it, but this kid is acting like all of this is normal. It's weird. It was one hectic ride and cool down, but Hawks was able to manage it. He got the nestling in the hospital with minor screeching and hissing. He was able to get the chick into a room to calm down more, trying to make the little rascal ignore the scent of his teachers in the other rooms nearby. Hawks was even able to help Midoriya to make a nest in his room. He bothered a bunch of nurses for pillows and blankets, and they were nice enough to provide. Right now the kid is sleeping in his temporary nest by himself because it's not big enough to fit both of them. The compromise was to have Hawks drape one of his wings over him and that he couldn't leave the room at all times. Hawks was okay with these rules because after that dramatic marking, he wanted to be beside his nestling. The doctors were able to work their magic even if he wanted to rip their arms off for touching him, and the police are helping narrow down what quirk was used on the kid. Nedu said that he was personally coming down with Recover Girl to explain the situation. Nedu was nice enough to inform him how she was coming over for also 13 and a little bit of Aizawa, so he could tell the chick when he woke up. Hawks was fine with all of this. He's the middleman right now and everything is fine. Dear Cammy, he has his own chick and the kid won't even feel like his after the quirk wears off. What did he get himself into? Hawks was able to hear the footwork of both a slightly large animal and someone with a cane. He needed to make sure he knew who was near his chick, getting closer to their room. He took a peek under his wing to see the fledgling was still asleep. That's good. He shoots his head over to the door as it slowly opens to reveal the white rat and the very experienced healer. Hello once again, Hawks. I honestly didn't think today would have me greeting you specifically so much. He saw how Nedu was more relaxed than before. Having him in his territory really must have put him on edge more than he thought it did. Well, Hawks was working closely with the commission and also he is, well, a hawk. He gave a lazy smile and a peace sign. Yo, and same, but right now you're supposed to tell me how long this is gonna last, so I'm prepared for it. Hawks really hopes Nedu is nice enough to tell him when his baby bird won't be his anymore, but it'll then just be a one-sided bond. Nezu's smile seemed to widen a little more and he couldn't tell if it was from excitement or something completely different. Yes, that is why we are here, because we finally found out the quirk. He sat there and waited. And waited. And waited. Nedu just got a whacked from a cane. Don't be like that, Nedu. Just tell the poor boy so he knows. Stop trying to mess with him so much. Recovery Girl brought her cane up a little more to empathize that she's not scared to hit him again. The rat just gave her a light cackle and put both his paws in the air in mock surrender. I was getting there, Chio. Nedu cleared his throat and looked back to him with a more tame smile than last time. Now I will tell you beforehand that the boy's parents were informed that their son is safe and sound, but not anything else. We don't want to cause them any distress because what I'm about to tell you is based so far off of assumptions. That caught Hawks off guard, but he thinks he hid his shock well enough. If the other two noticed, they didn't say anything. The quirk that was used on him is called Minute Baby. Now with a name like that, one could make a few guesses about what the quirk could do, but it's a very simple quirk in practice. The quirk lets the user turn anyone that is hit by their slow-moving bubbles into a baby. Now the affected individual will only be a baby for a minute or two, not long, but in a fight that minute or two could end up killing hundreds. So Midoriya ran to intercept this mysterious quirk that was probably supposed to be used on Eraserhead, so he's easier to handle, but he gets hit with it and turns into a baby. There are no side effects to speak of in the quirk description. They turn into a baby and turn back. That's it. Nedu lets Hawks digest the information, but it kinda just flies over his head. His eyes was hit was a de-aging quirk, but it has no side effects in description. The kid has wings, feathers, talons. His feet are half human, half bird. Did the kid get hit with a second one when no one was looking, or when he was in baby form? Now. Nedu spoke up in the middle of Hawks' thought process, but he can go back to the questions later. My hypothesis is that the quirk has an unknown effect on the affected individuals. I don't know if it has a random chance to get mutant quirks, or if it can awaken a quirk in the family line one could have had, or even if it was something different. I will be going to the station tomorrow to be in the side room so I can listen into the interrogation. I will also be silently sending questions to the interrogator in real time if they miss something I noticed, and they didn't. Hawks slowly nodded his head at the explanation, but quickly one question entered his mind. Why are you telling me all of this? He looked at Nedu in obvious confusion because shouldn't the parents be informed of this type of thing? Hawks is not a parent. Even if he wants this chick, the parents weren't told to not cause a panic for the kid and send him into another survival mode. Recover Girl let out a loud sigh as he slightly walked closer to him and his chick. She kept getting closer and she didn't ask, and his nestling was asleep right now. See, this is why he told you. Hawks blinked a few times and only then noticed that both of his wings were spread out and puffed up in a defensive pose. He felt a light blush get on his face but ignored it so he could pull his wings back in, unfluff them and lay one gently back over the fledgling. He watched as Recover Girl backed up a bit and huffed in what he can only guess is annoyance. Hawks, you have marked, bonded, branded, smeared, or whatever you want to call it. You have done that, so in your mind this is your child. You can't change that, he can't change that, no one can get that out of your head. If Midoriya changes back, that doesn't change that. He won't feel it but you will. Ardi gave him a slight glare and pointed her cane at him. Me and Nezu both know this. Nezu is a straight-up animal, and over the course of my whole life I studied many different forms of medicines for all of my patients. We know that you would be nothing but a nervous wreck without this information, and you're basically his substitute parent until the real ones get here. She turned her back to him and walked back over to where Nezu stood. RG turned back around and gave him a little sad smile. You will most likely need to talk to the parents in some way. Both me and Nezu will try to explain the situation to them. Maybe you can get some type of schedule to be with your chick then. With those final words from RG, she left the room leaving him with Nezu. Nezu gave his normal bright but slightly unsettling smile. It never looks like it's supposed to be on his face. I am also a little worried myself. For a split second Hawks saw doubt or true worry cross the rat's face. Nezu then looks down at the floor with a contemplated face before looking back up with more of a neutral expression. I have a theory about this that is very, let's say, undesirable, but I'm not putting it off the table just yet. That is another reason the Midoriyas are not being informed about his condition at this very moment. Besides, we do not know what is going on at all. I will say, it is quite the puzzle to figure out. Nezu calmly turned to the door and began to walk out but stopped before he left the room fully. Hawks gave Nezu a calm look because he knows for a fact this rat knows he's always wearing a mask. The look in Nezu's eyes is hard to read. It makes him unsettled but he can't tell why. Something about those parents gets my fur standing on end but I don't know why, not yet. I will not let anyone hurt my students, so until I'm satisfied, I am keeping an eye on Midoriya and his parents a little more than normal. When the last words left his mouth, Nezu was gone. The words that were thrown at him were slowly digesting, but Hawks didn't know what to think about them. He takes a deep breath and holds it for a bit, then releases it back out. He checked on his nestling to make sure everything was okay, then went back to the conversation that he had with Nezu and Recovery Girl. It was a lot to think about, and also the fact that he was able to get in touch with his instinct again after so long. Hawks is a little worried about how that might affect him. He's heard horror stories of when animal-mutated individuals finally indulge in their instinct after so long. It's like trying to hit a target in the pitch dark. You never know how one will react to it. Some will crash, don't know how to function right, and need to learn things all over again. Some will lash out, and other times they will attack anyone and anything they see like a feral animal. So many awful outcomes, but usually if it involves a child, they will mellow out faster but be deathly protective of them. It was something that the commission ignored when they made him push them down into a neat little box. Why would they care about it when they thought that their little soldier would never open that box again? They were so confident that their little Hawks, their plaything, would obey any command they give him, but they seemed to forget to understand that when he was sent to help Midoriya, they said to help in any way possible. They wanted him to do his job to a T and to accomplish what he was given by Nezu no matter what. This caused him to try and successfully tap into his instinct again. Hawks let out a huff of laughter at that thought. The direct orders by his handler made Hawks do something the commission never wanted to do in all his life. It's oddly poetic that the people that wanted him to shut his real self into the deepest part of himself are the ones that inadvertently told him to tap back into his instinct, which will get him back into his old self more. The grumbling from his stomach makes his ridiculous thought process stop. He was hungry. He shouldn't be hungry for the next few more hours, judging by the commission's diet. Another loud grumble came from him, and Hawks quickly started to feel deathly hungry. He could probably eat a little something. The only thing popping up in his head to eat is meat. Meat, raw meat, red, fresh, still bleeding raw meat. Hawks gulped a bit at the thought, and the hunger pain grew worse. If a nurse or doctor thinks he's starving himself by the way his body is acting, they will force him to eat something. With the fact that Recovery Girl mentioned knowing how to actually take care of people with animal mutants, they will most likely call her down to give a list of foods he could eat. That is if she already didn't do that for the kid. Hawks take another big gulp of saliva. Just thinking about raw meat right now is too much. He reaches over to the call button for the nurse. They did say to call them if he needed anything at all. It didn't take long until the nurse from before that gave them the blankets came in and asked what they needed. He for some reason felt put on the spot and kinda wanted to tell her to go away, but he couldn't as his stomach betrayed him and growled loudly. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to come in here to get anything for both of you to eat." She gave him a kind smile as she took out a little notebook plus a pen. "Now what would you like to eat, Hawks?" As she was saying this, he was glaring down at his gut because it wrongfully betrayed him. He could have probably held out until the morning. He looked back up to the nurse with his signature lazy smile and laid-back posture. "Yeah, I'll have." He stopped before he could say what he's supposed to have, demanded by the commission. Hawk's eyes quickly zipped around to room, trying to see anything that would be able to get this information to the commission. He gulped a bit and tried to make his mask fall back on, but he can tell that she noticed that change. "I'll have." He stated that last part quietly and slightly looked around the room again, but the nurse just smiled all the while. She wrote it down like it didn't matter at all, like what he ordered was normal or even expected him to order it. Good. That was one of the things that is needed in a bird of prey diet. She gave him a beaming smile, and Hawks was right. RG already told them what they both needed to eat. Was she going to report back to RG if he didn't eat right? He'll never know. "I'll give both of you something you wanted. We already found that Midoriya is underweight and is missing some very important vitamins that just so happen to be what is in raw meat, raw fish, and what a bird of prey would need, and not to mention some vitamins that are too high for my liking as well." It's very interesting to see that the young boy is for some reason showing signs of what a normal bird of prey would have starved for a little, then shoved the wrong food down their throat basically. She started to talk slightly under her breath as she turned towards the door. "He needs so much more vitamin D and B2. He also will need more calcium, but maybe some fish could help with those," and his off dash. She soon left after that, and he couldn't hear the rest of what she was saying. The chick was showing signs of starvation, but specifically what it would look like normally for a bird of prey. Everything about this Ice doesn't make sense. It's like he actually has a mutant quirk of something. It just doesn't make sense though, because Hawks knows for a fact that Midoriya didn't have any bird traits before today. Just what is happening to his baby bird? Inko and Hizashi were on their way to the hospital for their son. They were both told that their son got hit by some quirk and are doing an investigation on whose quirk hit him, but they were assured that he was okay. If he was okay, then they could take him out of the hospital and in their home so they could take care of him better. Thinking about the doctors looking at their son's surgery scars always puts both of them on edge. They never wanted them to get the wrong idea and look too far back into his medical history. Their precious baby boy had something wrong with him, and they didn't want him to get hurt, so they both decided to get rid of the problem. That thing should have never been born with them in the first place. Her poor baby boy being born with so many birth defects broke her heart so much. That is one of the main reasons she never liked talking about it to anyone, so no one will ever look too deep into that thing's past. Her and Hizashi were about 20 more minutes away from the hospital. Oh, she honestly can't wait to see her mistake-perfect son safe and sound again. They have everything set up at home to make sure he's going to be taken care of if needed. They of course made sure they could get into his room at any moment because he recently found a way to lock it. Hizashi discovered that little thing about a day or so ago. "Love, calm down." Inko looked over to see her husband monster with her eyes slightly wet with tears. "We couldn't come in yesterday, so we are coming in today. It's better a little late than never, right honey?" Hizashi was trying to keep his eyes on the road, but he did a quick glance over. She tried to keep her breathing, even that quick glance over set her panicking. Inko was always so anxious and nervous all the time, and with Izuku in the hospital, that was not helping it one bit. I know, but I just worry, dear. You know how I get. It's also so late into the evening." Inko put just a little bit of a whine into her voice. Even alone with her husband monster, she still acts. One must never be relaxed with their acts. If one gets caught, that could be the end of the show. Curtains closed when all the actors are still on stage. She saw the eye roll out of the corner of her eye. Hizashi is supposed to not show much negative emotion. It's only 1:24 p.m., 13:24, love. We will be able to get Izuku and come home in time for lunch, and no one will have to worry about the scars or the habits or coups, nothing. Izuku will be safe at home where we can help him be normal again. Inko looked out to the road that was busy because it was right on time for rush hour. This is why she said they shouldn't have gone into work at all today. This is why I said he shouldn't have gone to that school for heroes. She huffed in annoyance. Everyone needs a break from the acting and they won't get on the stage until later. I didn't know he was going to unlock some random part of his quirk. Inko, you can't blame me for that. I also thought if he had his dreams crushed by heroes he looked up to, then he would give up easier. He might have even been able to help me with people that he used to be like. A slight chill ran down Inko's back, but she ignored it. Imagining all of those things in one place gave her the creeps. That was the reason why she only helps out off-site and not on-site. Inko was so happy her baby boy was able to be saved from that life when he was an infant, even if they had to go in a couple more times when he was growing up because things just kept popping up. Her eyes started to tear up a little at the thought of her baby boy being too far gone for them to even help him. It would have killed her inside if they had to intervene in some other way. Next time, I'll listen to you and not let him go. I could have found another way to pull him around. He would have understood it at one point. If you would have let me show him at a young age, then this wouldn't have happened. Hizashi tried to point out and shift some blame onto Inko, but she didn't let that happen. No, you couldn't have, because he was always a little hero. He would have asked teachers and other people if that was normal. His teachers only hated weak quirks, not mutations. Inko kindly informed her husband Monster. She always had to remind Hizashi that Izuku wasn't like him growing up, so full of love and kindness. Her baby boy just always wanted to help anyone and everyone, no hateful bone in his whole body. Now all they need to do is get him home so no one can see how disgusting different he is. Nedu was so far having a nice day, unlike yesterday. Aizawa woke up and Chio stated he needed about one more day of normal healing and regaining energy to get the quirked healing. Aizawa didn't like it that very much and even tried to escape back to his house, but luckily for Nedu, Yamada was only down the hall and quickly trapped him onto his hospital bed. 13 on the other hand seemed to still be knocked out after their surgery. That's understandable though, because they almost ripped themselves apart with their own quirk, and Aizawa is known for his quick recoveries. Nedu will probably recommend a few more therapy sessions than what 13 usually gets. He doesn't want them to relapse into bad habits. The last time 13 almost hurt a civilian, but now they might get nightmares about their quirk killing them again. Maybe some time off of hero work will also help. He will figure out what needs to be done when they get there. Right now the time is 12:30 p.m., 12:30, and he is sitting on the observation side of the two-tone glass waiting for the one who used their quirk on one of his students. The interrogation will be done by Detective Tsukachi, and Officer Sansa will also be present. Nedu himself has a little ear radio for himself and Tsukachi. He will be able to point out anything that is not obvious to the detective and his partner, but he is certain it will be unneeded. After waiting a little longer, they brought in the one with the quirk minute baby, Shinrai Tori. Her age is 27, young for a villain, but it makes sense for cannon fodder. Went through high school and dropped out of college after her harasser graduated top of their class. Is known for petty theft and helping some people get revenge. It's always easier to take someone away when they are just a baby. They seem to not have been sighted since few months ago, meaning that the League of Villains have been getting small fray for a while now. The young lady is put into her chair, then cuffs attached to the table. Nedu watches as she jangles around the cuffs a bit, but he can tell it seems to only be a way to distract herself while waiting for her interrogators. He noticed that she seems to be tired and anxious. Shinrai is doing a fine job at keeping that hidden though. After some more time passes and Nedu just dissects the villain so he can get a better read on how she acts and maybe some of her small tell, the door opens and in steps the detective and his partner. He noticed how Shinrai seemed to tense, but just a smug before she corrected how she sat and made herself seem more confident. Good morning, Shinrai. I'm Detective Tsukachi and this is my partner, Officer Tamakawa. We are here today to question you about the involvement at the USJ and any information we can get about the League of Villains. Nedu looked as both detective and officer try to have a calm and kind and relaxed posture, being open as possible to try and make the other talk more. They sit down and Tsukachi talks about all the things he has with him and what they are going to be used for. Shinrai acts like it's a waste of time, but Nezu can tell she likes the distraction. After everything is finally set up, Shinrai looks more relaxed than before they start the questioning. My name is Tsukachi Naomesa. I am the main detective on this case and questioning. In the room with me is my partner, Officer Tamakawa Sansa. The person being interrogated today is Shinrai Tori, aka the villain test run. She was one of the many villains caught at the USJ after the attack. Tsukachi moved some papers around and made sure that his pens were all there before moving on. The date is 2. The time is 12:47 p.m., 12:47. My quirk is called Lie Detector. Any questions after this point that I verify true are the whole truth. Now we can start the questioning. Nezu watched as the first basic questions were asked, as they always do, to make sure Tsukachi's quirk is working correctly and to see if any of the information they have on the individual is wrong. After quickly getting through starter questions, it goes into the real meat of the interaction. Shinrai, when did you get into contact with the LOV? Nezu is very glad they can have that abbreviation because saying the whole name all the time can be a bit tiring and useless. I met him one day, I don't remember which month, but I know it's been like 3 or maybe 4. What did they say to you the first time you met? They said something about killing the symbol of peace and making things better, fixing it all, so we could live easier. So you took the offer with the promise of a better life? Ye that, but also 'cause I wanted to know what in the F they were talking about. Like who in their right mind would say them sort of things? Shinrai sat a little straighter in her seat. I mean, wouldn't youns get a little curious about what them high Upati villains getting up to? I understand curiosity just fine, but that was the only thing they offered you. Nah, they also said some about getting boat loads of money and some about some odd gift we could get if we impressed or some. Okay, now I would like to ask questions about your quirk. Can you answer them to the best of your ability? A small flash of what looked to be confusion went across her face. Might could. Nezu got ready to read Shinrai the best he could to see if she's skimming over something important that wouldn't be detected as a lie. So, your quirk hit one of the students at the USJ, turning them into a baby, but some lingering effects are still present. Lingering effects? What you mean lingering effects? My quirk got none of that. So your quirk can't cause something to happen to one's body after being turned into a baby? No, my quirk turn yoons into a baby for about a minute, then poofs. Ya back to being a healthy whatever you were before I hits ya. She said it with a slight grin. Nezu was trying to think if there was an underlying meaning in it. You haven't had someone turn back to their normal age with something extra or unwanted. Shinrai looked to be contemplating something, but Nezu was still trying to figure out what she said. It felt like he was missing something. They never come back with some extra, always healthy as can be, but sometimes folk do get unwanted things back. Nezu didn't need to signal Tsukachi to ask a question about that as he was ahead of him. What do you mean, sometimes they get unwanted things back? There seemed to be a small light in Shinrai's eyes before she spoke. Oh, that's simple. Sometimes folks don't like getting back something that lost, or maybe they got rid of themselves. Tsukachi tried not to sigh as Shinrai just danced around the question. What was it that they lost or got rid of? Nezu can clearly see the excitement in Shinrai's eyes as she started off on a story. This one time when I was helping out someone with some I had to use my quirk on this guy that lost his leg. That Sumafabich had a whole prosthetic and everything. When he came to poof, his leg came back with him. The prosthetic fell to the ground when he changed into a baby. All I could really say to at the time was, well, my quirk really does put yoons back to being completely healthy. Tsukachi wrote that down and made a note for a quirk registry update. So, let me get this straight. Your quirk will turn one into a baby. Uhu, Shinrai nodded her head. And when turned into a baby, that makes them as healthy as a baby. Yep, sirree, then they go back to the age they were with the same health. Ya got in one. Nezu was trying to quickly dissect the new information about the quirk that was handed to him. What would happen to lost limbs when they are young but regain them when older, or other organs? Would it be in the same state it was when lost, or would the affected just get something that was basically brand new without muscular but normal for their age growth? Tsukachi, can you ask her if anything bad happened after they regained their leg back? Did they need to eat more to compensate for all the energy that went into getting back a limb or organ or anything of that nature? The detective asked the question and was pleasantly surprised about the answer. Oh yeah, I asked the person hiring me if we could keep him for a bit cause I didn't know my quirk could do that. It seemed like he would get hungry faster than normal, was more tired throughout the days we kept him, and that thing couldn't be used at all. He was muscular but it was just so weak, it was like a big baby limb. Oh, but he was able to walk around after he got a boost from adrenaline. Shinrai happily explained her findings on her quirk. It did last a really long time though. Maybe it was close to 2 or 3 weeks of needing extra food, water, and sleep. She put a finger up to her chin as she contemplated the time. Tsukachi, can you ask if anyone got mutations back like scales that were removed, feathers, anything that could be counted as mutations? The detective directed the question back to the villain and she took her time to think. Nedu thought up some scenarios that this quirk could come in handy. It was a deceptively powerful quirk, granting the user the ability to get away quickly, get the upper hand, capture individuals without much notice, a healing potion, regeneration of limbs, and fixing one's health. This was an overpowered quirk if Nedu has ever seen one, but it was pushed to the side because she just never turned someone that was in bad health or lost a limb. This was an amazing power that was perfect for offensive and defensive and healing. It was a very well-rounded quirk and it didn't even work on the user. Even if the healing and regeneration is a side effect of the quirk, just turning one into a baby, turning back to clock, or just turning them into a baby. When they turn back, something gets messed up. The health of the individual from when they are a baby follows, but Nedu guesses that makes sense. The quirk can only work with what it has, and that is a very large person with a bunch of mass that is being turned into a baby that has all its limbs and health intact. He wonders if someone was sickly as a baby if they would come back sick as well. It could well be just turning back the clock on them, or is it just putting them into a baby-like form without the time part? If that person was having the clock turned back on them, then people would see it as a type of flash of movement, quickly receding into oneself, but that is not what Azui and Mineta said in their statements. Both stated that Midoriya suddenly just was a baby, no poof of a cloud, no light flash, no body shrinking into oneself. It was like someone took out a part of an animation or skipped a whole chunk of a movie. It was one frame teenage boy, then the next is baby in the air, so it must be that the quirk isn't turning back the clock of time for a short bit, but simply transforming the user into a healthy baby, then turns them back, leaving the health it gave them, because it cannot take back what was already given, but it is allowed to make them normal again. One way to see if this theory is true: go to a person that has been ill all their life since birth and offer to test the quirk. If the quirk works the way that they think it does, that means they can be free from the horrible health they had to deal with all their life, and if not, they lose nothing. The person would only have something to gain. Nedu is brought out of his brain working overtime to try and find a way to have this person test their quirk out, and maybe find a way to let them work a decent job instead of prison, because this quirk is too good to waste. I don't really know. I do remember this one fella complaining that after I turned him into a baby, he got his webbed fingers and feet back. The fella then told me he got rid of him cause he didn't like him. Does that count? Nedu deemed that yes, it does count, and tried to get Detective Tsukachi to end the interrogation, but Shinrai stopped them and asked if she was allowed one question. He wasn't going to pay attention to the question as he thought of more ways to make the young villain get off lighter, so that maybe in the future she could use her quirk for good and Nedu would try to help. That quirk is too good to let go. He zoned back in after he heard Midoriya's name being mentioned. Well, yes, the student did develop what you said, wings and other bird-type features after being affected by your quirk. Is Lilan okay? Tsukachi looked at her for a bit that Nedu could only think of as confusion. Why would you care about a random student that was affected by your quirk? 'Cause unlike Yuns, I care about youngins. I never hurt Lilans if I can help it, and if I knew we would put all kids in danger, I wouldn't have gone. Shinrai slightly glared at Tsukachi as she stood up slightly. I have a code not to touch them kids, any kids. I know getting wings back would cause hurt and confusion, and I would beat that youngin's parents up for what they did to the lil fella. she snarled back at the detective Tsukachi, and seeing that she wasn't that far gone into villains sparked some hope that after she served time she will accept his offer to train her quirk as a healer or something along those lines. Nedu walked out of the little side room next to the interrogation room and waited for the detective and his partner to exit. It took no time. They then soon left to the front of the building, Tsukachi having papers to update the quirk registry, but those will probably be put off until Shinrai Tori gets out of jail. Nedu wouldn't want the commission swiping her up before he can. He personally had a notebook filled with what Shinrai Tori can do, how to use it, and how it affected Midoriya Izuku. He will probably put how well Midoriya heals into another notebook, and this one will be locked away until Shinrai gets out. Well, now you know what happened to your student Midoriya Izuku. Do you need anything else before you go, Nezu? Nedu simply shook his head as he exited the station. He needed to get back so he can update Hawks and tell Chio about the much-needed extra food that Midoriya will have to have. It doesn't help that Midoriya was already malnourished in that odd way, but now he knows that it was because he wasn't fed right as he was a bird of prey. Nedu needs to look into the Midoriya household, but he can't hold onto young Midoriya until he has more evidence. Right now they can still take him back if they want to, and he could do nothing about it. He'll need to get back to inform the people he needs to, then get into work about looking into how Midoriya lost all of his bird-like features. Was it an accident or maybe something that made him ill when younger? Nedu hopes that's what it is and not what he thinks it is. It's 1:23 p.m., 13:23, right at the moment, and he has a little ways to go before he can make it back to the hospital housing young Midoriya and his employees. He wishes that the station test run was taken to us closer, but Nedu can't fix it now. He just needs to get back so he can start his personal investigation as fast as he could. Making sure Midoriya was safe right now is top priority. Hawks was still with his young chick at the hospital. Today was the day Nezu went in to help the interrogators to see exactly what happened to his baby bird. The poor little thing was randomly waking up and eating huge plates full of raw fish, then passing back out. Hawks makes sure that the little fledgling takes some time to actually use the bathroom because he's pretty sure if he doesn't tell him that, he'd just stay in his makeshift nest all day. Recover Girl was a bit concerned by how he was acting after she was informed of it by one of the nurses on her phone. She said just to give him all the food he requests because at the moment this might be the drawback of suddenly having the extra limbs made. Suddenly getting extra limbs could cause one to need more energy and to burn through their sustenance quicker than normal until their body gets used to the new appendage until it goes away. Hawks is a little on edge, but it's okay because he can see his fledgling on the nest, and he can see the slow fall and rise of his chest. Hawks can even feel the hatchling's heart beating with his feathers, and everything is fine because Nezu is at the station asking questions right now to find out what's wrong. Nezu is making sure Hawk's nestling is okay and not hurt and when the wings will go away. He will be told when the nestling won't be his anymore, and that was okay. Hawks is fine and nothing's wrong. He's doing what he's supposed to, and that is to help UA, and UA wants him to help his baby bird, but this won't be his baby bird at one point. But everything is fine and he would know the best if anything was wrong. Hawks is dealing with these feelings and emotions like the commission taught him to, or well, he taught himself to do this because they said they were useless things to have and told him to get rid of them. He is trying his best to shove them into the box he created in his mind, but they aren't going in. Hawks is supposed to put them in the box then open them when he gets the chance. He hasn't gotten the chance yet since he brought his instincts back. He is trying his best because everything is fine and he needs to be fine, and he said he would take care of the nestling, but something is wrong and he can tell something is wrong. Hawks can feel like something is going to happen with his nestling. He needs to keep him safe. He must have eaten something that could make him sick, or maybe his wing hurts, or he needs more water. Baby bird could also have to go to the bathroom again and he has to wake him up to use it, but all Hawks know is that his instincts are flaring up after so long of being shoved away, and they are telling him everything is going to hurt the little bird. He needs to get it together. Hawks went through that hell training torture and knows how to control himself. All the nurses that checked on them haven't said anything about how he acts towards them. They all think he's fine, and he is. He did get a little defensive when they got too close to the hatchling, but it was normal mutation behavior to protect their young, and these nurses deal with hurt heroes daily. Hurt heroes just back from battle can attack after waking, and a way to combat them is containing them, so all the staff knows basic fighting. The whole staff knows for a fact he has marked the fledgling, and that always leads to being too protective, but he's being a bit too much because he can tell every time someone even walks by their room while his chick is eating or sleeping. He wants to hiss or threaten them, but he has kept it to himself. Hawks is fine, and he's slowly rolling back up all those unwanted and useless feelings that are just so natural and comfortable to him. He can't have them because his hatchling will lose his wings, the way to fly and live and feel and emote and to have his instincts. They will be gone in it. That's okay though, because Hawks knew this and the commission train tortured him, so he knows how to get rid of them, but it's not working and he can only act. Hawks has been acting like everything is fine when it's not. He has not hissed at the nurses and doctors walking by out loud, but he did it under his breath. He has not threatened any of the staff, but they would never know that his talons, his claws, on his hands have been growing for a little while now without being cut, and he kept flexing them. If it wasn't for his gloves, they would see the threatening flex of his hand to bring out his talons more. He has hissed at anyone that got too close for comfort, but what they didn't know was that he slipped a small hardened and razor-sharp feather into his hand and also had some feathers around across the ground that could shoot up and skewer them at any moment. None of them could see how not fine he was, but that was okay. Hawks could keep this act up for as long as he could. He thought that maybe he was the exception to the whole. Once your instincts are back, they go haywire for a bit and will stay stronger. He dumbly thought that he was the outliner, and now he is going to act like everything is fine. He has been tortured for this type of thing. Hawks was forced to be good at acting like everything is fine with his careless, lazy, and happy attitude. He knows how to do this, and it shows because no one is worried about it. He is fine and everyone knows it. He is sitting as close as he can to his baby bird that is currently asleep. Hawks lets himself seem relaxed, but inside he is screaming to bring the chick to his flock and in his nest so he's cared for better. It's a beach to have both human and bird instincts collide like this because they mix so wonderfully when he knows for a fact humans are a packed animal, so it translates to flock, even though hawks don't stay in flocks. Humans need a village to take care of children, so it translates to he needs a flock mate or his own sir to help take care of his baby bird, but he has none. He is sitting and relaxing while looking through his phone. The room has random red feathers stuck out of corners, behind pictures, under pillows, and in between any nook and cranny he could get them into. The fledgling is probably going to wake up again and ask for more food in about 20 or so minutes, and the last time he asked for food was at 1:27 p.m.-ish, 13:27. He's going to call down as soon as his little chick stirs awake so they can get him his food. He's used his own pocket money to make sure they have enough of it because he didn't want to wait for the school to supply it. The nurses last checked in at 1 p.m., 1300 hours, and said that everything was still fine with Midoriya Izuku. He needs to remember that name for the rest of his life. Hawks has already memorized how his little hatchling looked, and after this he will memorize how he acts so he can always point him out in the densest of crowds. He also is doing this as a just in case if the commission decides to try and take him away from his baby bird and he needs to find him again. Hawks tries to always be prepared for anything that might happening because he was tortured to do that, so he might as well use it against them. Hawks need to collect himself again. He needs to get a hold of his instincts and think about what he needs to do to make sure when his baby bird loses his wings, so he won't hurt as much. He also needs to think of other food the fledgling will like because he must be getting tired of nothing but fish. Maybe chicken would be good for him. Hawks looked at the time and it's 2:18 p.m., 14:18. The nurse said she would be back around 2:30 p.m., 14:30. He decides that maybe he should start getting himself ready not to hiss at the nurse again, or at least try to not stab her when she gets a little too close. It was only 3 minutes later when he started to hear a little commotion in the hallway. Hawks tune in his hearing so that he might be able to hear what's happening outside of the room. He can hear some yelling but not what words are being yelled. Maybe a scuffle? It could be a hero that just got out of a fight and still thinks they are in the fight being a bit difficult. It's normal in this line of work, and this is another reason why the hero ward is a bit far from the normal one. Hawks tries to calm down his nerves because they aren't going to hurt his baby bird and they aren't Why is the noise coming closer? He was going to try and get his thoughts together, but he can tell it's getting closer to this room. Hawks can feel his feathers slightly lift up in a threat display. The staff wouldn't let in people that would hurt them because this is the hero ward. Everything is fine. The commotion is getting closer and closer, He can hear the yelling is about being able to take someone out of the hospital when they were told they were fine now. He can hear the nurses and doctors argue back that they want to make sure and are saying they just want to keep him in a little longer just for checkups. The arguing is going back and forth but getting closer and closer until he can feel someone on the other side of the door. The hero rooms don't have normal windows for the hallways. Press the button and part of the wall will turn into a window because many pros like the comfort of privacy. He can't see who is on the other side, but he can feel things and hear them with the help of his feathers. One is a male that is decently tall. He can feel the slight heat radiating off of the man, so that must be part of his quirk. There is also a female much closer to the door than the male, about average height and has a slightly pitched up voice from panic or maybe anger, might be both. We should be able to get our son. We cleared him so we can take him home now. It's his fledgling's parents. But Nezu said they wouldn't come yet. He said that they wouldn't come and take the baby bird away yet. He hasn't even lost his wings. If Hawks isn't by him when he wakes up, then he'll freak out. A fledgling that just got marked and has a new sire is always on edge out of their sire's range of hearing, sight, smell, or anything. That isn't to mention that he can't even fly right because of his downy feathers. He can't let them take him, but what else can he do? They have nothing to keep him here. Hawks was only the temporary guardian because one, the parents weren't available, second, he's a hero, third and most important part, he became his sire. Now because the parents are here, nothing can stop them from taking the chick home. He's cleared out. They have no evidence of needing to stay because they can research the quirk that affected him while he waits at home, and if anything happens they can just bring him back in. They don't have anything that says these parents are bad either, even if Hawks feels like he shouldn't trust. The door opens. His nestling's parents are still arguing with the staff, but as soon as the mother's eyes leave them, she looks at him. He can feel himself covering his nestling more so he's out of view from this angry person's sight. The women's eyes widen at seeing him, and he can see a quick flicker of something like disgust on her face. Then she recovers and hides everything, and it makes Hawks stutters. Why? Why is she like that? Would anyone like to tell me why the number 3 hero is in my son's room? The dull and plain voice that Hawks has heard from so many people all his life. The people that would hurt him standing tall and without fear or anger or any emotions at all. Lifeless on their feet. Hawks feels himself shaking slightly when he locks eyes with the woman that is holding herself the same exact way as all his handler always did. I asked a question. I expect a simple question is easy enough for a hero to answer. Hawks can't protect his baby bird from this. Nedu has finally made it to the hospital, and as soon as his door opens, he's sprinting. There's a notebook under his arm and a slightly pained expression on his face. As Nedu runs into the hospital lobby, he vaults himself down the corridor to the hero ward, ears flicking in every direction searching for a threat, tail lashing out and almost hitting people as he runs past them. He was an idiot to think of letting a normal nurse call Midoriya's parents. They really had to mention that their son was affected by a quirk and not just say he's healing from an injury. He gave them specific instructions to use and they had to go around them. When he finds out who called his parents, Nedu will be questioning them to see why they went against his orders. A hero ward nurse would have done it, no question asked, but know the idiocy that is the normal staffing had to handle the out call of Midoriya. He makes a sharp turn around a corner that leads to the room that both Hawks and Midoriya were staying in. A little ways down he can see guards and some other nurses surrounding the door. It seems like Hawks finally lost control. When Nedu at long last makes it to the outer ring of guards, he is greeted by Recover Girl, a few guards, and Midnight. Hey boss, I was called in as a last resort. RG said she would probably be able to stop it, maybe with your help, but you always need a backup plan. Midnight gave him a sharp smirk, and he can clearly see the anger hidden behind it. Any UA staff that finds out Midoriya was taken before they were able to find out what was wrong with him would rightfully be angry. He looks over to Chio for anything he might have missed in the text he got. It happens when he's too upset and he might have skipped something to get the gist of it. Hawks has had his newly marked fledgling taken from him. The staff said he didn't really fight it that much, but after they left it seemed he snapped and started to attack anyone that went into the room. He didn't do much damage to the staff, but plenty of them have lacerations all over their arms and legs. As Chio went over the list of everything that had happened while he was gone, Nedu marched on closer to the room. At the moment Hawks has stationed himself on top of the bed in the room. He seems to be in an extremely defensive position with all of his feathers puffed up and multiple feathers detached floating in the air around him. I don't know much about Hawks personally, so I can't use any personal object or topics to calm him down at this moment. I would advise getting either his fledgling back as quick as you can or have you, Nedu, go in there to figure out how to calm him down more. The only reason I suggest that you go in there is because you are the smartest person on this planet, so you can figure out how to help him faster than trying to get another bird of prey to help. I would also like to state that the only other bird of prey, like Hawks, available to come to help us would take almost 2 days to come because they don't live in Japan. Everything just seemed to work against him today, as he walked closer to the door and heard the hissing from Hawks trying to get everyone to leave him alone. Nedu would leave him alone if it would help, but it wouldn't. He would be left in his instincts until someone stopped them because his freshly marked fledgling was taken, but why didn't he try harder to stop it from happening? He'll have to figure that out later. As he got up beside the door, the nurses and doctors were all telling him what they already did to try and calm him down with things that resembled Midoriya, food, water, new bedding, etc. Giving him things that look like his fledgling was a good move, but if they don't have his scent, it's a failed try already. Food and water were a good try, and Nedu will probably try that while he talks to Hawks. Them trying to get new bedding was the most dumb shit they've done all day. These were the last things that Midoriya used, so of course Hawks wouldn't want them changed out for something new. Really, this whole day seems to be worse than the whole USJ incident right now. If they don't stop Hawks' instincts, then it could last days or weeks before they can calm him down right, and that is even if they get Midoriya back by his side. I want all the staff to get all the food that Hawks has eaten the time he was here and some more. The food would be all raw, of course, and most of it is already on its way, and the staff would need to bring it to this room. The food is raw chicken, snake, some live lizards, frozen mice, and some live birds that are usually used to feed the animals at the zoo but will be used today for our lovely number. Now some staff go and grab those from the normal area. It's usually picked up, and someone else grabs some of the raw fish that Midoriya always ate. With the combination of his food and the food his fledgling ate, it will make him think that Midoriya is coming back. After stating that some staff ran to go get the food that was able to be dropped off and the fish from the kitchen, the remaining staff stood by and waited for more orders from the educational hero, Nedu, one of the smartest heroes of their time. Nedu cleared his throat as he started to look back at his messages, seeing if he got notified about anything else before speaking again. I need all the staff available on standby just in case I am attacked and need to be pulled back for Midnight to knock out Hawks. Recover Girl will be right beside the door alongside Midnight. If Midnight can't get me out on the first try, if needed, that is where the backup staff will come in. We can't have the room crowded too much, so stand a few paces back for me. He waved his paw, and just like that the staff back off quickly. The hissing from Hawks got a little quieter. Do we have, by any chance, another predator-based mutant quirk in the building? Nedu looked to the staff waiting for an answer, and one of them put up their hands and stepped forward. He motioned for her to talk and tell him just so he can know if he can ask them for help or not. We have an intern today that has a cheetah mutation, if that's any help. He nodded along to the female nurse who stepped up, but now it's just the outcome that might happen. If Nedu went in like he is now, would Hawk still see him as a threat of power and stand down, not hurting him and just letting him move, if a little restricted? If Nedu went in with something the other predator-based mutant had on them to smell more like a threat, would it just put Hawks on an unneeded edge that would just make him attack Nedu sooner rather than later? He was weighing out his options when someone called out his name. Looking up, Nedu was met with the face of what was on his mind at the moment. I was told you might need me, sir? Nedu blinked a few times as he stared in the face of a cheetah. The intern blinked back in kind. Oh, well, I was thinking if I needed you or not at the moment, but it would help me greatly if you just stayed to the back for now. I want to see how it will go with me there first, then I might snag your shirt if I think it's necessary. Would that be okay with you? This would also be very good practical practice that many can't say they have under their belt. Adding that little bit was unnecessary because he could tell the boy would help, but you can never be too careful. The young man nodded his head up and down before swiftly running back to the patiently waiting staff. He sees what he thinks is excitement on all of their faces, and that makes sense because this is an amazing learning moment that usually never happens, and it's great for hero health staff to know how to do these types of things. They are sometimes asked to help with the more violent patients at times. If they know how to calm down someone like this for next time, they can boast that they can accomplish that. It's something one should boast about as well because many can't state that. Nedu turns himself back to the offending door and room that holds the silently hissing number 3 pro hero that is currently stuck in his instincts, but he just doesn't know how far in yet. He looks around the room and he can see how much of a mess it is. Feathers are strewn about all around the room, stuck in the little cracks of every corner, and some lightly floating in the air pointed in his direction. All of the furniture and equipment in the room has been flipped onto their sides and looks to be thrown about in a fit of rage, which Nedu is sure Hawks had at one point. Looking to the only thing left standing and somewhat unscathed, Hawks was positioned with his wings slightly wrapped around himself. The bright blood-red crimson feathers puffed up to seem more threatening even though Nedu could feel the murderous aura by the door frame. He could clearly see Hawks' pernicious gold eyes locked onto him, and Nedu can feel everything in his brain screaming at him to run from this predator and hope that it doesn't give chase. The wings are obscuring most of Hawks' body, but that's fine. Nedu can guess that he has a hardened feather in hand by now. Nedu ignores the eye contact and only looks over Hawks' shoulder and takes a light, very light, step inside. The hissing got a little louder, but not by much. After he got both his feet on the same spot, the hissing went back down again. Hawks hasn't changed his spot on the bed, no movement was made whatsoever, so he cautiously took another tiny step inside. The hissing this time didn't go up in volume, but it didn't stop either. Nedu just has to be extremely careful. He takes 2 steps forward and thinks that's all he's going to try. He doesn't want to be closer to death more than he needs to be today. He takes in how Hawks is holding himself in a way that would allow him to move any way he needs to with precise speed. Nedu cleared his throat, then made a low chittering noise. He never usually makes this noise anymore because it is used to comfort and express happiness, but he hopes it somehow helps right now. It seemed to have caught Hawks' attention as he poked his head out of his feathers more. Nedu looks at where Hawks' chest would be, so his head is a little lower down, and it makes him look more SBMSSV before he begins to talk quietly. Hawks. Hawks, are you there? He waits a little bit but gets no answer, so he decides to just go on a little tangent and hopes that helps keep his mind grounded in the raging animalistic tendencies. Today, as I told you yesterday, I went to the station that had the villain that hit your chick with their quirk. That seemed to get Hawks' attention, so he kept talking. Their villain name is Test Run and their quirk is called Minute Baby. They gave the detective information about their quirk and it cleared up some things for us to know. First, their quirk doesn't cause any type of mutations to occur. Hawks quickly got out of his wings and flung them back. They relaxed after being moved but were still puffed up. That's good. It seems talking about Hawks' fledgling's condition is forcing him to think more clearly for his chick's safety. No mutations can occur after the quirk is used, but to put it in simple terms, the quirk makes one as healthy as a baby. It doesn't turn back the clock of time but physically turns one into a baby then back again, but keeps the health of a healthy bouncing newborn. This also includes anything someone might have lost in their life at that point. Nedu stopped talking and looked towards Hawks' face that seemed to have more of a shocked look instead of that terrifying anger and murder's rage. He can now clearly see that Hawks' hair is very disheveled, eyes blown wide in worry, red, puffy, and the need for more information. He doesn't have his hero costume on at all. He must have changed out with clothes that Recovery Girl let him borrow, a white t-shirt that is wrinkled. It has some red dots. Those red dots are probably from the staff that got too close the last time. He also can see some blood on the bed as well, but not enough to cause concern. Wawa. Nedu snapped his eyes up to Hawks upon hearing the first human word spoken. Ground and settle Nedu. Just ground and settle him, Nedu. What did you say, Hawks? Get him to talk correctly. Don't let him use broken sentences or words to communicate right now. Wchusahi. It was a stuttering mess, but at least it's easy to understand. Nedu cleared his throat again and slowly began to explain the situation to Hawks. He is technically a type of parent until all parties involved had a discussion on roles, positions, and went through some court of law. Midoriya Izuku, your newly marked fledgling, was affected by the quirk, but that quirk cannot cause mutations like what has happened with Midoriya. He waits a little to see where Hawk's emotions might go. Will he go back into the instances he has, or will he do something more human at the moment? He got his answer after a few quite tense minutes passed. Tears began to fall from his face. It started out as a slow trickle, but soon a waterfall of tears rolled fat down the number 3 pro hero's face. Nedu watched as Hawks wrapped his arms around himself but kept his wings laying loosely behind him, open for movement if needed but in a comfortable position. Quite pitiful and painful inhuman sounds slipped past Hawk's mouth, and Nedu can slightly see him shuddering. He noticed then that at some point during the whole exchange, the food he asked for was delivered. He slowly took a few steps back, his front facing the distressed hero, and grabbed onto some raw chicken and a box of live lizards. You never know how someone might act or want after coming out of their instincts. When he was getting the rundown from the staff of how Hawks was acting, some nurse mentioned under her breath that he didn't eat since around yesterday's supper time. He needs food in him, and right now things that will make his animal side happy would be best to have. Nedu cautiously held the raw chicken in front of him as he slowly walked forward. Hawks might still be a little off, so being careful is the best at the moment. While slowly moving forward, Hawk's eyes snapped back onto him, then the food in his paws. Before Nedu could react, Hawks lunged forward to rip the chicken out of his paws. This made him fall onto his rump, but he quickly recovered, ears flicking everywhere at the sound of tearing flesh and meat coming from Hawks on the bed. Nedu looks as the man tore apart the raw chicken he just took from him, his heart racing in his chest from being so close to a predator eating and tearing apart its prey. Tears still clearly fell from his face but continued to rip apart the meat like a starving man, and all too quickly was he done with it. Gold eyes fly back to him and Nedu freezes on the spot, the eyes of death on him, looking to eat him. The eyes then flicked to the box in his paws, and Nedu kindly held up the box to Hawks for him to take. This time Hawks took the box out of his paws a little bit more gently but still yanked it out and flung open the package. Nedu watched as Hawks grabbed a handful of lizards in the box and shoved them in his mouth and crunched down on them. With them still being alive, they of course moved around violently but were again soon finished off. Bone and all just gone in a matter of minutes. Hawks honestly made them seem quick good with how quickly he's eating them. Nedu swallowed some of the saliva in his mouth as he handed over some more food for the hungry predator. Nedu might need to eat soon as well. Is that better, Hawks? He asked after a few more things were given to Hawks to eat. Now he seemed to be under control of himself better than before. He waited for an answer, but all he got were some more tears and heavy sniffling. He thinks he can hear some mumbling coming from Hawks, but he kinda can't hear it quite well. It might just be incomprehensible nonsense for all he knows. Nedu walked closer until he was right beside the bed, and that's when Hawks folded into himself, crying quietly while sniffing out loud, in human wails, but somehow sounded more human than some individuals he knows. Nedu could hear more mumbling, but for now he'll ignore it. Boss, you did everything you could for Midoriya. Your chick just went back to his parents a little sooner than I would have wanted. Why, oh. Nedu tried to strain his ears to hear the words barely being spoken above a whisper. I'm sorry, but can you repeat that? My fault. At that, Nedu felt a knife go through his heart. What do you mean? Hawks got louder after that question, about closer to a normal speaking voice, but with how quiet it was, Nedu was sure everyone could hear him. It's I failed my fleglin, W is taken frm ami. I couldn't upstum. The words were heavily slurred with all the tears and some snot running down his face, but Nedu can clearly understand what Hawks is saying. A newly marked sire is always extremely emotional and always very in tune with their instincts. If they aren't on edge and mad, then they are either extremely happy or severely sad and depressed. He should probably try to get the events of what happened through Hawk's eyes before getting the stories from the staff. It'll take the longest and be heavily affected by emotions. Nedu would then be able to use the staff to pick out which things match up with normalcy instead of emotional rambling. What do you mean you couldn't stop them, Hawks? Can you tell me what happened? That just got more flooded tears to rain down the pro's face. This is when Nedu heard someone trying to get his attention. He looked up at the door to see Midnight trying to get his attention. She was motioning him to walk over to her, but he wouldn't. He feels that would just make Hawks see Nedu as abandoning him in a vulnerable state, and that would be bad. He motions for her just to ask the question by the door, and she did after considering it for a little bit. Would you like me to get Hizashi to come here? He's better at handling emotions than you are, plus he was closer to the little green bean. That would put him in Hawk's good graces, right? Nezu thought about it while Hawks just bawled his eyes out on the bed that used to hold his newly marked fledgling. He would need to think of who to send over to the Midoriyas so they can do a wellness check. He was affected by a quirk, so they can use that to state that they just want to make sure for certain nothing bad happens. Nezu really hopes he's wrong this time. After Nezu decides that, yes, he is tired of trying to understand the wild emotions of the predator in front of him, he would want Hizashi here so he can just push him in the right direction to avoid instincts and the like. Once he confirmed that Midnight strutted away to where Aizawa was being held, she would also then start to watch the man, and she might even inform him about what's happening. Nezu hopes that the reckless Aizawa will stay in the hospital instead of leaving to check on his student. While waiting for Hizashi to make his way to the room, Hawks eats some more of the raw and/or frozen food for him. With him being more in control than before, the live birds, pigeons, are left alone. Nezu will keep them here just in case Hawks accidentally loses control again. When Hizashi finally made it to the room, most of the staff went back to their other duties. Some stayed behind as a just-in-case measure. He walked into the doorway to see Hawks with half a snake hanging out of his mouth. Hawks was quietly munching on it and still had tears slowly rolling down his cheeks. Yes, it was bone and all once again, because Nezu learned that Hawks apparently didn't need to worry about the bones as his body would just work around them, and he said it adds nice to crunch on them. That didn't make Nezu's fur bristle up at all, no siree. Nezu watched on with silent laughter as Hizashi paused at the door frame, looking at Hawks with slight shock and stunned. He thinks it is slight disgust because Hizashi doesn't like bugs, but he also doesn't like reptiles all that much either, and is probably trying to wrap his head around why Hawks is straight up eating a snake when he would want to stay as far as he could from it. Hey Hawks, Nezu. I heard that you would want me for something. Nezu could distinctly hear fake happiness, but it seemed to fly past the number 3's head as he swiftly shot up and ran to the blonde-haired man. He felt his heart leap up into his throat, but he was able to get control of his quick heart rate after seeing Hawks just hug onto the man. The fact that two birds of prey have clung onto the blonde after a traumatizing events, Nezu is starting to think it's part of Hizashi's latent quirk or something. T8OKM was the only comprehensible words out of the whole bucket of sound vomit that just came out of Hawk's mouth, but Hizashi seemed to understand and was able to make the sobbing hero go back to the bed he was on beforehand. Nezu watched as the man excellently worked Hawks down from his emotional outburst and hugged him until he was able to talk more clearly. He didn't even need to warn him that much, as it seemed the Hizashi knew what to avoid and which way to direct things to make sure never to overestimate the other's instincts and wild emotions. It took a little while, but after what was probably 17 minutes, Hawks was able to tell them what happened. He was still practically draped over the older blonde, but Hizashi didn't seem to mind the contact at all, even though he could literally be torn to shreds at any moment. Hawks sniffed a few times before he started to talk about what happened when Midoriya was taken by his parents back home. Plus, moving forward, anything that is like this right here will be what happened in the past. It is not what Hawks is say to them. He is giving them a very heavily censored version that is being downed with wild emotions that he can't handle at the moment. Just so you know what the F is going on, and let's get back to our regular scheduled pain plus. Izuku, my little fledgling. His mom came in and asked a question. I asked a question. I expect a simple question is easy for a hero to answer. Hawk stood there, stock still. He couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. He had to stay there until his handler told him to answer, because they didn't use his designation name. He can only speak once spoken to, and this was a simple rule to follow. He remembers all the times they asked questions in his direction that they wanted him to answer, but he was only allowed to talk when they talked to him directly by saying his designation. His wings were stiff and tucked tight behind his back. He stood straight and tall. No imperfections. He will be caned if standing even a little imperfectly, even if his feet and legs like it when he bends them a bit as if he was about to take off. He stood and waited. Hawks knows he is being looked at. He's being judged, dissected, pulled apart piece by piece, looking for any little thing that could be wrong so they can torture and maim punish him. He needed to be perfect. The hawk was perfect. The hawk was strong and laid back. The hawk knows when to make a sound. The hawk knows what it's meant to do. The hawk can hold its breath for exactly 6 minutes and 32 seconds, so there is no need to breath in its handler's presence. Why is the hawk's handler here? It does not remember doing something against code, orders, rules, commands, regulations. It doesn't matter. All the hawk needs to worry about is being perfect. I couldn't answer it that well because how she acted. It reminded me of someone that has who hurt me before. Hawks curled up more into Hizashi as Nedu watched the number 3 think of a tormentor from a younger age. He couldn't remember ever seeing an abuse case on the hero. He might want to look into that later, if the commission didn't cover it up, that is. I was also SCSC.SCA-. Scared. I was SC scared because both of my hatchlings parents we were yelling with staff before. I thought they would take him from me. The last part was a low quiet whisper that Nedu is sure if he didn't have advanced hearing he wouldn't have been able to hear it. Hawks then looked up at Nedu, looking him with dead eyes. A slight pang went through him as he looked Hawks in the eyes, a predator wanting to kill him for lying to him. Number 3 Pro Hero Hawks. Why are you in my son's room? Hawks' eyes zip up to meet the eyes of not his handler. That wasn't his handler. Why was he so? No, maybe they gave him a new one and just didn't tell him yet. They want to see how he acts with any authority figure. So the Hawks does what he always does best. I was asked by Principal Nedu to help with this student's newly gained instincts. I have taken the parental role until his parents can take care of him. He said exactly what he was there for, his current designation and title. Hawks is supposed to stay until he is no longer needed. He will stay until he is no longer needed, and he will not fight back when they take him from his fledgling. He looked at them, over their shoulder, because they think when he looks into their eyes he's challenging them. He could see anger flowing behind those emotionless dead eyes. What did the Hawks do wrong this time? It listens to all the rules and makes sure to answer truthfully. It was doing everything right, but maybe this handler has personal rules. They want to see how fast it can learn new rules again. What do you mean by instincts? Izuku has no instincts. He is not an animal. Don't react to the blatantly and poorly hidden insult to mutation-based quirks. The hawk is not an animal and does not show any animal traits. Hawks. What do you mean by instincts? Hawks blinked once just so he could have his eyes stop hurting from the dryness. He wishes they would let him use his second eyelids. Midoriya Izuku was hit with a quirk at the USJ attack. Some lasting effects are still present. The Hawks must give them information they need when asked, but not more than what they want. Only give them what they want or else face punishment. Hawks. What are the lasting effects that are still present? The Hawks then noticed the man he heard from behind the door standing behind the women. It has 2 handlers this time around. Has it gone back on progress that they said it has aced 5 times in a row? What has the Hawks messed up to warrant the extra handler once again? The UA student has present bird or prey mutations. Wings, feathers, double eyelids, mixed feet between bird and human, claws and or talons on his hands, bird mansions and diet. The Hawks list everything that should be relevant, not going too much into detail or too little. His information gathering skills must be just right or else it will be punished. The hawk can feel the fiery hot anger radiating off both of his new handlers. How did it mess up? Did they want more information this time around? Will the hawk be locked in the box again for not seeing it soon enough? I didn't know what was wrong with how I was giving them information. My brain was in a panicked state and I answered the questions just like they always like me to. They just felt it so angry for some reason. I don't know why, and maybe because they weren't informed of what was going on with their child. Hawks was covered in a blanket that his hatchling was using since he got here. Hizashi looked very comfortable but obviously upset at all that is being learned. So far Hawks described how Midoriya's parents acted and he did not like it. The feeling of something being off about them was coming back stronger than ever. Nedu just wishes this will be concluded soon so he can get enough evidence to rip that child out of their hands for good. Step away from our child. A jolt was sent through its spin. Parents? Parents. These were his nestling's parents, not his new handlers. Why did they trick him like that? Well, they wouldn't know they tricked him, but still. Why are they so dead and emotionless? Why is his happy bouncing new baby bird's parents like this? They look at him with poorly hidden hate and disgust, just like his other handlers. They are stiff as boards like they just got pulled out of a package, new toys that were never used yet, clothes that look spotless. They had no crinkles, no nicks, no little small stains, heavy-smelling perfume and cologne hanging around them. They stood tall and without care for how they made the hawk feel. They are seconds away from yelling, punching, hitting, kicking, pulling, dragging, blinding, anything to hurt him and his chick. His baby bird lives with them. No. No. He's supposed to protect his baby bird, and these fakes are not his handlers. Hawks won't get in trouble for protecting him. Hawks stood up a little taller as he stared down the two of them. Eyes not leaving as he didn't do as they asked, standing still, tall and strong. Hawks. Move away from my child now. We are checking him out. Actually, we already did. We just needed to grab him and take him to our car, so. Move. Even though the Hawks knew. It could see and tell that they are not handlers. They can't hurt it or anything it loves or cares about, but they are so close, it hurts to hear them angry. It's terrifying. Hawks slowly backs down and steps back, finally letting the two imposters see his baby. His fledgling, nestling, hatchling, his newly marked one. He froze in place a little away from the bed, a glare from the father thrown his way as they stood right beside his marked one's nest. He kept eye contact as the fake man slowly bent down, getting too close. To close, get away, don't hurt his baby. The deceiver touched his nestling and picked him up from the small temporary nest. That thing put its hands all over him and held him wrong. Those things are holding his fledgling wrong. His wings are trapped and turned in an odd way. They are going to damage his new Y. Hawks once again stopped. No more movement at the order that was chucked into his ears and landed right into his brain, weighing like stones in the water. The hawk can't move, the hawk must stay and watch as they take his fledgling away, his nestling, marked one. The two walked to the door and the man walked out first and its wings spread fast. His nestling was taken out of his sight. It stopped and made his wings go limp. It can't make the handlers upset, it must stay in line. It has to listen. For watching over my son. It heard as it was degraded once again. It's normal. They think it can't hear them, but they always forget its hearing is always on a high setting, no turning it down even if it begs for the noises to stop or to be quiet, pleading for a new training regimen to be done as blood flows down the side of the thing's face. Hawks. Oh, they are gone. Hawks. Can you hear me? Hawks. Please. That's when I went and attacked a nurse. I was so used to being told what to do because when I didn't they would hurt me, so I zoned out until the order was done, but when I came to they were gone and the only ones remaining must have hurt my chick. Nedu watches Hizashi started to whip the tears of the number 3's face once again. Hearing how those parents dealt with Hawks was a little worrying. They seemed to have some type of hatred toward Hawks, which could be understandable. They weren't told about their child, but a stranger was. They were kept out of the loop even though the substitute parent was told. The originals should have still been notified. There are clear reasons why they weren't, but Nedu didn't think they would come down here to get him themselves. It was also said by Hawks that they were told more than what he wanted them to know. He is going to get that nurse or doctor fired today. He's also going to see if he can find any cameras that caught their weird behavior toward Hawks and see if it's a pattern with any other staff members or patients. Hawks watched as he slightly shivered in Mick's arms. He didn't mean to do this. He was supposed to be the number 3 hero, not a quivering child. Where is his sire just because his fledgling? Nesta's baby. I want my mama. Oh, shush it. It's okay, Hawks. It'll be right beside you as long as you need. I know it must hurt. I mean, I don't understand all that much about instincts, but I get enough that this shouldn't have happened to you. Hawks cried harder at the last thought of his nestling. The last time he saw his little one. He was still asleep. Sharp inhale. He was One it can now where hiccup is wh when he wakes up. He held on tighter as he thought of his poor newly marked one. Am I marked on me? Hawks shoved his face into the blonde's neck. This was the person his little nestling liked. This was the one that helped his nestling when hurt before Hawks himself could get to him. Hawks can feel a hand run through his hair as more murmurs of words and reassurance are said right by his ear. He melts into the hold and lets whoever is holding him deal with his weight. He can't think about what just happened that well. His newly marked one was taken from him and he can't even do anything. Hawks, Hawks. He hummed in response as more tears slipped past his shut eyes. Do you want to go to my husband's room with me? Your little one loved my husband too. He's the one the little listener risked his life for by flinging himself in front of that quirk. One of the more people his hatchling likes. Family? Family? Dose. Does his hatchling have more family, not like those things that took him away, but like this one, the one holding him nicely and fixing his hair? He wants his wings groomed. Maybe if he goes with him, Hawks can ask him to groom his wings. Hawks jerked his head up and down, wanting nothing more than to be surrounded by his hatchling's better family. Let's go. They both stood up, almost fell, but they got their bearings and headed to the new room. Hawks still kept some of his hatchling stuff. Did Hawks tell them how they acted toward him, right? He mentioned what the woman said under her breath, right? He was sleeping. It was quiet and the bed he was laying on felt weird, a little lumpy and smelled old. He tried to move a little to get more comfortable, but he noticed something cold around his ankle. It might be Mama Sire Hawks trying to get him awake, but he's still tired. He can eat later. At the thought of food, raw fish, Izuku's mouth began to water and that helped him wake up better. The first thing he noticed was the smell. It wasn't right. Hospitals smell sterile and too clean, but the room smells dirty, decayed and rusty. It smelled familiar but in a bad way that put his hair on end and his feathers fluffed up. Wait feet, oh yeah, wings. Izuku has wings now and can fly? Izuku has wings and bird traits and he's hungry. Izuku shifted around a bit and started to get up, but he didn't open his eyes, opting to just stretch out his new wings plus the rest of his body. While moving around he heard the jingle of something metal and his right ankle felt like it was being tugged on. He decided to open his eyes and Izuku expected to see Hawks. He expected to feel safe. He didn't expect to be back in the room again. He felt himself freeze as he took in the familiarity that is the room. It has no other name besides it being called his. He doesn't claim this awful space as his own though. After taking in the room with its old wallpaper slowly peeling off, old rusty heater in the corner so he can stay warm in the colder seasons, deep long scratch marks on the door with some old dried blood where he pleaded to be let out, the bucket in the corner he was expected to use, small spots of blood that was never cleaned up or just not cleaned up right, because how could he clean up his own blood after he literally just bled there? All the awful memories of being in this disgusting room hit him all at once. They said he didn't need to be in here anymore. Mother and father said that he learned his lessons right and he didn't need to be taught anymore, so why is he in here? They promised he wouldn't be in here again, and it was even going to be converted into a spare room, maybe a playroom or something else. Izuku felt tears sting his eyes as he tried his best not to screech. He has to be quiet in the room or else he'll just be in here longer. They might even refuse to give him food if he makes so much as a peep. Good little normal boys don't yell in their room or make peeping sounds. Izuku likes his other room better. It has all his hero merch in it and makes him feel safe knowing so many heroes watch over him. He's never safe. It's never safe with these people. His head whips around after hearing some movement in the house. He can tell it's from downstairs, but Hawks he's supposed to be with Mama. Mama. He whispered into the air around him. Izuku was supposed to be near his sire, his Mama, at all times because he promised him. Mama made a promise to be near him at all times, but his voice wavered as he called out just a tiny bit louder. Maybe his sire was nearby and he just couldn't hear or smell Mama. Izuku knows his Mama wouldn't put him into this room like mother and father did, but maybe, no. Mama is better than them. He strained his hearing to try and see if he could hear his Mama nearby, but he couldn't hear it. Izuku couldn't hear the faint ruffle of feathers on feathers, besides his own. At the thought of his wings and ache he didn't notice before became known. He felt his wings tremble as he could now clearly feel some feathers missing from his wings but also his head and back of his neck. Maybe this is just a bad dream. Yeah, it's just a bad dream and his mama is sitting right by him in his little nest. Izuku was able to make his first nest in years out of the things the hospital staff gave him and his parents aren't near him. He ignores the deep smell of smoke and expensive perfume from the other side of the door. It's not real. Hick mama. He tried to see if calling out in this bad dream to see if that would help his mama wake him up. He just wants his mama to wrap him out in his wings and never let him go again. I wanna wake you up, sniff you up now ma hick mama. Izuku slowly pulled himself into a ball as the sound downstairs got a little louder. They're in the kitchen. Maybe his dream parents are going to try and shove lettuce or carrots down his throat like his real mother and father like to do. It never filled him up and sometime made him puke. He feels hot burning tears roll down his face as he just stares at the worn down looking door. No matter how worn it looks, it's stronger than you would ever know, my precious baby boy. The voice of his mother filtered through Izuku's head as he tried to stay silent. A good strong normal boy doesn't cry out loud, he cries quietly so no one can see his weaknesses. An ugly sound left his throat as he tried to hold in his breath, something between a squawk and a gurgling sound that was made from the phlegm stuck in his throat. A bad dream. 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 The sounds in the kitchen went quiet after his choked, disgusting, inhuman sound. Good normal healthy boys don't make sounds like that. It's just a dream. His mama is right in the chair by his first nest in years. He's safe and in a hospital, where his injuries are being treated for the first time in a long time. He is peacefully sleeping in the room with his mama, flockmate and flockmate's mate nearby. He is the saf. The sound of creaking from the stairs can be heard in the distance. Izuku is safe. Izuku is happy. Izuku has been eating like he has wanted to since forever. Izuku doesn't need to train day in and out just to get the quirk anymore. Izuku doesn't need to be yelled at by his most hated loved hero for not being able to pick up a simple bag of trash at the beach. Izuku hasn't felt the shaking limbs of low energy that could barely keep his own light body weight up anymore. He's been eating. The creaking of steps gets a little louder. The step in the middle of the stairs is the louds eating fresh fish for weeks now. Izuku has been a good boy. He's been in his place and made sure to be normal and happy and excited even when he felt the tired weight of his mind lay on his back every night. Izuku has been doing everything he's been a good boy in front of his parents. Even when he felt like something was chaining him to the ground, something was holding down his face in the dirt scene, he could remember even if he just wanted to stare at the sky just a little longer. He listened, and if he was caught breaking the rules his face would be slammed back into the dirt where he bellin, the telltale sign of someone making it up to the third floor, that there's a nail that was placed wrong in the wood so when someone steps on it, the floorboard will slightly go down then back up. This causes a very quiet, so very silent thud but it sounded like death bells tolling in his head. 3 have already gone off. Will he even get to the 6th one? Izuku has to be in a duh. Please hick pee-pee, please wake me, you sniffle up. He's not awake. He just needs to get up because he's been a good normal boy like mother and father wanted. It doesn't matter that he was starting to act less normal when they weren't looking. Izuku listened and was normal when they looked, and what they don't know won't hurt them. He was suppository, he is asleep. He is asleep, and by his sire, his mama, the only one that has ever wanted. Chills run down his spine as the sound of someone running their hand on the walls. Izuku wraps himself in his wings, tight, so tight that he can't see any light from behind all of his puffed up feathers. They took his blankie. He can't wrap up with his blankie, but at least he has his wings. He has wings like his mama, who he is having a nightmare besides because he is still in the hospital. Izuku is asleep. He has to be asleep. Mama screeching, the sound of nails being dragged across would getting closer. Izuku's new sire said they wouldn't leave him. Mama promised H. The sounds of steps stop on the other side of that accursed door. That evil, thick, disgusting thing that forces him to wait to be forgotten and wither away slowly as more food that tastes like dust is forced down his throat. Izuku can feel his breath picking up, but he doesn't loosen his wings, the choked back peeped sobs as he tries with everything in his willpower to be quiet. It's a dream, 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 it's the sound of a key going into a door handle, the key turns loud in his ears, the only thing he can hear in this mostly silent room. It's a dream, 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 it's a dray. The handle slowly begins to turn and Izuku can automatically tell who it is. Only Mother would ever open the door that slowly. She'll open it so slowly sometimes that it would take minutes to hours as if she's trying to catch him off guard. He's shaking like a jackhammer at this rate, everything is wrong. This has to be a dream, it has to be. His sire, his mama wouldn't do this to him. His mama said so himself that he would be safe and protected and that he wouldn't leave his Sid. The door slowly, painstakingly slowly opens. He doesn't want to look. Izuku can't look, he can't. It's a dream it has to be, and even though it's a dream that doesn't mean he ever wants to look into those cold dead green eyes again. Eyes that are so close to his but don't have those random flecks of gold. It's like looking into a mirror that could have been. He could have turned out like that, dead to everything and everyone, the dull hate for the world burning deep in the center of those forest green eyes. If this is a dream, he can look and not get hurt, right? What if it was his mama? What if his WB is his mama saving him from this awful PL place? He has to look. With that last loud thought running through his mind, tears and snot running down his face, throat feeling raw with the strain from trying to be quiet, but that's not his. And Mama? Shoyuta has no idea what is happening with his problem child. Nemuri came into his room at one point stating that Hizashi needed to help calm Hawks down. Hizashi already informed him that his problem child took a quirk that would have hit him and actually distracted that Tamura Shigaraki guy enough that his head got smashed in a little less than everyone thought. Thanks to the quick destruction his problem child gave him, Shoyuta was able to actually use his eyes instead of having them wrapped up, but besides parts of his head not wrapped, everything else was mummified. Shoyuta will never be happy with his problem child getting hurt for him, but he is thankful all the same. Back to Nemuri currently talking his ear off and wishing that she had a voice quirk like his husband so he could just shut off her voice or limit its volume a bit. She is currently informing him on the situation with Hawks and his problem child. Midoriya was hit with a quirk, an overpowered and extremely strong quirk that would be amazing for heroics if only quirkist doctors looked a little more into it instead of pushing it off as weak and useless. With the quirk hitting him, it gave him the health of a newborn baby, and apparently his problem child, embodying his name entirely, had plenty of injuries or missing limbs to be exact. Midoriya has a bird of prey mutation quirk that is most likely a dual-wielding one because of the strength the kid has. Now that Midoriya has wings, feathers, sharp claws like hands, tail feathers, and according to Nemuri, has gotten his toes back. His feet were between bird and human but just seemed to have the bird part of his feet cut off. Shoyuta was trying to keep calm, learning that someone maimed one of his students and he didn't notice made his furious, but it seemed even Midoriya didn't know. This happened when he was young or even when he was born. When Shoyuta gets out of this hospital, he is going to have to get rid of some bodies because Nemuri said it was most likely the kid's parents. If the kid's parents are part of CRC or the Creature Rejection Clan, that would make sense because it's usually those parents that get rid of inhuman traits with their kids. WS was so violent when I was there. I don't really get the instincts thing because I don't have them, but wanting to have your kid by you after they got injured makes sense. So it just makes him feel those normal parental instincts. Some people have cough, you cough, sorry, had something in my throat. But anyways, it takes those and just kinda cracks it up, but like 678% give or take, and the kid will also feel those types of feelings as well. Your problem child will probably be clinging to Hawk's side for a little bit, but with the way it's looking with you will probably have to ta-dash. Shoyuta is so thankful for that fact Hizashi just walked through the door with. Oh, he has a crying Hawks with him. Sniff sniff. He was able to hear the large intake of air through Hawk's nose as the young hero starts to glare daggers at Nemuri that is sitting right by my bed. There are clear tear tracks on Hawk's cheeks and his eyes are red and puffy. Aizawa can clearly see his one wing that was behind Hizashi slowly rise, same with the other one, and strat to puff up. I am so sorry Nemu, I forgot you yum Hawks. Hizashi looked at the winged hero that was looking about to tackle Nemuri off her chair. Hawks. Hawks. His head finally snapped up to look at Hizashi and a low whine? Was that a FNG whine? Left the young hero's throat as he gave his husband pleading eyes. Puppy eyes? No. We are going to. Hizashi let his eyes fly over to both of them but he quickly jerked his head to the door behind them. Let Nemuri leave the room. He slowly started to move away from the door but not closer to where he was laying where Nemuri was sitting. After getting a pretty good distance away, Hizashi motioned for Nemuri to get out of the room with the current full number. As soon as she stood up, Hawks was hissing at her and positioned himself so that he was blocking the view of Hizashi from her. Aizawa has never seen a hero, who is trained to be calm in stressful situations, act like this. Nemuri decided to take it slowly but honestly he has no idea if she noticed the small feather in his head that is currently sharp. Hawks peep yo you're getting feather fluff in my nose and mouth peep dash. Hizashi is struggling with his own battle against a wall of feathers but maybe if he could get Hawks' attention. His husband would never put him in danger so that must mean that Hawks is safer with them at the moment, especially with the problem child gone. Is it problem bird now? No if Hawks claimed Midoriya and he has a Hawks quirk doesn't that mean that it's problem Is now? Food for thought later. Right now is making sure Nemuri isn't attacked and essentially will knock out everyone in the room to keep herself safe. Hawks. Aizawa's voice was still very scratchy and dry from the injury that messed with his vocal cords. He's glad that it will heal fully but he might need speech therapy to get it back to 100%. The number 3 hero's head snapped into his direction and he was able to hear a slight yelp of his name from Hizashi but he's pretty sure he wouldn't get hurt. Hawks quickly scanned his whole body and the things that are attached to him at the moment and he could see the edge that was in Hawks' eyes slowly melt away. His wings were still puffed up but he didn't look like he wanted to rip his throat out so Aizawa will call this a win. Nemuri was almost out of the room by now but he should keep that attention on him still. Hawks, how are you? Aya. Without warning Aizawa suddenly had his chest full of Hawks and he quickly realizes he doesn't know what the F to do. Nemuri fully slipped out of the room and Hizashi quickly made his way over to him. Ongi Sho, are you okay? His husband was by his right side as the left was currently occupied. He felt a light pain as Hawks continued to hug him but with how much pain meds he's on it's not that bad. The shaking from the pro hero currently clinging on to him as if he will disappear confuses him greatly because Hawks doesn't know him or care about him like that. Aizawa looked over to Hizashi, hoping to get answers but automatically noticed the other man also looked a little bit lost. After some slightly audible sobs from the young hero, the only thing Hizashi mouthed to him was, maybe instinct? And then gave a light shrug. Aizawa looked back down to the currently crying pro on him. He is a man that is not good with emotions unless he really cares for them and they know him very well. Hawks. Can dash? His head shot up to look him in the eyes and now Aizawa finally has a good look at his face. Hawk's pupils are blown extremely wide while looking at him, and then the eyes zoomed over to his husband and a low whining peep came out of the hero's mouth. Aizawa in all honesty does not know what to do. He don't do touchy-feely emotions or well he can but he's not good at it. This put on top of instincts of a bird of prey mixed with humans that are putting him even further out of his normal zone of what he is able to do on an average day. He is overwhelmed and hoping his husband can somehow figure out what is going on. After a minute that felt like an hour, Hizashi quickly squatted down so he could be eye level to the young man. The almost teen that has only been able to drink for 2 years and that has been on the scene for 4 years. A young kid that was let to be a top hero and saw too much from a young age, and also that is not putting into the fact that no one knew who Hawks was. No one knows who Hawk is, he just appeared one day and is following HPSC's orders like a loyal dog. It's hard to get the fact that Hawks has most likely lived all his life in the HPSC and needs more emotional connections into his head. Hey 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 hey. Hizashi slowly telegraphed his movements as he put his hand on Hawk's head. It's okay. Shoyuta is a little banged up right now, but it's okay. He'll be all right as rain as soon as he can get his second dose of healing from Recovery Girl. Zashi gave a gentle and warm smile to the young man as he slowly carted his fingers through Hawk's. Aizawa was sure that Hawk's was already relaxed into his side, but as soon as his husband started to slowly unknot his hair, Hawk's was boneless. He felt the weight of Hawk's laying on his chest and a little bit of pain, but Aizawa recently has felt pain that was much worse than this. Aizawa can't help with the calming down because he can't use his arms or hands, but he can move all of the muscles in his shoulders. He doesn't particularly think that having a cold hard cast arm running down your back is comforting. Does words help with this? I'm going to be okay, Hawk's. He looked down at Hawk's the best he could from where he was laying on his chest. The number 3 hero is still an absolute blob of nothing on his chest as Hizashi just slowly works through his knotted hair. It would be irrational to worry so much over it when it'll be just a day or two until recover dash. His words died in his throat when he started to hear a low humming purr come from Hawk's. Zashi also stilled for a second but quickly continued to comb through his hair. Soon a wing shot out and tried to wrap around Hizashi plus pull him impossibly closer. His husband looked at him with a confused questioning look, but Aizawa doesn't know what the F is going on. He knows a ton of facts about cats but not birds. Do birds purr, or was that a growl? Is that a thing they can do? Our recovery girl is going to come by to heal me and then I'll be as good as new. The weird purring that was apparently a thing that Hawk's just does continues as Hizashi just works on his hair that is done by now. Wings. The murmur of a word was barely audible, but thankfully the room is definitely quiet right now, so it was easily heard. His husband looked to him, but Aizawa doesn't FNG know. This is instinct stuff plus emotions. Zashi looked back to Hawk's with his normal happy sunshine level as he slowly ran his fingers through his hair, the other just being putty in his hands. Hawk's, what do you mean wings? A huff of air from the young hero's nose and some slow blinks passed, but finally Hawk's answered. Finger. Wings. He watched as Hawk's squeezed his eyes shut as he let out a big yawn. Aizawa had to use all of his control to not yawn back. You fixed my hair but can wings? Aizawa can tell how much the young man, on him, wants to fall asleep but is trying his best to stay up. Kinda like a cat sleeping on you for warmth, but Hawk's is doing it for wing scratches? Hizashi gave a gentle but still slightly confused smile as he started to move over to his left, the only way to get to Hawk's wings better. Sue. You want me to fix your wings? So little listener, just to make sure, you want me to get rid of all the feathers that are falling out and fix the ones that are askew, right? The purr hum growl thing got louder after Hizashi asked that question. Aizawa caught eyes with him and he can tell, his husband called Hawk's little listener and he can see the look in his eyes. They can't adopt him but they will be able to adopt Midoriya. Midoriya and Hawk seem to be a 2-in-1 package, so. Wagikai. Okay. I'm going to touch and fix your wings now. His husband said with a chipper tone as he pulled out his phone to look up how to fix someone's wings right. Aizawa just gave a glare to Hizashi as he quickly scanned different sites on his phone. Really, Zashi? The words stated in his normal monotone voice that was followed by Hizashi's smug grin. Watching as the older man started fixing the younger's wings, purred growling humming getting louder, as they are still sprawled out on his chest. I am too young to have this old of a kid, Zashi. The hum from Hizashi was slightly drowned out by the noise made by Hawk's but was still clear to hear. A grin still clear as day on his face was the only answer that Aizawa will get from his husband, and they are still laying on him. Can I at least have some space? Are you in pain? A glare was the answer. Then you should be fine for now and you need more sleep anyways. More glaring that would stop Satan in his tracks. Unfortunately Hizashi has known him for most of his life so it has no effect. What show? Hizashi pulls out his big pleading eyes that remind him of kittens. Why must he do this now? Do you not want to spend time with our new kid? The term is Ias for young Hawks, baby Hawks, you know, but Hawks isn't a baby, Zashi. He can be our baby and Midoriya can be our other legal baby because those parents can't be good news. Aizawa let out a long groan as the thought of Midoriya's parents entered his mind again. He didn't want to think of them because he can't do anything about it at the moment. He is trapped on this stupid FNG hospital bed and Hawks plus Hizashi are making sure he can't escape now. If it wasn't for his husband, Aizawa would already be at the doors of the Midoriya household banging on it. He would be calmly telling them that he was doing a student wellness check because of the new information they just got for the quirk used on him. Aizawa would then arrest both of those parents because they must be abusive, they must be. Everything about the kid's behavior makes sense now: skittish, won't look authority in the eyes, scared of authority, and was basically horrified being alone with one, so much more that he should have noticed but didn't. Aizawa was supposed to see because that is his job. He was trained for those types of things, but no. No, he didn't notice one of his students in pain every FING day. Nedu should already be on his way, and that might be the only thing that is keeping him slightly sane. Nedu will be able to get those fuckers. They won't ever be able to be in the same building as their kid or within 30 feet of him, but that won't matter when they are behind FANG bars. At the moment, Nedu was sitting at a desk in the hospital, in a room no one can get into unless he lets them because the hero ward is just so nice and has the best accommodations. He was flipping through his breakdown of the quirk, Minute Baby, and picking out all the flaws the quirk can have on the affected individual. He needed a complete list of every reason they needed to check on Midoriya. Being able to do a home visit is easy for a hero, but if it's only on a gut feeling and they are hiding things, they can try to sue, and that would prolong the time Midoriya has to spend with those two monsters. Nedu has come to realize that is what those two are by the footage that he also combed through and saw how they reacted to those with mutation quirks. Put that information into another folder to use for when they are taken to court, so it can be proven that if they somehow hide the fact they are quirkist, they cannot escape the evidence that is already on hand. Nedu is typing as fast as his paws can move as he hopes he's not too late. He has already got Midnight in position, but just sending one hero to where Nedu is sure they are going to have runners is a bad idea. He is trying to get an Ingenium and Rocklock. He was lucky enough that Ingenium is visiting a friend's agency for the day. Rocklock was a little harder to get in. He was technically off the clock and supposed to have the day off in general. As soon as Nedu mentioned that a kid was probably being neglected or abused, Rocklock was apparently half in his hero uniform and on his way. Nedu has been keeping track of the time since Midoriya Izuku left the hero ward. It has been exactly 6 hours and 28 minutes since their car left the parking lot. He would have liked to leave sooner, but again Nedu had to quickly gather information from multiple places and also wait for the heroes needed on the arrest. He has plenty of information. Heroes are now in place and the police are going to wait near the Midoriya house. Nedu closes everything and hops out of the tall chair. He rushes his way to the door and out of the hospital to the cop car that will be taking him there. He makes sure he has everything in order, a student that will most likely be put under UA watch, the teacher or teachers in this case that are going to watch him, and even papers to give Hawks a key card for UA and a place for him to stay on campus if need be. Nedu was getting messages from Midnight asking if Yamada was going to be on this as well, but he is working on keeping Hawks calm and happy, also making sure the man with 2 broken arms and 2 shattered knees stays in bed. It was close to time. The sky was getting darker as it was 9:02 p.m., 21:02. It has been a long time and Nedu doesn't know if these individuals would wait to hurt his student or hurt his student when he was asleep. How far are we from our destination? Please and thank you. About 7 minutes away by now. It's okay, we'll get the kid out of there, sir, and then you can drag the parents through a legal bloodbath. The officer that he just so happens to not know the name, stated with a bright smile as he continued to drive to the house. Nedu hopes that they get there at least before too much damage is done. Midnight was walking over to the door of the 3-story house, a rarity in Japan really because it's mostly in an American style. This was the house with that kid that was most likely being abused for their quirk. It made Ken Takagi, hero name Rocklock, sick to his DMN stomach. He and the love of his life have been trying for a kid for a bit now. He personally doesn't care if they have one or not, but Aina really wanted to have some. With her parents unable to have many children and even with her birth it was apparently a miracle. She never had any siblings and she hopes that one day they can have 5 kids. Why 5, you ask? He has no FING clue, but it'll make his wife happy and he can provide and protect all of them, so he sees no problem in it. Ken and Ingenium are going to be positioned at different points outside the house. He's placed at the back so he can freeze them if they run, or well, freeze their clothes. Also, he's mostly underground so he knows how to fight quickly. Ingenium is waiting toward the right side of the house, kinda in the middle, and waiting to see if anyone runs away without them noticing. He's the fastest, so they wouldn't be able to get away even if they tried, and they know none of the people inside have a speed quirk. The cops are right down the road, just out of sight, so the Midoriyas don't think too much of it, but when needed they can be over in seconds. Everything is in order, and now they just need to save the kid. Sun's basically set in the sky, and here comes Nezu. The one who got all of this together. Makes sense with how he was treated before he became a hero. That man never tolerated any type of abuse. Last he heard of the worst incident was when he bit someone that traumatized his last personal student. That was years and years ago though, but it's one of the most well-known rumors about him, calling him a wild animal that should be put in a cage. Honestly, if Ken learns who started that rumor, he might deck the guy for him. No one or animal should be treated like that. As soon as Nezu reaches the door, Ken thinks because he hears a knock, means they must be starting now. It's loud in this quiet neighborhood, with this big backyard and sparse houses so that everyone has space. It feels like it's their own little world. No one would notice the abuse from this distance, and with money people will turn the other way. Ken hears someone walk through the house, but it's only one set of steps, not two. Whoever is opening the door might be the stronger of the two, or the other is busy with something. Ken swallows some saliva at the thought of one of them with the kid. He hopes they're asleep or even in the bathroom. He can hear some voices talking at the front of the house, but it's too far away to hear exactly what is being said. Most likely just getting in the house by being concerned teachers that were told about their students' conditions. After what felt like way too long, suspiciously long considering that Nezu informed them that they might be quirkist against mutant quirks. With Nezu being a straight-up animal, he probably needs to finagle his way inside more than he normally does. Ken finally hears footsteps going into the house, then the door closing. They seem to be walking into the middle of the house, near where the chimney is. Why is it in the middle of the house? That's probably the living room area or something like that, but now all they can do is wait for the size so they can arrest them and get that kid back. Ken just hopes with all his heart that the kid is okay. Hizashi was so far feeling a weird mixture of feelings for today. His son was in an attack and somehow got back his abomination called a quirk. They did so much to make sure it was gone too. These feathers and every little disgusting inhuman feature Izuku had are back, and they seem stronger than ever. His scratchy but dishevelling-looking soft hair has feathers now too. He even has some tiny tail feathers growing in, a few feathers by his eyes. His nails are long and sharp like talons. His hairline has row after row of feathers. His feet. Oh gods, his feet are back to normal and so revolting. It was so wrong. The whole time he was holding the boy that was supposed to be his human son, all he saw was a monster that finally got let out of its cage where it should have stayed. Hizashi lightly runs his hand on his neck where phantom pain reminds him of how he became normal, when he finally became human. He just wanted his son to have that, the feeling of finally being human instead of a monster, and he even learned how to walk right without his extra appendages. Inko went up to his room on the 3rd floor only about 20 or so minutes ago because they heard him not being a good normal little boy again. It's been so long since they had tea. Knock 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 knock. Oh, who was at their door? Hizashi slowly got up as he thought about who it could be. All of their neighbors should be getting ready to go to sleep right now or getting ready for bed. If they needed something from them, they would have called or texted them. Maybe a telemarketer. You'd think after so long with quirks people would stop going door to door trying to sell stuff. Oh, or it could be a worse option and be a Mormon or the Hummerize or something of the like. He already has so much on his plate, he doesn't need a cult from the Americas or Germany to come knocking on his door. A light thought about the branches of the group in the Americas flew through his head, wondering how they were doing and if everything was going smoothly as he headed towards the front door. As he got to the door, he made sure to keep the chain lock on so it could be a little bit harder if it's someone they don't want in this house. Hizashi opens it as far as the chain lock will let him and sees the R-rated hero, Midnight. If he's correct, she is a teacher at UA and is Izuku's art history teacher. How her costume was approved by the Teachers Association is a mystery. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. Hizashi resisted the urge to throttle the women in front of him. He was a married man and she knew this. She acts this way to everyone, but civilians shouldn't be treated like this. It's her shtick, but really, she should save it for only the enemies and not every living thing under the sun. Hello, Midnight. How may I help you on this nice night? Oh, also thank you for protecting my son. I wouldn't know what to do if my son wasn't here. Hizashi started off sounding chipper and full of joy, but of course it was still a little dull because that is how he is supposed to be. At the end of it, he did let some sadness leak into his voice, hoping that will make him seem more parental because everyone thinks his dull tone means he doesn't care. Mr. Midoriya, don't mind it. It's what heroes are meant to do, but we are here because of the quirk that affected the smallest Midoriya. Suddenly, a large rodent-type being came into view of the crack. Hello. Am I a mouse, a bear, or a dog? Who knows, but I am your son, Midoriya Izuku's principal. Hizashi held in a gauge of disgust as his eye twitched. This little FNG rat is standing on my porch, with his wild animal self that should be in a goddamn cage. The animal that shouldn't even be given human rights is smiling at him. A shiver of rage ran through his mind at the blatant fake human emotion the rat is trying to copy on its face. Hello, sir. Hizashi is glad that he is basically always dull and toneless. It helps hide his disdain very well. Also, this is the principal of that school, meaning he is the reason the security is sheet. He is allowed to be a little openly mad of this stupid FANG wild animal. It was the reason that his son was made into that monster again. They need to start fixing him all over again. We both came here so we can conduct a wellness check and give you more information on the quirk that hit young Midoriya. The stupid animal said in a fake human tone of happiness. Everything about this failed experiment reeks of fake and disgusting inhuman designs. May we both come in so we can better inform you of what might be happening to your son. This is also for his health and safety. Hizashi had to let it in. He couldn't refuse because that would be too obvious. He needed to let this thing into his home, his safe haven. Of course, come inside and tell me everything you know so I can make sure my son's health is stable. He let slight joy slip into his voice even if it wasn't real. He needed appearances after all. Hizashi closed the door and was tempted to lock it, but quickly unlocked it fully and opened it up for the hero and animal. He led them to the living room, passing by all the photos on the wall and some hero merch that couldn't fit into Izuku's sleeping room. Inko, my wife, was making food but took a quick break. I think she's in the bathroom at the moment or is checking if Izuku has woken up yet. The hero and things sit on the couch. He's getting a new couch when he can. Hizashi sits in his favorite armchair closest to the fireplace. We were both very worried when he wouldn't wake up, let alone the wing things on his back, the feathers and oh god his feet. Our little Izuku had so many birth problems that he lost his toes when he was a baby. He puts a hand on his head and massages it a bit, thinking of all they will have to get rid of once again, was giving him a slight headache. It was shocking and somewhat off-putting to see our little boy looking so different, and we are hoping the effects of the quirk won't last so long because neither of us know how to take care of someone with a bird mutation. He looked over to the two heroes as they sat on the couch quietly. Midnight was looking around a bit while the thing was looking straight into his eyes. Hizashi just wants to use his quirk to get rid of the rodent that wiggled its way into his home. Just set that thing ablaze. Of course, Mr. Midoriya. I understand wanting to know all of what could go wrong, and this must put you far out of your comfort zone. I will personally give you every bit of information I have gathered of this quirk and all the effects that it might have on young Midoriya. The rat said in a disgusting imitation of joy, as it pulled out a giant notebook that seemed to be completely filled to the brim with writing and sticky notes. Let's get started, shall we? This little, annoying, revolting, inhuman will. After Mr. Midoriya let both Nedu and her inside him home, Kayama noticed something. Everything seemed perfect. The walls were covered in family photos. There was no dust on anything they passed the further they went. Into the house, she couldn't see any stains anywhere, even though in the file it says the Midoriyas haven't moved since before Izuku was born. Now that she's actually looking closer, It looks like no child has lived here at all, let alone people. It looks too clean and spotless, no signs of life besides everything being cleaned, and once they entered the living room the couches and chairs looked to be sat in but not much. Do the parents leave for long amounts of time? Did they just leave their child in his room while they were away or something else? Kiyama continues to look around as Nedu starts to talk with Mr. Midoriya. She doesn't care that it's obvious that she's looking around. She is seeing photos of all the Midoriyas together, but their faces don't seem right. Their smiles don't reach their eyes in a lot of them, but Izuku is clearly happy in all of them, besides some. Some he has bandages on in the photo, in others he seems to have scrapes or bruises on his limbs. The bookshelf that's nearby has some knickknacks on it. They feel faker than the smiles in the pictures around the house. Kiyama lets her eyes drift over to the fireplace that is closest to Mr. Midoriya's seat. It seems to still be used by the family, which is rare. She knows this house has normal heating, but maybe they just like to use it? She looks a little bit further into the fireplace and sees something that looks kinda like metal all the way on the back wall of the fireplace. What is... Excuse me, Midnight, but what are you looking at? Kiyama shoots her head up to be faced with a straight-faced Midoriya. Another thing that was weird was the blank expression 24. She waves it off with an easy smile. After doing these types of things all her life, she can actually act any emotion she needs to on the spot, and it's very helpful on the field. Sorry, I thought I saw something in it is all. Must be the trick of the eye. Midoriya gives a small hum and nods her way as he puts all his focus back on Nedu. That was another really weird thing with his guy's behavior. He has all his attention on Nedu. It's unnerving to see how much he is focused on him. Every movement he makes is carefully watched and slightly reacted to. Now that Kiyama thinks about it, it's like he's watching and waiting for Nedu to lash out of something, waiting for him to do something, but she doesn't know what. Kiyama sits there a little longer through the conversation until she gets a quick side-eye look from Nedu, a quiet message to look around. An easy thing to do by asking to use the bathroom. She's really glad Sho drilled in sneaking skill for all his close friends, or else this would be harder in heels. I'm so sorry, Mr. Midoriya, but can you let me know where your bathroom is? She says the last bit as a whisper, so it seems like she didn't want that part to be heard, to make it look normal and embarrassed by something simple. Look more human, Kiyama, look more human and less like a hero on guard. Midoriya looked at her for a little bit as if to assess if she was telling the truth. That's okay, Midnight, every normal person has a bladder, so there is no need to be embarrassed by it. There is one down the hall by the stairs, but if that one is too small there is another one on the second floor. That one might be preoccupied by my wife at the moment though. She likes that one better than the one on this floor of the house. Midoriya pointed to the hall to his left as he explained where Midoriya Inko should be. She'll be the judge of that. Kiyama gave a big smile and thanked the man as she quickly shuffled out of the living room, making it look like you were having trouble holding it in. Kiyama, you got this. She scuttled off to where he said the bathroom was, but she took her sweet old time. Kiyama looked around and saw that everything was still so spotless. She finally found a good way to describe it. It's like they just bought the house, like it hasn't been used or lived in yet, and it set her on edge so much. She doesn't know how many times she has to think of this, but Izuku Midoriya grew up in this house, this 3-story house that looks like it hasn't been touched yet. She sees all the photos that look so fake it hurts, the straight and tense postures in all of them, the smile that never reached either of the parents' eyes, the time where Kiyama can see a little bit of a bandage wrap peeking out of his clothes. There are so many red flags at this point that they are bright flashing neon lights that burn her retinas. Kiyama finally gets to the bathroom she was supposed to use, but she's not going to. Taking a quick look into the kitchen ends up with her a bit confused. All the food seems to be done. Everything is one low heat just to keep it warm, and that's all. If the food has been done, then why didn't they eat yet? Was it just that she got done then took a leak, or was it she got done and went to get Izuku? Where is that woman right now? Kiyama quickly but quietly made her way back to the stairs and started to go up them. She wants to be as quiet as she can so that if she finds the other Midoriya doing something unsavory, she can catch them off guard. She was lucky the stairs weren't as squeaky as they could have been, but looking farther up them to where the 3rd floor would be, they start to look older and less cared for. She quickly takes a look around to see a master bedroom, a bathroom, a small study/office, and a kid's bedroom. The room had a lock on the door, the lock looked new and it even had another one at the top of it as well. That wasn't normal. A kid's room shouldn't be able to lock only from the outside. Kayama looks inside Izuku's room to see it stuffed to the brim with hero merch, all different shapes and sizes. There was a lot of All Might, but the kid had some of Mike's, one of Vlad, best jean set, edge shot, a single Ryukyu. And tucked out of the way, under the kid's bed because Kayama wanted to be thorough, was a single small t-shirt with Gang Orca on it. It looks beaten up and slightly ripped. She can see where it was tugged on for some reason. The shirt looks like it has been through a war, but you can still clearly tell it was Gang Orca on it, also the fact it was cared for. Why was it only this one that seemed destroyed? Izuku liked all types of heroes and would never get something only to try and rip it to shreds. Poor kid must have tried so hard to protect this one. After she lifted up the bed, Kayama was also shocked to see another stash of a little bit of Hawk's merch. Shirt, a toddler-sized hoodie, a little worn-out plush and single keychain. Why is Izuku hiding this stuff? It seems like the kid was using the Gang Orca merch to distract from the Hawk's merch that was hidden right above this one. As soon as whoever was looking for this stuff would get too preoccupied by the Orca shirt to look further. Did the kid's parents do that to Hai? Kayama, as discreetly and quietly as possible, drops the mattress onto the bed frame and hopes it wasn't that loud. She's out of the kid's room in seconds, knowing for a fact that her heels are making a lot of noise, but that doesn't matter. Nothing matter besides the silent oh so quiet shriek, a bird shriek. You hear when they are in pain or scared? It was Izuku's. It was clear as day that the muffled human mixed bird shriek was from Izuku. That sound came from above, on the third floor away from everything else, so far from the living room that if you didn't have super hearing it wouldn't have been heard hell. Kayama barely heard it, and she could tell it was right above her. She made it to the stairs and only now realized how weird this entire house is built. Why was the kid's room so far from the stairs and it had no windows, and why was the first room, the closest to the stairs, the parents' room? Kayama is putting one foot after the other as safe as she can because missing a step in heels will be a nightmare, but before she can get halfway up them, she stops. At the top of the flight is Midoriya, standing in all her glory looking a little frazzled. "Oh hello," the woman says in a fake cherry voice that was dipped in lead paint. "Hizashi didn't tell me we were having guests and you're Mississippi Midnight." Inko sets on a smile that isn't even close to reaching her eyes, and it sends chills down Kayama's spine. That smile was disturbingly close to the smile her aunt always wore. "My little baby just loves your work." Inko takes one step down to get closer to her, but Kayama takes a cautious setback. Fighting on steps in heels are a nightmare. It's fing doable if you sold your soul to Satan, Nedu, so he can teach you how to do it right and make a whole fing course track set around fighting in heels. He just loves how you saved so many people from SXL abuse or assault and helped those in hiding because they were too embarrassed to come forth about their assault because it came from a family member. The last line of words sends a cold bucket of ice down Kayama's spine. Not many knew, but you could say her aunt wasn't a human in her eyes anymore. Nor family, but she would never want to say that woman's name even in her head ever again. Not after all the time she screamed it out, begging for it to stop. How dare she use that against me? In the short moment that Kayama's mind was running on how this random person would know that little tidbit of information, Inko went down 5 more steps as quick as a snack. "Oh, I know that look, I'm so sorry. Sometimes my mouth just flies off and I say some things I shouldn't have. Did I bring back some bad memories?" Kayama gulps down on the sleeve that she wants to spit at this in front of her. Inko's sickeningly sweet voice was just like hers as well, and it just made everything in her body scream at her to run away before she gets chained up in the awful BDSM play again and again and again and again. She's too close, too close. "Oh sweetheart, you look so pale. Would you like to come back downstairs with me?" No, not down there again. She's been a good girl. She promised. Kayama took a big breath of air as she went back down a few steps, almost missing some and falling down. She looks down to where the first floor would be to see Nedu standing there with his fur bristled. Her boss looks so mad. Wait, it's a bit blurry. Is she crying? Nedu was having a great time. He was able to get into the Midoriya household with little work, well, less work than he thought he would need to do. He took stock of all the forced family photos that are hung on every wall, shown off like a prize for how much they can make their own child look uncomfortable with just a quick look. Nedu was able to even talk with Midoriya Hizashi for a very long time, as of right now. He was going over every little bitty tiny detail that could affect young Izuku, even if some things would barely do anything besides give him a runny nose or even repeats. Midnight, one of his family members, pack employees, went off to go scope out the house and look for both Inko and Izuku Midoriya. He was too busy being a distraction and he knew he could let Midnight handle this. Nedu believed in her ability just like he believed in his own analysis skills. This should be easy. This should have been easy. It became clear after Nedu was able to hear, barely a whisper, of a yell of pain. That sound was coming from the top of the house, the farthest room on the highest level, and the person was either trying to be quiet or they were being forced to not speak. As soon as the sound that Nedu almost didn't notice was made, a loud thump was heard on the floor above this one. What the dash? Hizashi looked up at the ceiling, but Nedu reacted quickly, slamming the book close as the loud clacking of heels were heard from above. Well, Mr. Midoriya, it seems my employee found something distasteful while they were on the second floor using the bathroom. He eyed the man in front of him as he zeroed in on the skin around his jaw and neck that seemed just a few shades off. What do you mean distasteful? The, frankly, giant of a man that Nedu guesses is somewhere in the 6-foot range, stood up and looked at the ceiling with slowly worse hidden anger. He was still trying to be blank, it seemed. He knew this would make him angry, but that didn't matter anymore as he can hear Midnight quickly making it to the stairs and starting to go up them. Why is she stomping around my house like that? Nedu was thrown in icy glare as the man started to walk a little away from his chair. He needed to keep the two adult Midoriyas away from each other. He doesn't need two people that know how to fight well together right now. What he needs to do is get young Izuku out of here as quickly as he can, or at least let Midnight do it. He moved himself so it would look like he just wanted to walk besides the tall man, but in reality Nedu noticed how much he seemed to hate the idea of touch him or letting anything he owned touch him. By the way, Mr. Midoriya tried to hide his rage when he sat on his couch. Hizashi Midoriya backed up a bit just like Nedu thought he would to avoid touching him and gave him a big smile. Most people think he's trying to look more human, but it's just a way he likes contorting his face to hide his raging emotions at different moments. Now, Mr. Midoriya. No need to be so hasty. I'm sure Midnight just heard something concerning involving your wife and is checking to see if she is okay. Maybe she heard young Midoriya and wanted to make sure he was okay. Nedu needs to seem at least a little oblivious to this stupid man's anger and obvious anxiety that is pouring off him in waves. He also mentions what his wife is doing or about checking on Izuku, which might make him slip up faster because of the stress of being found out. Another glare was thrown his way, but this one held all the heat of an open flooding lava. No ice in sight this time, and it seems that Hizashi was also slightly smoking from his nose. If something happened then, my Inko would have been able to easily take care of it. Do you not believe us to be able to take care of our own child? Nedu finds it honestly shocking by how much Hizashi's voice was still dull or forced to be dull because the emotions are right behind that facade, that Nedu is so sure he's about to break. He felt his smile grow at the easy slip-up Mr. Midoriya just did. This is child's play at this point. Oh! He was now actively walking in step with the giant man and slowing him down in any way that he could without being openly violent. Didn't you admit to the fact that you and your wife have no clue how to take care of someone with a bird mutation? You said it not that long ago, did you not? Nedu holds in a cackle as more smoke leaves Hizashi's mouth when it opens again to most likely yell at him when they both stop from a sound on the steps. He ears flick as he hears the easily tell signs of someone stumbling on stairs with heels on. That shouldn't be though because Nedu made sure that Kayama Namuri W is able to do basically anything in those heels, and not to mention they can also be removed to make them into flats if needed. He was the one that gave her the idea of using the butt end of the heel as a little glass-breaking weapon, perfect for breaking all types of windows glass. He feels his heart stop at the low sound of sobbing pleas coming from the voice he knows all too well, the voice of one of his family pack faculty members. Nedu never likes admitting how much he cares for his staff, How much he wishes he could keep them safe from everything that has ever hurt them in their lives like they try to do for him. He hates having to deal with emotions because he is awful with them if it's not to sway them into the direction he needs them to go just to get his way. Nedu always has other faculty help the others in moments of distress, or if need be give them the cold hard facts of the meter to help them see through their emotional haze. It's something that every single one of his staff knows for a fact, no matter how human he acts. Nedu rushes ahead of Mr. Midoriya, not caring for how he will act at the moment because if he decides to run or do something else he will 1. Be able to dodge it and 2. Someone will be able to catch him. He turns to look up at the stairs to see one Kiyama Nimuri's back that is shaking from obvious fear from the person that is using the height of the stairs to tower over her, just like when she was little. Nedu has all the secrets of the staff mesmerized and sorted into a safe spot in his brain from the times they just wanted to dump all their emotions onto someone that wouldn't be as affected as a normal human. He knows of Kiyama's childhood and how it was stolen from her. How she sometimes comes to lay in his office, like everyone else, just to feel safe in moments where being surrounded by family pack doesn't cut it. Nedu knows at this very moment he is not looking at the back of the strong, bold and loud Midnight. He is looking at the back of his very scared little cub that he took in just like everyone else on his staff, just like everyone else that has ever been on his payroll. Nezu's fur raises more than it has in years as he looks at one of his pack members almost fall trying to get away from the woman that is manipulating her view of the world around her to send her back to that awful place. Kiyama! He yells out as loud as he can and now he can see a clear cut through the fog that was plaguing her mind. He watches as she stumbles a bit down the stairs and all the years of training to help her fly out the window as she tries to right herself up again. Nedu sees the eerie dark green light that was lowly emitting from one Inko Midoriya's hands that are up in a way that looks like she was reaching out for something. The woman with a look on her face that screams joy and happiness, but in this situation, it looks disgusting, twisted and warped beyond any normal human emotions he's ever seen. Nedu quickly takes stock of Kiyama's state and more rage fills his blood as tears are freely falling down her face. Inko Midoriya was someone that has a weak emotional-based quirk that helps amplify the strongest emotion one is having at the moment. This didn't make sense though because Inko Midoriya has just used her quirk to make one of his employees feel incredible amounts of fear when Kiyama would feel nothing but anger at this moment. She should not be crying and trembling at the torturous memories of her past. The woman seems to have gained some control over her disgusting emotions as her face falls a bit more relaxed into fake joy instead of what she had a moment ago. Oh! Nedu is also here. That is just... Nedu can see the struggle on her face as she tries to look normal and not full of rage at seeing him. Both of these people just seem to despise his presence. That is just great. Kiyama starts to go down the stairs more to get away from the one that could apparently easily trigger her flashbacks, and he swiftly pushes the button in his vest that will inform the police to come in, not the one for the heroes outside. They should already be dealing with Hizashi. The other pros need to make sure Hizashi doesn't run, but they will help when they can. Nedu climbs the stairs and passes Kiyama so that she can deal with Hizashi if he is still there. She could easily just fill the first floor with so much sleeping gas that it could take hours to air out. Hello Midoriya Inko. It seems for some strange reason, you used your quirk on one of my staff and a pro hero. You also seem to just continue to make more and more idiotic mistakes. He lets the words hiss out as he sneers at her, teeth fully on display. Inko looks to be still trying to come off as a nice and overly happy mother, but it's quickly falling with him in front of her. Well, that woman was threatening my precious baby boy. Do you expect me to just stand by and let a supposed hero do that? Inko looked at him with barely hidden crazed light in her eyes as she stepped down one step. I'm trying to protect my one and only baby boy and you both seem to just want the worst for him. Nedu watched on as this, possibly manipulated, woman tries to apparently protect her young and doing a shit job at it. If she's been manipulated and maybe if he can reason with her. Ma'am, how are you protecting your son right now so I don't get in your way? We only want what's best for young Midoriya. He needs to get to young Izuku, but if he can get out of a situation without hurting someone, that is the best option. Nedu can only smell a little bit of fresh blood, what one would have from a paper cut or a little bit more like a scrape. What he said somehow caught the attention of Inko and she looked back to the room behind her real quick. He's gotten wings because of that quirk, he's gotten feathers because of that quirk. That's not how he normally is and it will hurt him in the long run. Inko Midoriya said matter-of-factly, like it was common knowledge such as the sky is blue or the sun makes light. This honestly put Nedu off a little. What does she mean this will only hurt him in the long run? That doesn't make sense. Yes, there are hate groups and hate crimes but it is being regulated the best it can with how the HPSC is running things right now, a sheet way of running things too. What really needs to happen is a reform or a teardown but no one wants to admit that out loud besides some small groups. I need to make sure my baby won't be hurt by all those feathers and talons and wings and Inko Midoriya took a gulp as she stared him down but he thinks he understands her line of thinking now. Everything she is saying. Every point made. He can see it clearly by all the things she pointed out. Nezu's fur stands on end. It was a lost cause from the start to try and talk to her. You only pointed out all of his mutations, Inko Midoriya. You are being incredibly quirkiest and severely discriminative toward mutations in general. Nedu walked up one step as he continued. Your son was affected by a quirk that has given him a bird of prey mutation. Yes, that is true. He sends her a hard glare as he goes up some more steps, her face trying desperately to stay neutral when it wants to set into a scowl. That was not all that I found when looking into the quirk, and I think you know exactly where I am going with this. Nedu suddenly felt a spike of fear but he now understands how Inko Midoriya's quirk truly works and it won't work on him, not right now. He feels no fear, fright, or any type of negative emotion that would hurt him besides his anger. I've looked at all of Izuku's medical records, every single one of them. He growled out as he slowly stalked up the steps. After Inko Midoriya noticed her quirk wasn't having an effect on him, a sudden look of concern fell on her face. I looked at all of them, all the way until he was a baby, how he miraculously lost all of his born with bird mutations. How it seemed to just skip 5 years until it was time to diagnose his quirk. He was slowly making his way up the steps as Inko finally got to the 3rd floor flat. How little you actually took him to the doctors. How every time you took him looked to have fought off a villain twice his size but all of the staff most likely looked the other way once they read the false words of quirkless on his file. Nedu is slightly shocked by the surge of anger that seemed to wash over the woman. My son is quirkless. He was never born with those disgusting things attached to him. Inko yelled out and Nedu swore he felt the house shake a little at the volume. When he was born he wasn't supposed to be a monster. He was supposed to be my baby human boy, not something that flies in the skies. So you did it on purpose, not just your husband, you were also in on it as well. He said but it sounded like a whisper after Inko Midoriya yelled that loud. Nezu's face was devoid of emotion as stared down at the real monster in front of him. How someone could do that. Inko just looked like she finally lost her last fight of holding back her quirkiest and honestly disturbing thoughts. Fine, you stupid wild animal. We did it. I saw one look at that disgusting thing that crawled out of me and realized that I birthed a monster, an animal that should have been thrown to the curb and run over. I was all for killing that thing that came out of me but my darling husband, a man that was able to remove and leave behind his monstrous form, told me we could fix him like he fixed himself. My baby could be human with just a little bit of work, and I would only have to see my baby struggle with walking without those awful tail feathers and inhuman feet, if you could even call them that. Nedu almost couldn't believe that this was the woman that gave birth to Izuku. In no way do they act alike or even hold anything close to the same ideals. He of course knew that humans were sometimes the most putrid and disturbing things that nature has ever had the displeasure of making. He only gave those close to him a pass and tried his best to be neutral with everyone else, but in these moments only an omnipotent being would be able to understand why he didn't try to tear everything humans have ever made down to the ground. I made him better. I made him human, but I did have to file down his weapons, those gross long black talons. I would go so far back that thing would bleed sometimes. Me and Hizashi made sure that he was able to hold back his noises that he made, the things that made him an animal, and we were left with the perfect, most obedient child that just wanted to save everyone and everything but himself. Midoriya seemed to be going into an intelligent ramble after holding all this information in for so long, and the look in her eyes screamed with joy just talking about making her own flesh and blood bleed. Nedu has had enough. He didn't need to hear more of this delusional talk. I am the perfect mother that made sure her one and only precious baby boy could be hum-dash. He was able to find the most effective way of getting up to the woman by running on all fours. It seemed she lose to even react quick enough to stop him. Nedu was already by her feet as he jumped up and kicked off the wall to get closer to her head. Inko was able to throw her hands in front of her face but not fast enough to not stop herself from falling backwards. I think I've heard ample amount of evidence spill from your cruel lips to put you away until you rot. He was now in the position to look down at the woman that hurt one of his students pack a cub as she cowered back looking around, most likely for a weapon or her partner. How dare an wild animal like you hurt me? Her face fell as more anger left her as Nedu is sure she finally realized that no help was coming for her. It was in moments like these that Nedu was so happy that he chose not to use any knockout gas for his support items. Whenever he is able to fight head-on, he always wants to cause the most amount of damage he can on these things that act like good normal humans. Midoriya shot her hands up again as he brought out his miniature metal baton. Not wasting any more time, Nedu slammed the blunt weapon down on her head with enough force that it should knock her out and give her a nice concussion. That will make it harder for her to escape and make sure that if she did get up again others could make sure she gets slapped around a bit at least. Nedu's eyes were cold and emotionless, looking at the excuse for a human slumped down to the floor after finally passing out. He swiftly schooled his expression after hearing a whimper from the farthest door down the hall, the only one closed out of the three up here. Nedu still needed to get Izuku to safety and make sure his wounds weren't that bad. Izuku's wings ached and his arms stung. He was swimming in terror after his mother left the room. She was whispering to him as that dark green light flooded the room again, saying how if he's not quite for what every guest is in the house, she would be getting his wings off faster than what she was doing. Mother had been plucking out feather after feather, one by one, and if he so much as made a peep or any noise, she would put a light cut on his arm to remind him to shut up. He needed to be quiet, needed to be a good normal boy and become a normal boy again even though he didn't want to. Izuku didn't want his wings taken from him when he got the ability to fly away from all this, to soar through the sky away from all the responsibility of being a normal human boy. He was finally comfortable in his own skin. He was actually happy about getting his wings after not thinking about how inhuman they are. He was overjoyed, but his parents wanted them gone in 2 days at least, and mother said she would show him how much his wings could put him in pain. He should have listened to his mother and chopped these things off as soon as he saw them. After shivering in the corner of the room, Izuku heard the distinct voice of Nedu yelling the civilian name of Midnight Sensei. Why would he be here? Did he approve of what his parents did because he was even too disgusting to the literal animal with a quirk? Soon the walls of his room shook with his mother yelling about how awful he was, how much she wanted to kill him as soon as she looked at him. How it had been the saving grace of his father that let him live because he used to be a monster too. Izuku knew that his mother and father looked at him like scum any time he slipped up, as if he should have been shoved into a cage and shipped off to a pound. His father was always a little more relaxed about those things for him, but his mother has always punished how he acted, and after she told him it was their decision to get rid of the abomination that laid on his back. Tears pricked his eyes as the noise got too much for his sensitive hearing. He remembers how his hearing used to be when he was young but slowly got worse after mother screeched in his ears every day. How he used to have amazing eyesight but they quickly got worse and went back around the normal average after mother forced him to wear glasses or forced him to look into bright lights for hours on end. Now Izuku could see every single detail of this awful room that he wished that she took away his sight fully. The yelling finally stopped and a thump was heard. Nedu sounded weird. This voice while talking to his mother through the door was full of growls, so much so that it was hard to distinguish what he was saying. After no time at all, Izuku heard another thump and it went quiet. It was deathly quiet as he hoped Nedu would be nice. He wanted Mama. Izuku was supposed to be with Mama and Mama was supposed to open the door to this nightmarish room. A warbled whimper left his mouth for only a split second and then footsteps were headed to his room. Nananananananan, was it actually Mother that got Nedu first? He has too many fears and traumas. Mother would have found a way to use them. She of course would have found a way to get rid of a hero. That was just what Mother said the first time he got so close asking for help from a hero. When finally he did ask for help, the hero looked the other way quicker than someone could say flock after he heard quirkless. Not quirkless, 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 not quirkless. They took it from him. Izuku let out a little inhuman shriek when the door to his room opened slowly, not painfully slow but still slow. He was trying to force himself to be quiet, he really did. He just wanted Mama, and Mama would keep him safe. He just needed to hold on a little longer until Mama came and took him away. Izuku knew this place was bad. He knew, but they said that he needed to learn how to be a good normal boy, but he doesn't want that anymore. He doesn't want to be a good normal boy anymore when he can finally be Mama's little hatchling. Can be Aizawa's sensei's student, Mike sensei's favorite student to call on in English. He can be the reason to get Midnight Sensei to laugh at his innocence. He can be headache-inducing student Ecto-sensei talked about with Aizawa-sensei when they thought he wasn't listening in. Izuku wanted his Mama and the place that became home so fast that it was dizzying and made him nauseous just thinking about going back to the place he slept at night. Izuku. His eyes shot open, wondering when he closed them, looking straight at Nedu. Nedu, that wasn't Mother. Nedu was crouching on the floor trying his best at being small and calm when Izuku could see his fur was high up. He can't tell what emotion is making his fur stand on end, but Izuku knows one thing. WW sniff W want Mama. Nedu gave him a nice and warm smile. He could tell it wasn't meant to make him scared. It was like he was trying to copy how Mike Sensei smiled. Of course I can take you re-dash. Izuku gulped as he just cut off an adult, something that normal good boys show. Okay, would you like me to see if I can get him here? He felt his bottom lip wobble at the words and he shook his head up and down as fast as he could. He didn't want to move, he didn't want to leave even if it pained him to be in this room. Izuku didn't want to see what was happening downstairs. He could hear so much noise, he could tell so much was happening, and he didn't want Father to scoop him away in the mess. I'll try to get Hawks here as fast as I can. Nedu went to stand up, but Izuku shot his hand out to grab his sleeve from behind his wings. He was given a look of confusion. Izuku didn't want to be alone. Don't. No? Then no, I'll cough all alone, please. He gave his best pleading eyes. Izuku can't stand waiting alone in this room, anything but waiting alone in this room. He finally has something else to focus on instead of all the memories in this place. After what felt like ages, Nedu sat down on the floor within arm's reach and gave him a knowing smile. It held so much understanding that Izuku might have thought Nedu knew how he felt. Yes, little one. I can stay right here while I call for him. Nezu's eyes went down to Izuku's hand that was still tightly gripping his sleeve. He felt the principal's eyes back on him in seconds as he tried his best to let go. He did, he really tried, but his hand just wouldn't work, and he can see how his inhuman talons are ripping it up and how that was what bad boys did, and he knew how to be a good boy. He wanted to, needed to be a good normal boy. It's okay, Izuku. You can hold on to me like this for as long as you want, I'm not going anywhere. Nedu then put his attention to his phone as Izuku sat there in his wings in shock. His principal didn't mind him messing up his shirt and actually encouraged it. Well, Nedu didn't encourage him per se, but that was the closest he has ever been given to someone reacting positively to his inhuman quirks. Not his quirk, not his mutation, because everyone thought he was quirkless. Izuku even thought himself quirkless until Mother came to him and called him a demon child that was able to get back his abominations. Nedu was the only one. Izuku stared at his animal principal as he called someone to get his Mama here. He watched as the animal that has a quirk helped him more than any normal human ever has. He watched as his newly dubbed flock member that just doesn't know it yet called his mama like what a good flock member is supposed to do. He doesn't know why he knows this is how flock members are supposed to act, but he can tell that it's right. Hizashi was comfortably sitting on a chair that was extremely close to the bed his show was on, plus Hawks. The number 3 young pro hero was currently splayed across his husband and bottom half laying across his lap. It was precarious, but it seemed to work just fine for the moment. Sho was somewhat asleep, somewhat not asleep because that's just how he is, but it's also the fact that after learning about his student that risked his life to save him is most likely 100% being abused at home and he can't go along is just eating him up on the inside. Hizashi understands how his tired cat wants to be there for his problem child, which will probably become his real problem child. But what would the little guy think after his teacher went after him in this condition? He can barely move his arms, let alone his legs. The poor Ayas will probably make it seem like his own fault in his mind, and they can't have that. Hizashi was currently on his phone looking at his Twitter page. It's shocking how long this website has been running. He's scrolling through his alt and he's just so effing tempted to post the pictures he took of Hawks and Sho. Sho would kill him, even though no one knows what he looks like, and even if they did they can't tell with all the bandages on his face. Hizashi would also make sure his face was covered and try to find a way to edit out Hawk's wings. He can do that, thinks. The train of thought was quickly derailed by his phone suddenly ringing. Hizashi quickly turns off his sound and looks over to the two that should be asleep and is welcomed with a very familiar glare. Really? Hizashi looks down as he should have turned off his sound by now because he knows how Shoyuta wakes up really easily, but he just forgot. He flashes some kitten eyes at him and gets a sigh in return. I don't really care about my sleep. Shut up, you know I never sleep right to begin with, and that's not going to change just because I'm in the hospital. Sho said matter-of-factly, keeping his voice closer to a whisper. They both froze when Hawk started to shift around a bit, but luckily he didn't wake up. They then had twice the luck as Hawks let out a sleepy, quiet, and very cute trill as he nuzzled his head further into Sho's chest. It just warmed Hizashi's heart and made him want to squeal with just how cute that FNG was. Zashi, I swear to God. You better stay quiet but back on topic. Sho talked after Hawks stopped moving completely. Hawks has been, to my knowledge, not sleeping. Like at all. I know that it's not weird to see a pro go at least one day without sleep, but he's still young Zashi. He was about to open his mouth to comment on how much of a dad his husband is at times but was shut up by the soft and slightly hurt-sounding voice. Zash. He's only 22. No one knows anything about him, name, family, past, his life in general. He's always working non-stop, and not to mention the fact that how many pros think he was trained by the commission. He doesn't hide, and if you asked he would say he was trained by them, but that's it. Why do we know nothing of him, Zash? Fing nothing. After those last words left Shuta's mouth, he looked up to the ceiling and Hizashi knows he's right. The youngest to ever go pro and then rise the ranks that fast, that goes beyond any training he's ever seen. Hizashi shacked his head a bit and looked down to his phone and noticed he had a missed call from Nedu. Hizashi quickly picked up the phone as he lowered his volume once again, but this time for calls. He quickly started to talk, but only in a hushed voice. I am so sorry. Oh God, I didn't mean to do that. I was talking to Sho and Hawks is passed out on his and it's really fucking cute. Oh my god, it's so cute, but no back. Oh track, I'm sorry, I should have picked up the first time. Nadash, a light-hearted. Hopefully it's light-hearted. Cackle was heard from the other end but was swiftly cut off. Oh, I'm sorry for laughing, Yamada. It's just that caught me off guard and learning how the Midoriya parents think. It's just been a bit too much to digest, and I think since I'm looking after Izuku at the moment, I'm holding off all the things I've learned in favor of keeping him calm. Hizashi blinked a few times but looked over to Shoyuta with wide eyes. It seems he also heard what Nedu just said as he looks to be trying to think of a way to get the F out of his bed. Why haven't you got someone else to look over him yet? I know you don't deal with emotions all that well. You wouldn't be willing to do this to yourself. He shot a half-hearted glare to Sho so he stops trying to move around. They shouldn't be waking Hawks up at the moment. Yes, Yamada, you are more than right. I am at the moment, Stuck here by my own choice as young Izuku seems to have his hands stuck in a grasp on my shirt sleeve. Nedu sounded bright and cheery, but Hizashi and Sho both know how he folds under the pressure of complicated emotions. He can deal with them, yes, but helping fix them is a no-go. Nedu follows the book too much when it comes to those, and there are so many conclusions to trauma that it's extremely hard to find what trauma response the person will have to a situation. Now, if Nedu knows the person personally and in depth enough, he doesn't have to worry about that because he would already have the most common route someone will react with. That sometimes still doesn't work because again trauma response can sometimes just be so different from the person themselves. He does know how to handle basically all of the staff because we all see him as extremely safe, so we go to him when we feel like everything and everyone is dangerous. There were some times when both him and Sho would have memories of Oboro, replacing him with others they knew and seeing them die instead or with him. One time both of them thought Nedu died in their dreams that they both refused to leave his office or the room he was in, following him around like ducklings all the while or until they finally calmed down enough. Nedu just knows how all the staff will act on any occasions. He made sure to know so everyone is safe and happy. That is one of the main ways to tell he actually cares about you. It's okay, Nedu, just think about how Hawks treated him and try to use that as a base. Hizashi was slowly trying to lift Hawks' legs off his lap, but he will most likely wake up after this. Izuku has stated that he will be able to let me go after Hawks gets here, most likely to help calm him down more. He's jumping and getting ready to attack at any noise he hears, and there is a lot of noise happening right now. He can hear the slight strain in the happy tone. Hizashi needs to get over to that hellhole since yesterday. Hizashi quickly gave his acknowledgement and hung up the phone. He really hopes that Nedu will be okay without having the phone on the whole time. He needs to wake up the dangerous bird. Hizashi, please get him off me first before you try to wake him up, and he jerks around a whole shit ton. Hizashi chuckled a little as he was able to lift Hawk's legs off of him, but now he just has his arms full of Hawk's legs. He slowly got up and moved a little away from his seat while keeping Hawk's legs in relevantly the same place. Hizashi then looked over to Shoyuta with a desperate look in his eyes. I don't know. Just pick him up. He gave his husband a deadpan look as he tried to think of a different thing to do. Hizashi sighed as he slowly put Hawk's legs down to the floor and then got as close as he could to his ears. Hawks, we need to get up. He lightly shook the young pro's shoulder while talking in a calm but normal volume voice. Hawks hummed a bit but besides that stayed asleep. Sho huffed out some air in amusement but he just ignored him. Hizashi really needs to wake Hawks up but he can't make him jolt up and hurt Sho by mistake. After a minute or so Hawks slowly roused and rubbed his eyes a little. It was extremely cute with his bedhead. God, he's taking a picture. After Hawks forces himself to get off Sho and sit on the floor looking a little out of it, Hizashi decided it was best to tell him as soon as possible. Hawks, hey bud. Can you hear what I'm saying, or is it a little fuzz 'cause you were asleep for a bit there? He got a short but sloppy nod back as Hawks slightly stretched his wings. This is going to put you on edge and you are probably going to shoot out of here as soon as I'm done talking, but you need to listen till the end, okay? That seemed to make Hawks wake a little more, but he was obviously still blurry eyes from just waking up. Well, he's about to be up and flying in the sky real soon. The address for Izuku's house is, and Nedu is currently keeping your chick calm as he waits for you to pick him. You, Hawks? Hawks was quick to pick him up and ran to the door. I guess I'll see you when we come back, Sho? Hawks just exited Sho's room and was heading down the hallway with great speed when he screamed back to the bed-trapped man. Hawks made quick work of the stairs by jumping into the middle of the stairwell and fell straight to the first floor. Hizashi really hopes Shoyuta explains what's happening or the hero ward might call out a not medically sound-minded Hawks warning. It's true, but it's not what exactly is happening because apparently he is able to calm down both birds of prey. He has no idea how he does it, but it's very helpful at the moment. There was yelling when Hawks busted out of the doors, and as soon as the little roof wasn't in his way, they shot into the sky. Hizashi screamed but laughed hysterically at the fact of suddenly being so high in the sky. He desperately gripped onto Hawks as they continued to fly at top speed. God, was this what he dealt with flying all the time? He had to keep his eyes closed most of the time they were on their way to the Midoriya residence. They started to slow down a little and Hizashi was finally able to open his eyes to look around them. They seemed to be near where the Midoriya house was because of how far spread apart the homes were getting. The lights from the houses helped a whole lot too. It was getting pretty dark outside with the moon only being a crescent. He looked up to see how Hawks was even able to fly with all this wind. With how close he was to the young pro's face, he could clearly see a layer of something over his eyes. That was so unfair. Hawks can just do what he's doing and boom. Whipping wind no problem. Hizashi was soon able to hear sirens from police cars and the flashing lights. Hawks made a quick dive boom which got a quirk-enhanced yell out of him because of how sudden it was. They now had all eyes on them as they landed on the outside ring of police cars. Hawks, I said. The young pro spared no time to let him stand on his own but was soon dragging him into the house by his hand. That you should have waited till I was done talking. I'm glad I gave the address first now. Hawks made his way to the door, officers backing off as the screaming from some women in the distance could be heard. ID what I had to do to make sure that monster was a hum dash. Hizashi couldn't hear the rest as they both went further into the house, Hawks ignoring everyone as if they didn't exist at all. Yama, hey, do you need Rocklock to get some medics or are you sure you're okay? He was able to hear Tensei talking as they finally started to go up the stairs. Hizashi didn't even know he was in the area. His head whipped around quick enough to catch a glimpse of Nem sitting on the ground as Ten helped her with something. Rocklock seemed to be standing further away with an angry look in his eyes. All too soon his view is cut off as they both start climbing the stairs to the third floor, where he was told Izuku was being held. Hawks didn't know this or well wasn't told this but he must be able to tell exactly where his little one is. He started to get more and more scared because yes, Nedu was able to calm down a Hawks that didn't have his new marked chick near him but now Izuku will be right beside someone Hawks hasn't specifically said or shown that they were part of flock. He might have to redirect Hawks' attention to Izuku and him and only Izuku and him. They both soon made it to the top floor and Hawks beeline to the open door at the end of the hall. Izuku and Nedu weren't in sight from the open door so they might be sitting closer to the wall but he also couldn't see a bed either. He hoped the kid had a bed in there. Hawks went into a sprint with the open door in sight and Hizashi's view was blocked as the pro's wings opened up a bit and puffed out. He tripped at the entrance but Hawks finally let go of his hand and leaped into the direction of what he can only guess Izuku was in. Hizashi's ears were filled with a loud squawk human mixed scream as he watched red wings wrap around something. They actually got to him. He's safe. And he's still holding onto Nezu's sleeve. He's really tired. How long has it been since he slept this well? Too long to remember apparently. He rubbed his eyes and tried to listen to whatever was being said near him. Something, can he hear them or whatever? Hawks nodded his head the best he could. Wasn't he with his marked one's flock? He stretched out his wings a bit, wanting to fly. Wanting his fledgling. Hatchley, this is going to put you on edge and you are probably going to shoot out of here as soon as I'm done talking but you need to listen till the end, okay? That was the yellow one. He remembers the name Zashi being thrown around a bunch in his haze of yesterday. Hawks sat up a little straighter. This could be important. Maybe the quirk finally wore off, or the chick felt more safe with his parents. Not parents. He blinked a few times as Zashi. Hizashi? Started talking. The address for Izuku's house is, oh, why is Hizashi telling him where his hatchling lives? He's not allowed to go there but God is it hard to try not going over there. Why did he tell me? And Nedu is currently keep your chick calm as he waits for you to pick him you. Hawks? He didn't care anymore and Hizashi said to listen to all he had to say till the end. He can listen all the way to the end. If he's carrying Zashi and they are also part of Izuku's flock, he needs to come with. Hawks quickly put Hizashi into a bridal carry because that was the easiest one to use at the moment. He might just hold him by his arms if he keeps squirming. He swiftly got to the door and also got yelled in the ear by the blonde man. I guess I'll see you when we come back, Sho? He ignores the ringing in his ear as he starts to make his way down the hallway. Hawks thinks he hears Sho, no Shoyuda, yell something. Well, he didn't yell but Hawks could hear something like, "Change should go to but God dmed walls apparently fight now." Or something close to that. It was hard to hear with how far he was, and with Hizashi being loud that wasn't helping. As soon as he was faced with the stairs, he jumped over the railing and tucked his wings in tight so they wouldn't clip on anything going down to the first floor. Hawks needs to fly right now. Getting an injury would make him slow. Fledgling. He thinks he can hear some noise from where he jumped. About a hero mentally unstable getting loose. Hope they can handle that, because if not and they hurt his nestling when they get back, he'll fang kill them. Hawks burst into the waiting room and practically flew to the outdoors, and made quick work to jump into the sky. The blonde he was carrying started to scream but laugh at the same time, wind blowing in his ears as he didn't have his headphones on. It was a little hard to hear, but with how close Hizashi was it sounded somewhat like a normal talking level of noise. Hawks felt hands grip his shoulders and jacket. He hadn't taken off because the fledgling used it once and it smelled like him for dear life. As if Hawks would drop a flock member out of the sky, he never would, never. He flew as fast as he could in the direction that would be his nestling's home prison. He needs his chick, his fledgling, nestling, marked one. Hawks saw some flashing lights in the far distance and slowed down a bit, hurting his ankle when landing would be dumb. He looked down for a brief moment to make sure Hizashi was okay, needed to stay awake, needed to stay focused and think, and had to think, not just act on instinct. The blonde seemed to be trying to see where they were, almost to his fledgling. It's dark out but not too bad. The lights help guide him to his marked one faster. He tried to stay calm, but soon he was making a dive boom to where they were going to land. Hawks learned why he shouldn't have done that quickly after the grounded flock mates started to scream with their quirk. Hawks saw every head turn their way as he landed, trying his best not to look weak as it felt like his ears were bleeding slightly. Hawks, I said. It didn't matter what his flock mates said right now, they were close to fledgling. He started to pull on Hizashi's arm in the direction he could smell his baby bird, and they made quick work to disturbing house. This place smells wrong, cold and dead. That you should have waited till I was done talking. I'm glad I gave the address first now. Hawks is also glad his flock mate said the address first, or else he would have had to ask while they were in the sky. He got to the door and the feeling of wrong was so strong, his marked one was being trapped in this place. I did what I had to do to make sure that monster was human again. I did what any mother would have done for their baby. Hawks ignores the yelling from the snake that first took away his hatchling. He can maim her latter, fledgling first, always first. They were already in this disgusting den already, no point to go back and claw her face off now. It was slightly annoying that he was picking up so many different conversations, but that doesn't matter. Kiyama, hey, do you need rock lock to get some medics, or are you sure you're okay? Someone was talking to another person that was affected by that snake in human skin. Hawks can eat snakes. He made work or moved around anyone he had to so he could get to the stairs in record time. How did she do that? I just suddenly couldn't feel any neithing but fear. A female's voice carries into his ears, but he's already part way up the stairs. He pulls his flock mate past the second floor of the den. He can smell his fledgling's nest area, but that's not where he blood. Hawks started to go up the stairs faster at the heavy scent of iron in the air. Fledgling, marked one. When he finally made it to the final level of this disgusting smelling den, a single door was open. Izuku. He sprints to the door and his wings fluttered open at the thought of finally being able to see his baby bird, fledgling, nestling, hatchling, marked one. Hawks felt a slight tug from his flock mate that he was dragging all the way here but let go because they must want to be able to walk on their own again. He sees him, fledgling. Hawks screams a parental call at his little hurt fledgling as he flings his arms and wings around him. He can hear it, a tiny, quiet call back. Hawks makes another call, needing that call back. He needs it. And he gets it, louder this time. He feels wet streaks on his face, but he doesn't care. Fledgling is here, fledgling is safe now, marked one is back now. He can feel the trembling in his baby bird and hold him tighter, more secure, more real. And Mama sniff mama. Hawk's ears were filled with the most beautiful sound of bird calls mixed with crying, his fledgling calls, and he quickly responded back to Mama. Mama cough hard sniff I tried to seal. Hawks calls back, running his hand through his fledgling hair, fixing the feathers that have gone astray. It's okay, it's fine and you're safe now because Mama is here. His heart hurts at the thought of his marked one waking up to see all of this. This prison room when he was right by his side only a moment ago. She cam me instead. Am I Wying's mama? Hawks goes stiff as he moves his hands to his nestling's wings. Wings that couldn't even be used yet because they have no muscle yet but I'm going to make them forget what sold food tastes like. He said in a dark voice as his hands roam over spots on his nestling's wings that are missing feathers, and then his heat stops when he can't find his baby bird's flight feathers. They'll grow back, 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 they'll grow. Back they'll grow back, 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 they'll grow back. Hawks slowly turned to the rat. No, his chick is holding on to his sleeve for support and he also helped him early today, new flock mate. I am going to make them miss the sight they have been allowed to have, they don't need it anymore. His new burrow-making flock mate looked at him with hidden fear. He didn't mean for that to happen. They looked at him with their inhuman face, one perfect to help protect his fledgling, smile that is not meant for them spread across their snout. I'm sorry, Hawks. You know you can't. A breeze of anger gets added to the hurricane of emotions that are flying through him. Why, Hawks? His head snaps over to his blonde grounded flock mate, scoots closer to him. Hawks tenses a little but not much, they wouldn't hurt his nestling. I think, what Nedu is trying to say. Blonde flock mate's eyes zip over to white furred flock mates before looking him in the eyes. Is this a challenge of positions? Isn't he older than me? Also white furred is older than both of them, elder and parental. That your little chick comes first now, right? Is Mama, no, he already had one. No one can replace his sire. This could be just his papa. His papa looks over at the elder with somewhat of a sad look on his face. Right, Nedu, Hawks needs to look after his fledgling and get back to the hospital with me. He still needs to be checked out. A jolt went through his system at the thought of him pushing his nestling's injuries to the side just so he could feel better about himself. Hawks' head whips down to his little marked one in his arms and wings, still holding onto the elder's sleeve. A bullet of pain blew through his heart at the sight of his fledgling arms. There were cuts all over them, from him probably trying to stop that snake from taking his flight feathers plus the rest. The cuts weren't deep but they were there and also slowly dripping out blood. He felt lost at what he should do. His marked one wanted to hold onto the elder because he was the one that saved him first. Hawks just can't pull his hands off of Hi. Hawks, I can help him let go of Ned's sleeve if you need help. His eyes landed on the arms of his papa, slowly advancing his hands towards his hatchling's hands gripping onto. Hawk's eyes were still wide with worry as he slightly nodded his head, watching the whole time as hands gently worked to let go of the sleeve. After the sleeve was finally let go, his marked one grabbed onto his papa. Of course Izuku would. Oh, well, it looks like you really are going back with them, Yamada. Nedu said in what seemed like a strained voice. He wonders what's wrong with his new flock elder. Hawks looked in between both of his flock mates. He wanted both of them to come back with him and his fledgling, especially with the hurt flock mate hurt back at the temporary nest. Yeah, I guess you're right. I would have went back anyways because Sho would kill me if I stayed. Can't the flock elder come back with us too? Hawks looks at both of them after they finally look at him and he notices how both of them freeze. Did he say something wrong? Shouldn't a flock stay together with what all has happened with them, and also the fact now they two injured flock mates and one is the youngest? They need to be grouped up so they stay more safe. Papa put his head up slowly with a shaky but kind smile on his face. No, Hawks. Nenedza needs to stay here and make sure the people that took your little chick don't do it again. Hawks was able to feel his wings puff up a bit in a defensive state, that lizard and snake won't come back. They won't come back if an elder deals with them. He shot his eyes to the elder and got a small nod in return. I will make sure they can't escape even if they try, Hawks. You have labeled me the elder, and as the elder, I will make sure they can never do this again to anyone else, let alone us, ever again. A dark and feral smile spreads across the snout of the elder. It promises pain, and that is enough for Hawks. He gave a nod and looked back to his papa, waiting for how they can go back to the healing room with the other hurt flock mate. Aren't papa and that black-haired flock mate together? Would that mean he's his dad? Dada? Pa? No, too close to papa. He'll think of one later, if he has two. Is there a way to get us back to the hospital all together? His papa looked back over to the elder, who looked to be thinking about the question he was just asked. Hawks decided it was the best idea to position his chick so it was easier to carry. He'd be able to carry him better on his hip than just in his arms. Hawks, will you be able to go into a car that has someone I trust driving it? He looked back over to the elder of the flock and thought for a few seconds. It would be someone elder trusts to keep them safe and also not to do anything bad to them. Even if they do, he could just deal with them quick enough. Hawks nodded his head because he was sure that no one would be able to live long enough to do anything bad to them. He can trust the elder. After some quick last-minute decisions, like if the elder was really okay with staying behind and if his chick wanted anything from his nesting room, they had to run by the fledgling room to grab a few comfort items, including a worn Hawk stuffy that didn't make his heart want to explode, not at all, an old picture of him and his childhood friend, and his most recent notebook. He wanted to take all of them, but they were way too much to carry back, but the grounded white-furred elder said that he would make sure no one touched them. Finally, after all that, they were heading back to their temporary nest area where their last hurt flock mate is staying. Hawks didn't mind sitting in the back with his nestling the whole time while his papa sat in the front. It was a bit hard with wings, but they made it work. While they were all making their way back, Hawks spent all his time calming down his marked one, slowly making them fall asleep but also notifying him how hungry he was. That goddamn lizard and snake must have not fed them, but honestly he's glad they didn't, because they might have tried to force feed him something that wouldn't help at all. When they finally made it back to where they were before, a hospital, Hawks made quick work to pick up the sleeping hatchling and carry him inside. His poor grounded papa had to handle something with the person behind the desk, but Hawks didn't care. He just made his way to the room of the injured Flo Dash. Shoyuta's at. He blinked a few more times than necessary, shaking his head a bit as he made it to the hospital room door, Shuta's room. Hawks opened the door and was greeted with a grunt, and he felt intense eyes on him and his chick. He let a soft smile lay on his face as he went to the couch and pulled off the cushions. The fledgling is fine, his cuts aren't that deep and can heal without bandages. Feathers will grow back. Hawks rearranged the cushions on the floor so that they had a 4x4 square. Izuku will most likely wake up soon anyways because those FS didn't feed him, but that's okay. It's okay and fine. Nedu is going to fix it. I'm also pretty sure Hizashi is going to bring a mountain of blankets and also have a nurse bring my nestling food. He finished fixing the meager nest with blankets they left from when he migrated to this room where their hurt flock mate was. He gently placed his nestling down in the half-finished nest so he can have two hands to work with. Feathers helped, but they weren't as precise as hands. Hawks traveled to the other side of the room so he could grab a black bag of something that smelled like both his papa, Hizashi, and Shoyuta. What are you doing? He paid no mind to Shoyuta stuck in the bed as he went back to fixing the nest to make it more homely. He thinks he heard an annoyed huff but kept at it. Not much time passed and Hizashi entered the room with his arms full of blankets. I got more nest materials for ya. I knew you asked for them last time and they gave the ones you used before and some more. The blonde walked in and put his pile on the outside of the nest. Nice of him, and then, they shouldn't be here. A hiss left Hawk's mouth at the sight of a nurse he didn't allow near his chick entered with more blankets and what looked like pillows. Hizashi quickly got the message and grabbed all the things they had and shooed them out of the room. Good. Hawks goes back to making the nest that Hizashi and his fledgling will use with him. It's right beside the bed on the right-hand side, so Hizashi can be by his partner more and so Hawks can be the closest one to the door. Why you seem a lot calmer. He hummed in agreement as he continued to make the nest the right size and shape. making sure it was fluffy and just right. A gruff voice soon joined in. It wavered some bit from overuse. Yeah, you seem really relaxed. Unlike before, and from what I heard you weren't like this before they took him either. Hawks finally finished the nest and smiled at it proudly before looking at Shoyuta. I think it's because… Flock. He quickly pointed at the two of them, feeling safe and happy with the fact it's not just his nestling and him now. He didn't notice the smug look Hizashi gave Shoyuta as he repositioned his nestling so his wings won't be cramped up when he woke up. Hawks then swiftly stood up and walked over to Hizashi and grabbed his arm, yanking him to the nest. Woo wait, I didn't think you am I allowed? Hawks didn't pay him no mind as he pushed him into his place in the nest, right besides the beds. It would have him in arm's reach of Shoyuta and also made sure another strong one was in front and behind those that needed to be protected the most. Your spot. Hawks simply said, then getting comfortable in his spot, they will help him protect the flock. His wings splayed out so it was over the hatchling and also able to go over Pa Hizashi if he wanted it. Poor Papa didn't have wings himself, he was grounded forever. I think he adopted us first, Shoyuta. Aizawa watched as his loud blonde husband was carried out of this room by a shorter flying blonde. What has his life come to? He sighed out loud as he let his head sink into the pillow behind it. He wanted to get up and follow them, but Zashi thought more since the last time he tried to get up out of bed. His legs were in full casts, but that wasn't it. His leg was also cuffed to the bed. Aizawa couldn't get up if he tried, and he tried earlier that day, with no luck. He sat quietly as he started to hear yelling about a hero that was still mentally unstable got loose. Aizawa wonders if they will check in with him first before sending out a warning watch. He can't exactly hit the call nurse button with his arms plus hands covered in casts as well. He was really tired. Maybe he should take a nap and wait till they come back. No, this anxiety about how the problem chick would keep him up anyways. Aizawa looked over at his door as nurses ran by, probably looking to see if anyone was hurt by the rampaging hawks. Itui. His voice felt like sheet, since the FNG brick wall called FNG Nomu, and now he needs to go to speech therapy. It's a bunch of bullshit. After doing this a few more times, a nurse stops and actually looks into his room with a questioning and concerned look. Aizawa just rolled his eyes. They forgot he was in here, didn't they? Hawks just went to get his IS. The male nurse just blinked back at him as if he was stupid. He's not stupid no matter how much he is wrapped up right now. Nedu called Present Mike to get him down to the Midoriya household. He told him that his chick needed him to leave, but I bet Hawks will be back soon. The nurse seemed to finally understand his words, like he translated the Japanese to English or something. They do look a bit like an American. Oh, thank you, Sir Yum. He looked at the nameplate that is beside his door. It can easily get changed out with other names, and it should only have his legal name in it because he's underground. Aizawa, sir. Thank you, Aizawa, sir. I'll tell the others, and I'm guessing to also get ready for when they return. Will Midoriya Izuku be injured coming back as well? He let out another sigh as he looked at the ceiling. This guy is a FING idiot. Ugh, I don't know because I wasn't the one that was called. Aizawa gave the nurse a deadpan expression as they looked a bit embarrassed as they looked at his arms. He really has to tell him everything, doesn't he? Is a new guy or something? Get ready just in case he needs immediate care, but also be ready to put it all back just in case Izuku doesn't need it. The nurse perked up and nodded his head a few times, then ran off with a walkie-talkie pulled up to his mouth. Aizawa heard the distant voice tell the staff the new information as it slowly got quieter. He really needs a nap or something. He'll need to wait till they're back though. Aizawa laid his head on the pillow again and let his eyes close softly. Resting his eyes are different from falling asleep. He still needs to make sure no one comes in because if they do, Hawks could throw a FING fit. God, Aizawa really adopted a giant territorial bird and a smaller territorial bird. Zashi was right, they now have a legal baby and a goddamned illegal baby. What the F has his life come to? Nedu watched as he guided his student, Hawks, who apparently sees him as an elder, now, and a pack member out of that awful room. They made the rest of the way down to the second floor to get some things for Izuku, and Nedu personally went to the first floor. As soon as he touched down, people were walking past him to get to the other rooms up the stairs. He looked around and still saw Nomuri, Tensei, and rock-lock in the corner of the main room. He no longer needed to act professional and use his kit's last name. Everyone knows how close he is with his staff. Well, in Naomesa's district, that is. Nedu can clearly see how Rocklock wants to go and look around for evidence, but Tensei seems to be more worried for his friend that was still trying to calm down after that forced PTSD flashback. He decided to make his way over to them and quickly shoo Rocklock so that he doesn't feel the need to help. That man would rather find every bit of dirt of these monsters that hurt his student instead of sitting around where he's probably not needed. Nemuri. He is not good with emotions. Nemuri, young pack member, was still crying, but she looked like she was dead to the world. Tensei looked at him worriedly, which makes sense. Nemuri hasn't been like this since her aunt was finally given a life sentence back after the first few years of their hero careers. Nemuri. Nedu needs to keep his voice light and extremely soft. He slightly puts out his paw, facing upwards, close to her so that she could see it while she focuses on the floor, or will, eyes distant, but will focus on it after he can help her out of this. He has everything memorized about all of his staff pack. Nothing is left for him not to know, and they all know this. Nemuri, do you know where Sushi is? Tensei looked at him as he moved his paw side to side very slowly as he tried to get her to think of something else. Anything else, because that's how you help Nemuri. Is Sushi somewhere in the room over, or is he in the living room? More talk about her cat always helped, safe and comfortable with him, trying to get her to think of her safe den place. Tensei started to sit down close by, waiting for Nemuri to come back to them. Nedu spent some time just talking and keeping his paw in view until finally Nemuri moved to grab his paw. After some more time and talking, it looked like Nemuri was finally coming back. How? How what, Nemuri? How did she do that, Dad? How? Nedu slowly moved his free paw until he was finally able to whip away some stray tears that were falling down her face. She started to cry again after asking how Midoriya was able to bring her fear to the forefront and then made it go until it gave her a flashback. How could Midoriya, a woman that has a quirk that doesn't work exactly like that, do that? He'll need to go over Inko's quirk registry again and also have the detective question her about it. She will probably refuse to talk to him. Besides making sure everything here runs smoothly, he will have to do a family background check because if he's correct, no one from either side of the Midoriya family is alive. Nemuri, pup. Nedu slightly pulls her face up so that she can look into his eyes. Red and puffy, a little bit of snot is running down her nose, but she's still the beautiful young lady he taught back in the day. It's not your fault and you don't need to worry about her quirk anymore. I will make sure that we know everything there is to know about it before she gets locked up for good. Nemuri sniffed a bit as she went to grab his paw, that is on her cheek, to hold. How do you can now that she'll be locked up for good? Nedu let his smile slide across his face. Nemuri won't jump back from all the murderous rage he has for this woman. She wouldn't flinch at the absolutely crazed look of her boss father figure. She knows that look was always made right before he made it more safe for everyone. I know because I will make sure of it, lil pup. You just need to get home, you are not in the right state of mind to work right now. Nemuri tried to argue that she would be fine in a little bit, but Nedu wasn't having any of that. He sent her home and Tensei went with her because he actually wasn't that good at finding evidence. He stood by the door and waved them goodbye and stood there until their car was out of view. Nedu, sir, are you going to help look for things? Nedu turned around to see the face of Naomesa looking rather concerned. It wouldn't shock him because for where he's seen most of the house, it was obvious that they hide everything from sight. Yes, Naomesa, I'll start at the second floor because that was the one I saw less of. I feel like they might have hide more things there instead of the floor designed to basically tour to my student. Naomesa nodded, then moved to the side so he could walk in. After he is done with the second floor, he's looking at the fireplace. Hizashi seemed a little defensive about it. Nedu passed officers, looking around for any evidence they could find, making his way to the stairs once again and looking up as he started to walk to the second floor. He noticed the rare photo here and there, but nothing major. That was until he looked at the entryway to the second floor. People say that he is very observant, so when he looks at the first wall to the left of the second floor, he sees the slight color change of the wall. It looked lighter than the rest of the walls, so he walked down the hallway and looked for any other spot that was like that as a just in case it was a poor paint job. Nedu looked for any spot that was lighter, but the only spots that would look different would be cover, and those spots would look vibrant. An officer walked by him to get to Izuku's den room, looking for anything criminating, but from the quick look he got it just seemed like they forced their quickest ways on their son. He informs one of the officers taking photos to take a picture of the whole room in general, and then have someone look for things that would go against a quirkist mindset against mutations, specifically. Nedu walked back to the beginning of the hallway, where the only lighter part of the wall was. He looked at all of the space near it and can clearly see it's in the shape of a perfect square, very weird if it was regular fading. He let his paw lightly run across the more faded part of the wall and felt a very small lift up. A slight shape lifted up from the wall. It felt somewhat like a button. Nedu let his claws out as he slowly traced the button shape with them, chipping off some paint as he went. "Nedu, sir, what are you doing?" He let his eyes flick to an officer that approached him from behind. They should be happy that he wasn't jumpy and had great situational awareness. "I know that this is a very upsetting case for you, sir, but you can't damage the house. Even this little bit could as dash dot. I am tracing a button in the wall, officer. Would you like to peel off the paint first?" He looked them in the eyes as he continued to slowly get all the paint off the button-shaped area. The color here is lighter than all the other spots on the wall, and it's in a perfect square shape, and if that wasn't enough, there is a slight lift that makes a shape of a button in the middle of it. He blinked a couple times as he finally got at least half of the paint off. He didn't want to trigger whatever this button could be used for. It might be a panic button. There are more people like the older Midoriyas, unfortunately, and because of that they could probably get help if their child ever went out of control. How close the parents' bedroom is to the steps and the button also helps with this theory greatly. Nedu looked back to the area he was peeling, saw a much lighter and a little shinier color material under it. It kinda looked like plastic. He shot his eyes back at the officer that now looks a little embarrassed, and he gave them a big smile. "This isn't my first time dealing with wealthy families hiding all their mistakes. They all love to make it so much more dramatic and expensive because normal income people wouldn't think about that. It's so far out of left field to have a whole secret button or room in their homes." Nedu started to get the other half of the paint of the now obvious button in the wall. If only people would keep their eyes open and look better. This is also how villains think, officer. Try to get into the mindset while looking around here. They are not normal people by any means, so don't look at it like they will live normally. The officer that tried to stop him just bowed a bit and then quickly shuffled away from him. He'll let him off lightly this time. One should really not question their superiors if they know how extremely smart they are. They know him. Everyone knows him. They shouldn't automatically think he would destroy evidence or make more marks on walls to impede or make their sentence worse. Nedu actually doesn't need to do anything to worsen their sentence because it's already abysmal. After getting all the paint off the button, he was left with a light cream color area that was surrounded by the light green wall paint. Cream is very different from the normal light green wall paint. He then started to see if his claws could lift up and remove the panel of the button. After that he'll start to see if he can trace what the button is able to do. If it sends a signal somewhere, then he can try to look at those locations for any quirkiest individuals. Initially Nedu didn't see the two screws at the corners of the button panel, but when he finally notices, he clicks his tongue. He doesn't want to deal with unscrewing this. It can also mess up his claws and chip them. Making his claws less effective wouldn't be a good thing to do right now, so he messaged the detective, not wasting time looking for him, to get someone to open the button panel at the start of the second floor. He also mentions that it might be a panic button to contact other like-minded individuals to help control their child. Nedu stood there till someone finally made it to his spot and started to work on it. Another officer was with them that had tools used for eclectic work and a laptop if they needed to trace a signal. He walked down the stairs to the first floor when he was sure that they had the maybe panic button under control. Once finally making it to ground level, he saw some people looking at a floor plan of the house. Around the chimney there is a lot of free room for no reason, and with the fact it's in the middle of the house is extremely weird. I tried my best, but that is really sheet. Nedu listen into what they think it might be, a secret room or an escape route for individuals in their home, but they just don't know where they would enter it. He's been trying to keep his mind off the fact that they still couldn't find Hizashi Midoriya. They sent Ingenium to look around the area, with some cops of course, to see where Hizashi went. He couldn't have gotten that far, and with all the police waiting in the area, he couldn't just sneak away, but they couldn't find him, in or outside the house. They asked Nomuri if she saw anything weird, but she was too much into her PTSD to notice anything. He himself was dealing with Inko Midoriya and was making sure that misfiled quirk didn't mess with his mind like it did his pup. Nedu walked over to the living room area and saw some people have more floor plans, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Why no one was even looking at the fireplace was weird, or they already looked over it and saw nothing odd about it. He walked past different officers and crime scene investigators that are still trying to find where Hizashi exited from. The officers are there as a just in case they find him and need to arrest him. The SITs, Special Investigation Teams, are here because that was their main job. Nedu walked over to the fireplace and looked inside. Midnight earlier was looking at it intensely, but he was too focused on reading Hizashi to look too in-depth of it. His eyes scanned the inside of the fireplace and quickly landed on a little shiny part of the back right wall, near where the two walls connect. Everything on the inside was covered in soot from the use, but one spot, that looked like shiny metal, was rubbed clean off of some of its soot. When he looked at it at different angles, it wasn't really shiny, so he was lucky that he was looking at it at the right angle for it to catch light. It would make sense because right now the ones in this room are somewhat rushing into finding where Hizashi went, trying to see if they can still catch him, but by now he's long gone. The soot-covered metal handle, because that's a handle, stuck out like a sore thumb when one actually took the time to look. Nedu is about to check if it's actually officers being frantic or them being quirkist as well. If it's the latter, then only Naomasa will know what he will do to them. He stepped inside the fireplace and cleaned off the handle more, making it more clear to see. Naomasa! He yelled out over his shoulder as he stepped back out of the fireplace again. Excuse me, but I'm pretty sure Naomasa is in the kitchen looking for any types of illegal poisons, drags and such. Can you go get him for me? Some of the officers nearby looked at him confused as he just pointed to the fireplace. You boys seem to not notice the clear-as-day handle that I'm guessing leads to a secret exit, or maybe the secret room you all think there is. Nedu smiled as someone nodded their head and swiftly ran out of the room. He shook his head. Honestly, they all act like excited kids sometimes. Soon enough, Naomasa entered the room with some officers trailing behind him and Rocklock also hot on his tail. Hello, gentlemen. It seems I found the door you all were looking for. He pointed to the fireplace and the now easy-to-see handle, making it clear to see helps the other half-blind people apparently. Naomasa bent down and looked into the fireplace, and his eyes grew wide as he started to order his men to get into formation with him and Rocklock. Nedu stated that he wanted to go first because he would be able to counter-attack quickly if he really must. Small areas are really his best bet to fight in because of his small body and how easy it is to jump off walls. Rocklock could also help by freezing Hizashi's clothes after he grabs his bearings. Even underground heroes can be caught off guard. Nedu once again stepped into the fireplace, but this time with a small army of officers and also a hero behind him to help if anything happens. Okay, I'm going to open the entrance soon on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. He flung the fireplace entrance open and was greeted by a dimly lit stairwell. Nedu looked up and he thinks he sees a room around the 3rd floor up, but when he looked down it seemed to go for about 2 or 3 more floors before it got to the bottom. It was too dark to be sure though. Hey Nezu, you need this. Nedu looked over his shoulder to be given a flashlight from Rocklock. He gave a quick thanks, then turned it on. As he looks back up, he can clearly see that this hidden stairwell is well used and also looks as if it was actually used every day, unlike everywhere else in this house. Rock? Should we go down first? It seems like a secret exit, not like the steps that go upstairs. Rocklock nodded his head as he looked down the stairs. Nezu, they most likely just did fed up sheet at the top floor like with the other rooms up there. Why did they hide that specific room though? That's right. If the other rooms obviously have people hurt in them, then why did they hide the one at the top of these stairs? Nedu looked up and felt a little uneasy. What was so important that they needed to hide besides an escape route? He then looked back to Naomasa to get his attention because he was just right behind Rock. Naomasa? Can a small team go upstairs and look around? I'm 100% certain Hizashi is not up there because the bottom floor under the house must be an escape route of some kind. They still need to be on guard, but they shouldn't have to worry too much. He got confirmation, then told him that both him and Rock were going to go down. A few officers following them would be nice. Nedu did get 2 officers, who were excellent shots, and Naomasa, also a very good shot, at the end of the line to follow them down to the floor under the house. It could be a floor or an escape route, but Nedu couldn't exactly feel air rushing through the door once it was open. If it was just a simple tunnel, then he would have been able to feel the very small breeze on his fur, but nothing was there. The small group began to descend the steps and kept their ears and eyes open for any sign of attack. The walls were made out of smooth gray bricks, looking slightly dirty but tried to keep clean because again this stairwell looked well used. The staircase itself was a big spiral going down, but in the middle of that spiral one could see all the way down to the bottom, and the bottom actually wasn't that far down. It was farther down than one would expect, about 2 floors down until it finally stopped. When Nedu and his group finally reached the bottom, they were faced with a long hallway made out of the same smooth gray bricks. Nedu. He looked back to see why Rock whispered to him but saw him holding another flashlight and the rest of the cops also holding some. They all decided it was the best idea to have more light and gave me one of their extra flashlights. I'm pretty sure there are 2 more if needed. Nedu took stock of the 2 officers and Naomasa, who looked ready to go. He then turned around and went back to the main problem at hand, a long hallway that he truthfully can't see the end of. Their group got into the best formation they could down the corridor that could only fit 1 person going down at a time. He was glad that he wasn't claustrophobic. Everyone continued forward on guard and with as much caution as they could have. After about a minute of walking, they finally made it to a wall-to-wall, ceiling-to-ceiling, metal door that just screamed should not be opened. Nedu was able to see it was already slightly ajar as they got closer. He put an arm out to make the one behind him to go a bit slower and keep your guard more. He gulped as he walked up to the door, looking around for any types of traps and not seeing any, but that didn't help with his nerves. The scent of blood also doesn't help with that. Backing up until he was close enough to whisper with Rock, Nedu turned his head a bit but kept the door in view. I smell blood but I see no traps. Either Hizashi had traps and somehow got hurt or killed by them. Or there were no traps and that blood is because of something else. Just so you all are warned. Rock nodded and told the others behind him while Nedu inched to the door once again. Once he was there and everyone was ready to open the door leading to a room that smelled heavy of blood, Nedu swung the door wide open. He ran in with his metal baton and custom-made gun, for his size, in his hand. Oh! He stopped dead in his tracks as he looked at all parts of the fairly large room. He heard the others run in behind him, but they too stopped and made no sounds at what they were seeing. It felt like hours until someone finally made any type of noise. It was the sound of heaving and then sound of someone puking entered his ears. Nedu didn't waste the time to look behind him, and he feels as if he's stuck staring at this. Oh, this is a very unpleasant surprise we found. He thinks he hears another person starting to vomit and maybe someone else trying to comfort them, but he can't. He feels someone walk in besides him and he can hear them also trying not to GG at this disturbing thing in front of them. I didn't think they were this sick. It was the voice of Rocklock that sounded so strained and somewhat dead of all emotions. Nedu could only nod his head while he tried to gather words. You're quite right about that. It was warm, really warm. It felt nice after being hurt by his mother and getting shoved into the room. Did he do something good for them to keep him warm like this? Usually after he gets taken out of the room, Izuku isn't allowed any blankets, so he knows that he was still bad and didn't forget it. The house always felt colder after he got out of the room. Izuku moved around a bit and felt feathers. He shot up and tumbled onto the floor with a loud squawk. More sounds and voices filled his ears as Izuku looked intently at the wings that were on his back. He still has feathers. He moved his wings around a little and they ache even, but they are still covered in feathers. Some bald spots but mostly intact. He looked at where his flight feathers would be, but they were gone. Izuku sits there staring, trying to remember it. Those feathers grow back? They do after a molt, and he still has most of his downy, or well, a mix, so they should be back. A trill calls to his attention and his head snaps up to see who it was. His eyes are assaulted by bright red until they finally adjust, and it's Mama. Izuku bolted forward and snuggled himself into his sire's chest. His mama was here. His mama came for him and took him away from the room. He could feel his eyes getting more irritated by the tears that were forming, but he didn't want his vision to be blurry. Izuku wants to be able to see his mama. Ah, my little Ias. His mama whipped away the tears that were falling down his face, but he didn't care. Why you crying so much? Did you forget we picked you up? Izuku couldn't answer with his voice. He didn't trust it, besides making little sad cheeps here and there, so he just nodded his head as he pushed himself closer. Taking in large amounts of air so he could smell his mama better, the scent was so strong and it helped calm him down faster. The whole time he felt someone combing through his hair and then wings. He tilted his head up so he could look into his mama's face. Are you a little more calm now, fledgling? A light, somewhat purring sound started to be made from somewhere, but that didn't matter. Though he's purring just like you hawks. A bright and happy-sounding voice that was not his mama was heard to his left. Izuku whipped his head into the direction and was met by yellow hair and greenish-yellowish eyes. I'm sorry if I mixed up the eye color. If I did, is eye color before because I forgot what I made it? Or President Mike? A trill sounded from his throat as more fat tears rolled down his face. He reached out to the older blonde. A sad but happy smile formed on his face and he held his hand. It's okay, Izuku, but we're sorry we didn't get to you sooner. Izuku shook his head as he tried to lean over to one of his senseis. The man's eyes were tearing up as his smile grew more sad. We should have noticed sooner, Izuku. We are so sore. No. Izuku shook his head more as he used what little strength he had so he could pull Yamada-sensei closer. Why you didn't know? A wet spot was starting to form on both his shoulders as they all cried together. One was from the man that was so scared of losing his newly formed chick that it would have hurted more than watching them grow from afar. The older blonde was crying because he was a UA teacher for FS sakes. They are taught to see these types of things, but they didn't see it. Izuku should have gotten out faster, and others in his life should have gotten him out sooner than just now. The youngest of the three was crying for many reasons. Thoughts of thinking it's his fault that both of his flock members were weeping right now. The yelling in his mind trying to be noticed about how a monster didn't deserve this kindness, especially with another monster of its own kind. The begging to not be left behind again, to not have another supposed parent hurt him like his old one did. So much was screaming at him saying that this was wrong but oh so right at the same time, it made him feel like a migraine was forming. They all cried there for so long, or well, it felt like a long time. It could have just been a couple of minutes. Pulling apart to see two pro-heroes that Izuku looks up to with a fiery passion, with tear streaks on his cheeks and dopey smiles plain as day on their face. It made him start to giggle at the ridiculousness his life has come to so fast. It just didn't make sense. Soon Yamada-sensei was laughing and then Mama was laughing too. The room is filled by the snorting laugh of Yamada and two twin bird-like laughs of the winged individuals in the room. Once they all calmed down, Izuku was able to see that his mama actually made a nest this time around. He looked at all the stuff that made it up and noticed some clothes in its making, but it was mostly blankets that look like hospital blankets. He also noticed they were on the floor and not on a bed, which would usually be better to house two people, unless Yamada-sensei was also in their nest. It would make sense to keep the flock nearby while sleeping. The smell of citrus and leather plus a little bit of cats could be smelled, another of fresh air and something that smelled slightly flowery, and there was a third smell in it too. It was one that was deep with coffee and cats, kinda like the first smell he noticed that wasn't his mama's, but who was its? Izuku could obviously tell that the first citrus-type smell belonged to Yamada-sensei, and that was a good choice, a good flock member to have a scent for. He felt a light tug from his mama, but he was too busy staring intently at all the pitch-black shirts and the few neon-colored pants. As carefully as he could, Izuku pulled out one of the shirts that smelled like coffee and sniffed it some more. It was familiar, but he couldn't tell from where. The hospital's sterile and clean smell didn't help with him trying his best to understand who this belonged to. Izuku glared at the shirt as he heard some snicker from both the blondes by him. We should probably get food for you soon, nestling. His mama told him as he kept looking at the offending shirt. A hand ran through his hair while some weight that was weighing down the nest moved away from him. Izuku's head snapped up to look at Yamada-sensei, who was moving closer to a bed. When did that get there? Finally, it seemed he noticed that someone was actually in the bed and also realized whose scent this was. More tears started to blur his vision as he shot up to run over to the man that risked his life for them. The one that he remembered last seeing as a bloody mess on the cracked concrete ground. It was the first person that actually got his trust out of everyone in this room. Izuku looked into Onyx's eyes as he cried and threw himself, as much as he could, onto Aizawa's chest. Zizawa sniff I forgot that you, GW. He tried his best to talk through his heavy crying, but it was probably a little hard to understand. The smell of coffee and cats filled his nose as the man that almost died for them kept his hand in his hair. While it was a casted hand, but it was there, and that was all Izuku cared about. He could feel the other two that are in his flock starting to fix his feathers, the small bald spots feeling cold with them being downy feathers. They are meant to keep the new wings warm while they can't fly or fend for themselves yet. Pierre, we's PR problem is, I'm fine. He lifted his head up to look at the thick bandages covering Aizawa's neck. He could have helped more. Lil listener. Sho will be able to talk again. He might have to go to speech therapy, but he'll be all monotone once again soon. Izuku could see Aizawa glaring at Yamada while out of the corner of his eye, Mama was still fixing his wings and smiling the whole time. He could have still done more, he was right there. Izuku leaned more into the preening that his mama was doing as he started to get more and more hungry. Aizawa must have noticed because he tried to push the call nurse button but failed because of the casts. Yamada chuckled as he pressed it for him. They will most likely bring food without us telling them to. We did tell them that the next time we called them it was going to be for food. The hunger was slowly starting to hurt a little, but that wasn't what was most on Izuku's mind. His eyes didn't get off of Aizawa as he watched the up and down movement of his chest. He needed to see that Aizawa was still alive and not dead. Breathing and moving and thinking, not bloody and still and dying. Not dying, Aizawa wasn't dying, and Izuku made sure of that. A light hiss brought him out of his thoughts. It was the hiss of his mama. Red suddenly obstructed his vision, and it got a lot more comfortable as well, nice and fluffy and safe in Mama's wings. Hawks, calm down. Yamada said soothingly. That you didn't knock. His mama answered in a hissing voice. I know, but they need to give us food for the fledgling, right? Yamada's voice sounded closer now. It was quiet for a bit, no hissing, just still. Fine, Papa. Papa? It's okay, my little feather. Mama's wings puffed up more, but Izuku couldn't tell why. Oh, you're getting red. Do you like the nickname I thought up for you? Yamada's voice sounded teasing, light and warm. Jay, just get hatchling his food, Papa. Oh, was Yamada his mama's papa? Shuffling was heard from around the feathers, but Izuku paid no mind to that. If Yamada was Mama's papa. And it seemed that Yamada and Aizawa were mates. Mama has a papa, and that's Yamada-sensei. Hawks, little feather, can you move your wings out of the way now? They left and he needs to eat now. Mama's wings filtered in place for a bit until they finally, slowly, moved out of the way. With Izuku's vision no longer obstructed, he could see Yamada clearly now. He was sitting in front of him with mouth-watering looking food. It was raw whole fish again. He launched into Yamada's arms. What should he call him because he has to be? J.I. He quickly snatched the raw fish from his hands and Izuku sat down in between both Mama and Gigi. It was quiet for a little, but then really loud but stranded laughter filled the room. Izuku didn't really care because he had his fish, Mama, Gigi, and Pappy in the same room as him. Izuku was finally safe. Hizashi didn't know what to say when the little listener just called him Gigi. He called him Grandpa. Sho started to laugh like a dying hyena, and Hawks just sat there looking rather happy with Izuku's name for him. He was also eating some bird of prey food too, so that could also factor into the happy content look of his face. With his face burning, he glared over to his husband. Oh, shut it. I'm Papa to Hawks, okay? It would make sense that the little listener would then equate that to me being his grandpa. He shouted at the bedridden man that he unfortunately married. Sho continued to laugh as he was sulking at being a grandparent at such a young age. I'm too young to be a Gigi yet. Hawks seemed to finish with one piece of his food and looked over to Shoyuta that was slowing down his laughter by now. Hizashi saw him narrow his eyes as he picked up another piece of food. I wouldn't be laughing too hard, Dad. Nestling probably already has a name for you too. Then Hawks proceeded to go back to stuffing his face with raw chicken, bone and all. This got Hizashi laughing back at him while Sho sputtered in his bed. That's what he gets. Forgetting that Hawks labeled both of them flock means that he's also got a title. Dad is the perfect title for him too. I'm going to call him Pappy. His head whipped around to see the little listener pick up some more food but was looking at Shoyuta. That got him to laugh louder and point at Sho while saying, Pappy. Both of the birds of prey seemed very happy and the two humans seemed embarrassed but happy all the same. Wait till I tell Nem about Pappy, I cough cough I'll tell her Abu out J cough Gigi. Yeah, everyone is happy and content, Hizashi thought as he tried to get up to grab his phone but was pulled back down into the nest by both of the birds of prey. More laughing sounded off after that. Aizawa laid in his bed while Chio looked over him to make sure he was ready to get another healing dose. This will let his legs have use again. Zashi was sitting on the nest type thing that Hawks made for them. The man behind the impromptu nest sleepover is sitting on edge, glaring death daggers at Chio as a just-in-case because, this is in Hawk's own words, if they know how the body works, it's easier to hurt more. That is a true statement, but Chio would never do that unless she had to. Besides watching every moment Chio makes, he also has Izuku in his lap and hidden behind all his puffed-up feathers. Izuku made a cute little squawk when he was grabbed since Hawks noticed Chio first out of all of them. The little bird was honestly quite well behaved and only asked what was happening behind the wings. He did grow a bit more tense when he learned someone that he didn't claim as flock was going to be getting close to him. Besides the tense muscles and abundant questions, he was very well behaved. You seem to be all ready for your healing, Shoyuta. Right after that he got a quick peck on the cheek. Everything then started to feel a little distant as he got more tired. Oh, you're in one of your half-asleep, half-awake states. Aizawa looks over to the short women talking to him. Oh, it's Chio. Wasn't she coming later? He hums as some hissing started up. What did you do to my dad? Dad? Who is Dad? Who's in the room? Hizashi. Oh, don't worry your little head, my feather. He's just really sleepy and after he wakes up we can take off his casts on his legs finally. Aizawa was a dad to Hawks, right? That's what he said. I'm honestly shocked he's still awake. I was sure he would pass out after that, but it seemed he had a little more energy than I thought. Aizawa blinked a few times as he lolled his head to where the hissing noise came from, and there he saw the big, very crimson wings of the person that says he's Dad. He now noticed that some type of peeping noise was being made behind the red wing. Oh right, the little one was behind them right now. You are only being let out of here alive because you healed him, but if that wasn't the case my wings wouldn't be the only red thing in this room, you old beach. The sound of his husband squawking filled his ears as Chio walked away from him. Mama! Recovery girl was only healing him, once he sleeps he'll be normal again. The loud hissing that was coming from the one that claims to be his son stuttered to a stop once Hizashi practically hung himself off of him. Just let Chio leave and we can then help Sho fall asleep after she leaves, okay? We could even try to make the nest bigger, doesn't that sound great? Nest. Aizawa must have said that out loud because Hawk's head snapped into his direction, giving a chance for small Chio to leave. She's small. Something he noticed was the black dinner plates that were Hawk's eyes at the moment. Aizawa chuckled at how he looked like a kitten with those big black eyes. Little baby Hawk kitty. Hawks suddenly grew in size as his wings puffed up and his husband's laughter filled his ears. I love that sound. Zashi's reds got a little red at that comment, but it was honestly so cute. I am not a fledgling. I am a grown adult, thank you very much, Dad. Aizawa just smiled at him and shook his head. No, if you're my son that means you're baby forever. Hawks seemed to somehow puff up even more than before and red started to also take over his face, but not as bright as his wings. Give up, you are a baby forever. Do not resist. Loud laughing and a flushed Hawks was the only thing Aizawa could really pay attention to in his dazed state. This made him miss the phone that Izuku was holding as he recorded Aizawa in all his out-of-it glory. Hizashi watched as his Shoyuta, the one that is so out of it right now and looking at the floor with the most confusion he has ever seen of the man. Then he simply said nest, and now he was giggling up a storm with a big dopey smile on his face, stating that Hawks is his one son and two, if he is his son then will always be a baby. Hizashi couldn't help it and was already laughing so hard he fell into the nest on the floor. Hawks was squawking and fluttering his wings in protest at being called a baby. Also the fact that he couldn't escape being a baby just made the bird of prey bright red. Give up, you are a baby forever. Do not resist. That was the nail in the coffin in for Hizashi as he fell over and lied in the nest, busting a gut at what his tough and hard but husband just effing said. Hawks yelled and spat out that he is an adult, wings slowly parting more and more. This allowed him to see what the little listener was doing, and here he saw how Izuku was recording the whole thing. His eyes grew wide as now he finally learned that Shoyuta just couldn't escape this because Hizashi couldn't record it himself. Shoulda can't escape this. I am an adult in both the hawk and human terms, you hear me, Dad? Human sense. Hawks screeched as his wings splayed out wide. The little listener kept balance on Little Feather's lap as he tried to get a better angle for Shuta's face. Hizashi tried to at least catch his breath while laughing because it was truly getting hard to breathe. Baby. Nunuo. He heard snickering as Izuku covered his mouth with his hand. Hizashi just can't breathe right anymore as his husband is telling the number 3 hero that he is a baby. He never thought in his whole life that he would witness this. This is something from the craziest dream Hizashi has ever had, and he is so glad he gets to live it in real life. I am the number 3 hero, my age is 22 and that is enough to drink and drive and fight. I have fought and killed someone before, I am not baby. Hizashi stopped laughing so he can gauge how his husband is acting, also ignoring how Hawks killed before. He wasn't a hero that long to do that yet. Sho is laying on the bed slightly moving his legs up and down, like he's only noticing now that they are free. He is also looking at Hawks with an extremely straight face while his legs are slowly moving up and down. It was getting increasingly hard not to laugh at this. Shoyuta literally smacks his lips a bit, he might need to give him water soon, and narrows his eyes. Baby. Hizashi just falls down laughing so hard. All that FNG build up just to say, baby, toward Lil Feather again. Hizashi just can't take his husband today. Izuku is trying his best not to laugh, but anyone that was in the room can hear the twittering laugh that he has. He's glad he doesn't have to hold in his laugh or change it all the time. Hawk's wings are splayed out wide, puffed up to an extreme amount as he's getting more red. His wings are flapping a little in frustration and embarrassment, slowly but surely matching his face in color with his wings. Aizawa just nodded his head up and down, like he just decided on something. Baby bird. Izuku couldn't hold it in anymore and started laughing just as loud as Hizashi. Hawks have finally matched his wings color. Today is going to be a wild day. It was now time for lunch and no, Shoyuta, his name is Shoyuta? They didn't seem to mind him calling them dad though, and even called him a FING baby. Not going to look too much into that, Hawks. Just don't look down that rabbit hole. Anyways, Dad refused to sleep and just kind of floated all day. Fledgling recorded a bunch of videos for something, probably blackmail, and he has been giggling all day. Papa was being his normal self, just a bit quieter after they noticed that Hawks flinched at the loud noises. Hatchling also flinched with him, so it's probably a mix between better hearing and trauma. You kinda can't tell with 2 trauma-ridden birds of prey. Hawks was told that the nurse was going to knock when they come in with their lunch, and they did, luckily. He and his little bird were just startled and fluffed up most of the time while they gave them their food. There was some normal food for the complete human people, but some more bird of prey food for them. They also gave them some fruits and veggies because they are still human. His nestling was eating a little less now after almost 3 days since the quirk was used on him. Fledgling was still eating a lot, but it seemed like he wasn't in such a hurry to stuff so much down his throat, plus he didn't eat 13 whole fish this time around. Izuku ate around 12.5 whole fish this lunchtime. At first everyone told him that they were scared he was eating too much, but it seemed that he was burning a lot more calories than normal. Izuku eating less, even a little bit, means that whatever the quirk affected is starting to slow down. It's slow, but his fledgling will begin to even out his food intake, but there is also the fact that they don't know what he really needs to eat yet. Papa is helping Dad eat right now, and it's a sight to see. Sho, just eat it. Dad then proceeded to turn his head away from the spoon that had hospital soup on it, like a toddler. No, Jelly. You are not getting your pouches. Papa looked really tired, but Dad seemed to want to finally pass out after so long. No. Hawks heard a snort from his fledgling as part of a fish hung from his mouth. He's really glad that both their stomachs are built for digesting bone and all, unlike their real-life counterparts. Imagining throwing up little bones and such is already giving him a headache. Izuku pulled the fish out of his mouth and looked up at him with a smirk. Can I get my phone again? Hawks shook his head as he took a bite out of his chicken. It's been 3 days since he never would have even thought of eating raw chicken. Only if you're okay with raw fish gunk getting on it. This caused the little nestling to puff out his cheeks as his wings fluttered a bit. Hawk's ears toned into the light buzzing he heard when Izuku fluttered his feathers, but it quickly went away after the little bird stopped. He'll think about that later. Maybe he needs his wings preen again? Suddenly the rest of the fish was thrown into Izuku's mouth and hands started to rub on his shirt, that little dash. Hawks pushed fledgling's hands away as fish gunk was now clearly rubbed into his shirt. You little D-dash, this wasn't even my shirt. It was one of theirs. Hawks pointed toward where the bickering couple were still fighting over Dad eating soup or jelly. Hatchling just shrugged his shoulders because his mouth was full of food and pulled out his phone with his now clean hands. He's a little troublemaker. That fledgling is nothing but trouble. Hawks shook his head again as he went back to eating his food, watching the show. Just one bite Shota, please. No, I want jelly. His hatchling leaned onto him as he recorded more blackmail on his pappy. Will Pappy actually refuse to eat if he doesn't get his jelly? Hawks looked down to the little one, their eyes big but not all black, as they looked at him with an intensity that he couldn't quite understand that well. I honestly have no clue. Please. No, you can probably use that as an answer, fledgling. Hawks run his hand through their hair, feeling the feathers that are slowly growing in and the ones that are already full grown. It was probably like that because the quirk sped up his hatchling's growth. Izuku's hair looked fluffy but it felt scratchy, not like his own because it feels very smooth. It kinda reminded Hawks of those metal scrub ball people used sometimes for dishes. It's a bit weird because even his feathers have that weird metal scrub ball feel to them. They still act like normal fathers, so it must be something to do with his quirk or just his mutation in general. Hizashi gave up after Shoyuta was basically falling asleep finally, 2 hours after lunch. He tried to at least give him 1 spoonful before Sho passed out, but that wasn't possible. Hizashi kinda shoved the cold food to the nurse when they came around because he was so tired from the bullshit. The nurse just asked if there was anything that his husband wouldn't fight to eat, and he had to explain that he was actually just acting like this because of RG's quirk. That was a fun talk to have. Hizashi flopped onto the nest by the 2 birds that were at the moment preening each other. Well, he guesses it's more like a lesson for both of them, one only doing it to himself and one never having wings until a few days ago. Hizashi was way more of an amateur than Little Feather, but he said that the wing preening that he gave him was really good. He sat there watching them for a little bit, little tweets and calls back and forth with each other. Sometimes it seemed like one didn't know what the other was saying, and that again made sense because it seemed both repressed their instincts. They seemed to clear up any confusion quickly so it could also just be a lapse in judgment on what the bird words mean, like changing from English to Japanese for himself. Izuku tweeted something to Hawks and he seemed distracted with trying to get some feathers to go the right way. It was a tweet call Hizashi heard a few times now and Hawks always responded the same back. It was a really easy sound to make because of Hizashi's voice quirk. He also loved to whistle and such, so it wasn't that hard to do. He really only made the tweet back because Izuku seemed to be getting a little more antsy and worried about not getting a call back right away. Hizashi honestly doesn't know what the call is, and he can tell it sounds a bit deeper with him because he will probably have a lot more trouble with those really high notes that birds make. He can make them, but it'll probably hurt. After he made this sound, both birds looked at him with saucer black eyes and little head titles, which looked so cute because they did it in the opposite direction. Hizashi was a little worried if he somehow insulted them, but with how their eyes are, that shouldn't be it, right? He gulped a bit, but then both birds of prey's wings fluffed up and made those little calling tweets, this time obviously directed at him. Hizashi looked around a bit, feeling a little on the spot. Sho was asleep and the nurses never really go into their room unless they have to, and now both of his boys were looking at him with so much expectancy. Hizashi did the only thing he really could do and make that sound back again. He automatically got tackled to the ground, limbs twisting with both of theirs and wings of mostly viridian and crimson flooding his vision. Loud bird purring quickly followed, and then some hands in his hair, gently fixing and pulling out knots. Tox was preening his hair while the fledgling tried his best to wrap both him and Little Feather in his wings. Lil Feather decided to help him, and now Hizashi is just sitting in the nest with one bird preening his hair and surrounded in warm fluffed-up wings. It was very warm and made him feel extremely safe and content. Having Sho by him would make it perfect though. Hizashi, Izuku, and Hawk stayed like that until they got their last meal of the day. The whole time they were entwined with each other, tweeting calls would be directed at him and Hizashi would respond in kind. He still didn't know what it meant, but it had to be good with this response, right? Even with the last meal they didn't leave his side, and after eating they all slowly started to get more and more tired. Hizashi at one point noticed that he was no longer sitting up by laying down. He was very warm, happy, and surrounded by loud purring. It felt like he was back home waiting for Sho to come back from one of his patrols, hard days where he couldn't stay up and fell asleep on the couch. Soon he was following how those days usually go too, falling asleep warm and content to wait it out. The teachers at UA were kept in the loop on what was happening. They weren't told everything, mind you, because it was an ongoing investigation, but other things like the health of their student and family members' health were told to them. They were all kept up with Shuta's health and how he was doing. They were told how Hizashi had to cuff him to the bed even though both his arms and legs were broken. Chio also told them about how Hizashi wasn't getting much sleep and how she was about to shove a sleeping pill down his throat so he could finally rest. The information about their student Izuku Midoriya was very complex. At first everyone was told that a quirk affected him and that he would need to be looked at for a little while until the effects wore off. Ryo said that it seemed that the kid grew a bird of prey mutation. He was never really near the kid, so at first he didn't know if anything was actually wrong or not with his scent. He still couldn't really tell after he noticed too, because again he was never really around Midoriya to know his scent was off, besides if it was someone that wasn't supposed to be on school grounds. There were a lot of smells that weren't supposed to be there, so that could have also affected his nose at the time. After the little one finally got to the hospital and looked at, the staff was informed that the transformation might be permanent. That wasn't an issue for them at all though. There were multiple students in UA that had mutation and they all tried to accommodate to the best of their abilities. Now no one has really had to deal with a strong bird of prey mutation because of how rare they are, especially the ones with wings. They would have to read up on what bird of prey the kid is so they cannot step on any metaphorical toes. Then after they were told this, Nedu thought it was important to tell everyone what happened after they arrested the kid's parents. There was a small outcry at the fact they weren't even told that something was happening with his parents, but today was the day they could finally be told about it. It's been about 4 to 5 days after the USJ incident and 1 to 2 days after the arrest of the elder Midoriya. They will finally get information on the kid. Information they did get. All of them were in varying stages of anger, grief, or murderous intent. All the staff needed to be told the kid's past so they wouldn't hurt him on accident. Plus it was mostly just an advanced case report because Nedu wrote it. Midoriya Izuku had a mutation quirk from the beginning. His parents took away his mutations, emotionally and physically abused him, emotionally and physically manipulated him, neglected his mutated needs and even normal human needs, and they were a part of a cult. How could they miss this? Everyone was just sitting in the teacher's lounge because they all agreed to read them around each other, for comfort's sake. Now everyone was quiet. Nemuri wasn't here because she was still recovering from a quirk that was used on her to give her a vivid flashback. Nemuri, Hizashi, and Shoyuta knew a little bit of this information they all just read. No one is speaking up. No one can speak up. This is horrible. This is inhuman and wrong, and they said mutations are non-human while they are the F monsters. Sekijiro, a Vlad King, screamed out as he slammed his fist into his desk. Everyone looked at him. They could all imagine smoke blowing out of his ears with how red his face was. I know that there is discrimination against mutations, but a FING cult Jija. Rio was close to slipping into nothing but growls and howls with his words. Everyone can see the strain in keeping calm he is doing. Anan, A13, was patting Rio's shoulder because everyone knew that was the only touch he could accept without trying to bite them in these moments. It's okay, Rio. Deep breaths. We know the motions now, we just need to think a bit harder in doing them, right? Everyone tried to follow breathing exercises or other things to calm themselves down so they all could think clearly. Ecto had to take off his face mask so he wouldn't freak out with something touching his face. The feeling of a bag being shoved onto his head or something being forced onto his face to hide his hideous mouth. Here is a picture of his civil clothes so you know what his face looks like. Snipe had to take out his gun and continuously spin the barrel as the familiar sound helped keep himself grounded. The sound of his childhood, teenage rebellion and now hero life keeping all his emotions in check. This sound just made his head feel clear. Higuri, the power loader, had to rip off his gloves at the phantom feeling of quirk restraining gloves touch his skin. The normally comfortable gloves suddenly feel like a vice grip on his hands restricting him so he can't protect himself or hide in the ground if need be. Ken, Cementos, sat still breathing as tears freely ran down his face at the thought of yet another child being hurt and maimed just for how they were born. He was a small-time hero, only in the 200, but he still did so many charities. He used so much of his free time and money to help those with mutation and help those without them learn more about mutations so they don't seem as scary or different. Eller, aka Lunch Rush, pulled his cook hat down more, trying to hide the already hidden skin under his normal hero outfit. It was like he was suddenly feeling extremely exposed and everyone from his past could see him. Everyone was looking at his skin, only his skin. What was so wrong with having different types of skin? Anan was still helping Rio, and if she wasn't helping him, she would help someone else. Their best way to calm down was to help. That was all they were good for anyways. No one wanted to get near them unless they offered help, and even then they would still be pushed away because of their quirk. No one wanted to be near someone that could make them disappear in a flash. Chio was the one that gave all of them the paper reports that will be burned later. She was in charge of making sure no information got out, but this still angered her. Chio has seen it time and time again. She has had to help those time and time again. When will the world learn? When would people learn? Sekijiro was still trying not to punch his desk again. His bottom canines were piercing into his top lip and a thin trail of blood trailed down his chin. They all looked into the kid's home life. Every file of every child was looked at extensively. Sekijiro was one of the main people that looked at them, trying to read between any lines that could be there for the kids. He reads hundreds if not thousands of them every year, and they go over them again for every student year. They make sure they keep everything straight and in check to make sure all their students are safe and okay. Sekijiro knew he read class 1A and 1B normally like every year. He tries to memorize them to the best of his ability. How could he have me? I didn't read it. Ken looked over to his friend, his brother, and slightly tilted his head in confusion. What was that, Seki? Didn't read what? Sekijiro couldn't even muster up a fake glare as he looked over to the cement man. I didn't read Midoriya Izuku's file dash. Gur war do you mirror you didn't idiot. Rio cut off the last word that tumbled out of Sekijiro's mouth. He was trying his best to calm down, but it seemed to be failing at the admission that one of his own pack members neglected a duty that he did every year. They are meant to read them, and Rio had to read so many of them as well. He usually had to cut back a bit because he needed to focus on those that needed his help mentally. It wasn't in the list, and when I looked for it, it said access denied. Nedu said something about it being like a witness protection thing. After Sekijiro said that, Rio growled more and some low-volume howls started up. Rio stomped his feet a bit so he didn't try and grab Sekijiro for forgetting something so important. I don't know, okay, I was trusting Nedu to know if he was okay or not. Of course I'd trust him. You know yelling at him is not going to make his anger go away. Anan glared at the white-hair man as she slowly led Rio outside the lounge and to his office. It would have more methods of calming down there. We all know that his anger issues will flare at stuff like this. I know. I know. I didn't mean it. I'm just mad at myself. Ainin didn't say anything else as she got Rio out of the room, still growling and howling all the while. Sekijiro watched as they both left, feeling bad about snapping at them, but it can happen. Stressful situations in comfort and not on the field will lead to more emotional outbursts because they have the time to spare for them. A somewhat quiet curse was heard and everyone left in the room turned to see Chio glaring at the ground. Snipe stopped spinning his barrel finally and looked over to her. His face was still covered but his body language clearly read as, on guard, still. Graham, what's got you cussing? You usually let the younger folk do that. The older woman's eyes snapped to attention as she clearly said a wide range of cuss words before she spoke. I told that big oaf not to hide anything from the boy's past. Ken looked confused. Big oaf? Aros Ched, as he messed up his hair a bit before glaring at nobody in particular. She means all FNG might. Almost everyone groaned at the mention of his name. That man shouldn't even be in the school to begin with. Ken still looked confused, if a bit more annoyed that this connected back to that idiot again. Chio, why is he involved with this? The old woman huffed in anger and kept an unhappy expression on her face while she talked. All I can really say is that he's some type of mentor to Izuku. This quickly made everyone talk loudly about why they weren't told about this. Why did All Might not do anything to begin with? Did All Might know what was happening with Izuku? Why did the blonde idiot hide the kid's past in the first place? I can't really say anything else on the matter. All you needed to know is that it's a mentor and student relationship thing. This causes everyone to slightly quit down more. This might be a case of Izuku just wanting to hide his past. The kid could have hid it for many reasons or something completely unrelated. A loud sigh could be heard for the smallest adult in the room as she gathered up the papers so she could burn them. If you all would let me, I need to get rid of case files that can't get into the wrong hands. You all will have access to them again after the whole thing is over or when Izuku gets back to school. With that, Chio took her leave and wished everyone to have a better rest of their day. Did Nedu even have access to the files of Izuku Midoriya at the beginning of the year? Everyone slowly looked over to Higuri as he was clutching his hands into his chest. The phantom touch of the gloves were still there and now the cold that was associated with them decided to bite his butt as well. Higuri brought his hands to his mouth and blew warm air onto his cold fingers, trying to get any of the phantom sensation to go away. I'm just saying, if All Might was the one to close that boy's past, would Nedu have been able to see it because All Might could have asked the co-commission for help with it? They were all quiet as they thought about the possibility until LR swiftly stood up. I have it ogodomai. SSSS spot. The silent man that never usually spoke said that as he went for a spot under his desk that was hidden from view. It was the perfect spot for him to feel like no one was staring at him, dark and small. He would still be able to hear them, if not a little muffled. Everyone sat in their respective spots around the room, quietly thinking and silently giving comfort to anyone that needs it. There was no school since the USJ incident, and with Nedu being on the main team for Izuku Midoriya, it would be even longer till they open the school again. Once Nedu gets back, he'll have to help Higuri make improvements in the defense system. Suddenly all of their phones got a notification and they all opened it quickly, thinking it might be something extremely important. It was from the teacher group chat. Hizashi posted a video of Shoyuta in his asleep but not state that he always said was real. No one really believed that it was true till now. Some snorting and giggling were happening as the camera was obviously from a very low angle and Shoyuta could be seen arguing with someone behind the camera. There was then a text saying how it was the fledgling that was able to record it because Shoyuta was arguing with Little Feather, and he himself was laughing too hard. All of them heard the upset voice of Hawks, Hizashi's laughter and Shoyuta sounding so drunk while calling Hawks a baby and his kid. This finally broke the mood in the room as Sekijiro, Ken, Snipe, Ecto, Higuri and even Eller laughed at the video taken of the person everyone saw as their goth emo brother. Seeing the brother that never shows emotions, clearly show positive emotions was the funniest thing ever and they all began to download the video. Yeah, Shoyuta ain't getting away from this one. Nedu was working on the questions that were going to be used in Midoriya Interrogation. He has some pointed questions about her family before going into the system. Her mother died around when she was 4 or 5 and had no father record besides what his quirk was. He also has some questions that should help her slip some answers about her husband and his business, his employer and the lot. Those will probably be asked at tomorrow's interrogation, but Nedu also had the blaring obvious question about the bottom hidden floor. Thinking about it still puts his fur on end. On the wall to the left was an operation table that had a very clean air about it. Everything near it was spotless. Shelves were close by, covered in jars with varying mutant body parts in them. Nedu can see eyes, horns, small wings, mutant animal toe and the likes floating in some of the jars to keep them preserved. He can see a sign was put beside the shelves, but he can't see what it says from where he stands at this nightmarish room. Inko was going to be questioned later today, plus tomorrow and maybe some more after that, and Nedu himself was going to be on the other side of the glass. He was to gauge how Inko acted and see if anything is being told through mannerisms and instincts. Either way, Nedu has to make sure everything is in order for the interrogation. It was finally time to have Midoriya to be interrogated. This was the same room he sat in last time with Shinrai Tori on the other side. Today, though, he has a monster in human skin on the other side of the glass. The world twisted this person so far that they thought the torture of a poor child, their own pup, was right thing to do. Inko sat in the seat silent, looking at the quirk-canceling cuffs on her wrists chaining her to the table. There was no movement, just a silently plotting thing that was ready to get out and run at a moment's notice. Naomasa just opened the door, only Inko's eyes moved to look at him then back down at the cuffs. Is she wondering how she let herself get caught? Will she try to act as someone else for them today, maybe also a victim to how her husband was, or will she accept it full-heartedly? Sansa was not to be in this interrogation because every time someone with any type of visible mutation, Midoriya became extremely agitated and sometimes violent. The cat officer was on the other side of the door with another officer just in case Inko tried to attack once again. Hello, Ms. Midoriya, how are you faring today? Like always, Naomasa was being friendly and open, trying his best to get the other one to let their guard down more. Inko kept her eyes to the cuff as she spoke finally. I'm doing fine, after you made sure none of those animals got near me. Nedu felt his tail twitch when she stated other officers were just mere animals in her eyes. Those animals that you are talking about are my colleagues and I'm asking you not to speak of them like that. Inko didn't give a response, so Naomasa just sat down in his chair while he got everything ready. No movement or sound came from Inko while the recording was getting ready. It was now time for the opening questions. Okay, what is your legal name? Midoriya Inko. What was the family name you had before you got married? Taka. Something, I can't remember it, but you'll have it in your files. Okay, your age please? I'm 40 years young. Okay, it's time for some harder questions. Naomasa looked her dead in the eyes, while he would be if Inko was actually looking up instead of at her cuffs. Did you know that one Izuku Midoriya had a quirk? Some emotions seemed to fire across her face but were quickly put behind a mask as she answered. Yes. That word sounded strained, most likely upset that her son has a mutant quirk. Did you ever hurt Izuku physically, emotionally, or mentally? I punished him, yes. Naomasa wrote something down and re-asked the question because she said that she punished him but not to hurting Izuku. The question was now worded differently. Did you ever hurt Izuku in any way, shape, or form more than a simple light smack on the hand, but head ECT? ECT. Yes. Nedu quietly watched as he waited for his time to inform Naomasa to ask certain questions because it will happen sooner or later. Inko has decided to move her stare over to the detective's pen now as he wrote in his notebook. Did you know of the fireplace's hidden door? It was dark and everything was actually used. It seemed like they used the fireplace recently. Nedu wondered what they could have burned because there wasn't many ashes, or did they simply use the ash to hide the door handle better? He had a small team with him and they walked the long hallway to the wall-to-floor door. It was blood, it was bloody and nothing but death, but he had to go in there. Yes. Did you know of the panic button on the second floor, right by the start of the hallway? Yes. We were able to tell that, Yes, it is a type of panic button but not where the signal would lead. We would need to press it to find the end signal, and by then the person or people that get it would have left by then. Nedu wanted to throw his phone across the room as he was relaying the information. He knows that it would have gone the same way as him besides getting the general area of where the signal would have ended. He still felt as if it was his fault they couldn't find the end signal. They would be able to get these cultists out faster and get more information on them if they were able to. Did you ever use said panic button to call for help? It's normal for a mother to call for help from a friend when their child is being so unruly. You didn't answer my question, Ms. Midoriya. Have you ever used that button to call for help? Yes. Did you know of the secret room on the 3rd floor? Nedu was thinking of what was in front of him. The door that could lead his small group to death if he's not careful. The whole time the 3rd floor kept entering his mind. Was it just a quick waypoint to go down the house in secret, or was there actually a room up there? Yes. Do you know of the book and records that were up on the 3rd secret floor? Nedu, sir, I was told that they found books or what looked like records on the 3rd floor. It seems like it did have a secret room like you thought. Yes. Did you ever use those records or books? No. Naomesa's eyes twitched as he wrote some more in his notebook. Must I remind you again, Midoriya Inko, that my quirk is a lie detector and you have just told a lie. I didn't use them in the way you think I did. Then in what way did you use them? I was the one who kept the records. I wrote everything I was told to write in those books and all of the other things. I was like a secretary. Thinking of all that was in those records and thinking that this woman just stated it was like a secretary job. It made Nedu's fur stand on end. Names, dates, places, times. That was in the 1st book. Tell of who they were and how animistic they acted in their everyday life. It described what abomination they took after in a mock to God themselves to try and mix humans and animals. How it was a sin to be born something so feral when they were supposed to be in a God's image, a human. Do you remember what you usually write in them? Notes on saved members or individuals and the ways we saved them. There were so many names. So many names, through a wide range of ages. Some of them were deemed able to be saved. Some have detailed notes on how the procedure to save the individuals failed but helped them learn. How it was a noble loss for their cause of learning how to save more, and in the end their life actually was more than a mangy animalistic human that didn't contribute to a human society. How would you save those people in your own eyes? We got rid of what made them animals. Naomesa wrote some more as it seemed, since he had a better look at her face. He could read her emotions better. Nedu was just keeping track of her more blaring emotions or what emotional state she might be in. He will be one of the lines of defense so that nothing gets too far out of control and says when they need to stop asking questions. That leads into this next question here. The part of the room ready for surgery at any moment. The other half being splattered in old dried blood. On the wall. The secret basement. Right as soon as you open the door. Do you know it existed and what happened in it? It was a grotesque mockery of pre-quirk era religion. A mummified person with clear animal mutations was crucified for all to see. Blood from their hands dried and flaked. Parts of their body that weren't mummified properly part rioting as the smell or death grew heavier around all of them. Did you ever participate in what happened in the secret basement? No, I never wanted to be near those freaks. Jars upon jars full of body parts. All of them vary in size and clarity from how long they were sitting there. Some seem to need their liquids changed out as the water was too cloudy to see through. Did you know of the body parts that were kept down there? Yes. There was one jar. Did you take away Izuku Midoriya's mutations? No. It was slightly bigger than most of them. Did you allow for Izuku Midoriya's mutations to be taken away? Yes. In the jar were small wings of a baby bird. They would have been about the size of Nezu's paw. There were also bird-like toes and random clumps of flesh floating about. Did you agree with what was happening in the secret basement? It was the only jar on a pedestal. Yes. There was even a little spotlight on it to let others see them better. Like it was some wonder to behold, for all to admire and see in its crystal-clear liquid. Those were all the questions that I needed to ask from you today, Midoriya Inko. Naomasa quickly rose from his chair as Nedu kept his eyes trained on Inko's figure. It has been a very long night for you, and I think it would be time for you to get some rest. It is almost morning time now. Inko looked up with indifference as she scanned his body with her eyes. Will you let me sleep in an actual bed, and if not, at least a pillow and blanket? His paws flexed with the need to use them on the person that he refused to look away from. Every breath Nedu took lined up with Inko's as he tried his hardest to think of why. Why would someone with a husband that used to have a visible mutation? She dated him when he had those mutations still. I'm sorry, Ms. Midoriya, you are to use what the station provides for you to use to sleep. It's basically a metal bench with a rock-hard pillow and web-thin blankets. Why a person that was raised by their clearly bird mutation quirked mother until 6 would? As I stated before, Ms. Midoriya, you must use what has been provided for you. Why? Takami Inko, daughter of Takami Kumiko. This is bullshit. Why? Niece to the famous Night Stalker, Takami Yoko, and his wife Takami Tomi. She is a cousin to Takami Kigo, that Nedu wasn't able to find because the commission bought him at a young age by his own mother after his father was put in jail. Ms. Midoriya, you are not getting anything else for your holding cell. You will be brought in for questioning tomorrow at some point. I was just making sure my son didn't end up a mindless feral animal on the street. Why the hypocrite of a woman with her own bird instincts that she indulges in quite well, might he add. Ms. Midoriya, I ask that you calm down. You are going to be taken back to your holding cell shortly. I should be praised for being the best mother that Abomination could have ever gotten. Inko yanked on the cuffs, trying to hold out a hand to Naomasa. Clear signs of her trying to use her quirk and not being able to because of the cuffs. Why does this person that would by all means understand mutants and the hardships they go through? I should be let go so I can rip off those things from my poor baby's back. He doesn't need them to be human. Why is she one of the main members of the Creature Rejection Clan or the CRC? Sansa, get some officers in here so they can escort Inko Midoriya back to her holding cell. No, Ino, you better keep that dirty flea-ridden street cat away from me. Nezu might never understand unless Inko Midoriya told that story herself. He started to put all of his things together as the sounds of Inko's cursing got louder. He needs to do more investigating into both sides of the Midoriya family and the CRC in general. Nezu looked at his notes and started to make sure the Midoriya family tree was right and the details he got were right. Inko Midoriya, previously known as Inko Takami, married in to Hizashi Midoriya. She took his last name and also married him after he had surgery done on his neck, shoulders, plus some parts of his chest and back. Her mother, Takami Kumiko, had to give her up after not having any more money to provide for both of them. The orphanage that took Inko Takami allowed for her mother to come in at any time to help and play with the children. Kumiko was known from the children as a mother they might never have and the orphanage workers as a godsend when they couldn't hire any more employees. She was a great woman that helped anyone she could. Kumiko's brother, Takami Yoko, was known as the Night Stalker, going around stalking both men and women for not what one would think. Takami Yoko, the Night Stalker, killed RPSs, pedophiles, and actual stalkers at any turn he could get. When he was arrested, he stated he was just listening to his instincts to keep the pests out of his territory. He also said he likes the thrill of the hunt that one couldn't get in the heart of the city. Hunting for one's prey in the wild is the best, but BSers in concrete mazes are just as good too, was a direct quote from the man himself. He made sure victims got home safely for weeks after their attacks. Why is that on record? Police would get messages from the victims about feeling watched and seeing someone out of the corner of their eye. Police would send cars their way, but they never found anything. The pair of siblings that were close in age split off at a young age because of their parents divorcing, the mother taking the daughter and father taking the son. Yoko married at a young age, being involved with gangs and such until he was strong enough to go on his own. His wife and him never really tried for kids because his wife never wanted any. At one point though they did get P-Arginin-T and had a son named Takami Kigo, a little boy with red wings. Nezu tried to track where he went, but after it showed the commission's handiwork all over his file. Nezu can tell who might be Takami Kigo. Yoko worked odd jobs throughout the day and made sure to cross-team many different gangs a week. Selling them things and getting things from the other, it being info or weapons or maybe drags. He wasn't really home at times for his son and wife. He admitted to regretting it after he found out how his son was treated at home. His wife made it clear she never wanted kids, but one would think she would take care of whichever one she did have. She didn't. Tomi neglected and ignored her son on a daily basis. Yoko would lash out at her as months turned to years and the housework slowly went down the drain. The trash and dishes are piling up and Yoko needs to do more jobs because Tomi refuses to work because she was taking care of his son. Yoko did try his best not to let his son see his anger, but that was never the case. He did give the boy as much love as he could, but the random anger for the kid's mother would hurt their relationship until he was finally taken away. Kigo tried to make sure his father stayed with him, but nothing worked and Tomi just watched as the only thing keeping money on the table was put into a cop car. His sister and mother to our current Inko Midoriya wasn't doing any better. She had a pleasant childhood, besides people discriminating ageist her. Everyone mostly just treated her like a street bird when she was out and about, people giving her food because they thought she was homeless. When Kumiko finally left her home to go off on her own, many didn't want to hire her for her looks. With having more of a beak than mouth nose, plenty of feathers, and bird-type legs. Only places in bad neighborhoods would hire her or small dinners, and that doesn't even bring up housing. Many thought that Kumiko would trash their apartments with her nesting habits and other bird-type instincts that she would have. This leaving bad apartments or just living in the red light district, Kumiko was really set up to fail. She tried her best and kept an upbeat attitude for many years. Going from working one job to two and then to also doing side jobs in her free time. Kumiko worked day and night to just try and get into a better living place. She helped anywhere she could and was well liked by many living near her. This little piece couldn't last long though. Through one night where Kumiko finally got completely off and decided to go out, she found herself falling hard for someone. It ended the next day, but that one night was all she needed to end up P.R.G.N.T. Unlike her brother who was in his late 30s or early 40s when he had his kid, Kumiko was in her early 20s. The quirk of her one-night stand was an emotional base quirk. That was all that was known. Kumiko's quirk could pull anything as light as a feather close to her. The doctor that wrote her quirk down said that it was just the starting point and she would be able to pull more to her with practice. She did too when she slowly got older and pulled things like staplers and somewhat big stacks of paper to her. She didn't have money to throw around or to just use for pleasantries. How would she afford a child? To refuse to get rid of it, she couldn't even think of that as an option. Kumiko saved up the best she could, making sure her employers knew that she was caring. She knew where to get things cheap and made sure that everything was as cheap as she could get it. After Inko was finally born, Kumiko learned just how hard it was to actually raise a baby when one doesn't have basically any money or free time. One of her bosses allowed for her to have her baby with her while she worked, but the second one didn't allow it. Kumiko was able to get some people that lived near her to watch her baby when she was at her second job. After all the saved-up money finally ran out, Kumiko lost her second job and had basically no money for food for her. She had to give up her child to an orphanage. They were very understanding and allowed her to help out there so she could be with her child more often. Things just seemed to get worse with her other job giving her less hours and almost no odd jobs being available. At one point Kumiko lost her only home and she sold everything that had any value so she could have some type of money on the street. At least people seemed to still give her food at random like when she was young. She still went to the orphanage any time that was available or whenever she was really free. Living on the street made it harder for Nedu to get more information on her, but one thing that stood out was the police reports. Sometimes she got in trouble for stealing food and other essentials. The officers never really did anything because it was just small offenses and it was always essentials. The last report was what struck Nedu's interest. It was a hate crime report. Kumiko was involved and it didn't end well. She was targeted, plus plenty of others with mutations, and defended anyone near her to the best of her ability. This selfless act left her with multiple stab wounds and ended up dead when she was finally in her hospital room. After spending many years on the street without a bed, she was able to pass away with the normal comfort that the lucky have. She left this world when Inko was around 5 or 6 and still in the system. And in the system Inko stayed until she finally aged out. She had no idea who her family was and probably had hazy memories of a mother that was there, but they were also there for the other kids. Was that her mother or just a caretaker that wasn't around as much? Inko went through her life, and at one point it started to get increasingly hard to follow her movements. She lived a normal life and fell for Hizashi. He still had his mutations. Then there was a record of their marriage and then son's birth. It was dark and stunk of someone in high power hiding someone and their past, or well, only part of their life. That was Inko's side of the family. Now Nedu needed to get down all of Hizashi's side of the family. Hizashi's family seemed to be very chaotic, and he seemed to have a lot of family members. He has 3 siblings, a mother and a father, and he also had his grandparents from both sides until he was about. His parents didn't have any mutations, but his grandparents on both sides did. One set had some mental quirks with small lizard scaly type mutations, and the other side had draconic mutations with fire quirks. His siblings all had some type of mutations while his parents were mostly mutations free. Not wanting to make this too long, as Nedu really just wants to get sleep, he'll sum up this family as quickly as he could. He can put in a more detailed version after he finally gets some sleep, and then he can help with the second part of Inko's interrogation. The twins of Hizashi's family had lizard mutations with heat resistance. One of the twins could resist heat so well that they couldn't find the limit of it. The other could easily resist heats as high as 2,800 Fahrenheit, 1,537.778 Celsius. That twin went into baking and cooking if he was correct. The one with no found limit to their resistance became a firefighter. The last sibling had a heavy dragon mutation, their neck longer and jaw bigger. Their quirk was just dragon, as they resembled about a 7-foot dragon that stood on 2 legs. There was a resistance to heat, but it was because of their dragon scales. One of Hizashi's parents had a mental quirk that affected how people hear their voice. The other obviously had a fire quirk, with both of them mixing quite well in Hizashi to give him fire breath that used to be named dragon's breath. Hizashi seemed to be a troubled kid that always got into fights and never listened. Growing up looked to be hard, as everyone looked to his older siblings and thought he needed to be like them. When he was a teen, he did get in some light legal trouble, as a cop had to take him to the precinct because of a fight. It seemed he fought with some kind of villain but never used his quirk, so they couldn't get him with a vigilant charge. He was never close to his older siblings, and after being able to move out, Hizashi took it and moved far, far away. He never kept in contact with them, and he was only ever contacted when they passed away. Hizashi got into a very good job after he got his act together. Slowly through his years he got into the highest position he would probably get, an assistant CEO to a big company. He was very close to the one that owned the company and the CEO. There was something about a surgery being done on his skin, getting skin grafts or something else for where his scales were. After how long they had been dating, Inko and Hizashi, they got married. It seemed like the owner of the company paid for the whole thing. That is also the person Nedu thinks is hiding both of Inko's and Hizashi's lives. Only part of it, but still hiding it. Just like in Inko's history, Hizashi is shown to be getting plenty of job promotions and pay raises. Being at office parties, but all of his life seems to be just blank now besides the birth of Izuku. After Izuku is born, many co-workers have pictures of Izuku because Hizashi showed his son to everyone. In every picture though, there are no mutations in sight. They did it before anyone saw him. Nedu looks down at all the information he has. Tomi is still alive but never even met her niece-in-law, Inko. That's a lost cause. Kigo was in the commission and probably turned into a hero we all know and love. That means he doesn't know them at all either. Everything is just neatly wrapped up by someone with money and power. They could have paid the commission or maybe have traces in the commission itself. Nedu looks at all the family information he has, as every one of Hizashi's siblings are dead and gone. This could have been accidents or planned, but Hizashi can't be directly connected to any of it because of work and never being in contact with any of them. He also can't just accuse big CEOs and companies of being in the CRC because it was such a small cult to begin with. Not many even know it exists. It was around for a long time because it was made during the Quirk Wars. People look at others who have mutations as lesser and say they are now not human. It reminds him of the very old cult that existed prominently in the USA, the KKK. They seem to start out most likely like the KKK, but now it seems they are looking at all of mutants as something to be cured, or if they can't, they just get rid of them completely. The flashing light of his phone pulls him away from his thoughts. Nedu needs to be up in about 4 hours, so it's time to sleep. He started closing up his notes and making sure everything was in order. It's almost 6 p.m. and he didn't get a wink of sleep since he started getting the raid of the Midoriyas ready, so 2 days of no sleep? Nedu goes over to his bed, gets in and starts to relax. That's when he noticed that he had some texts from Izuku grand pup and Hizashi his pup. Taking a quick look at what was sent to him made Nedu dissolve into cackles. Shoyuta, his first pup, had finally gotten his last bit of healing, but not enough to knock him out. This means that someone was finally able to record when his pup was being woozy and completely out of it. It showed his pup calling the new pack member a baby and saying he will always be a baby. It's all in good fun and it's kinda true to how their pack acts. If you are the youngest, you are always the youngest no matter what. Since Shoyuta was so out of it though he forgot about Izuku, so he was spared the embarrassment. This time around, Nedu laid back down so he could finally go to sleep. It was nice to watch that after dealing with so many dark topics for days. His pack was safe and happy. Nedu was actually able to get some good sleep for the night. This was all bullshit. This wasn't supposed to happen and the heroes weren't meant to see any of it. She was supposed to help her son by plucking off his feathers so that it would be easier to operate on later. She might have been a little mean about the whole thing because Izuku was meant not to get them back, but he did. Inko was alternating from grabbing handfuls of them and then just one to a few so she could keep her son on his toes, but then those heroes came in and ruined everything. She had to use her quirk to beat that wench of a woman, Midnight, making her see the one monster she never wanted to see again by using her power. The plague on the CRC's back so that they could never grow stronger. Nezu, the FING-born animal that got a quirk that is only meant for humans, by the way, a quirk to make him smarter than humans, and he integrated into society. Inko knew that if Izuku went to UA that Nezu could get his little monstrous paws on him, but she didn't think that thing would ever step into her FING safe haven. Inko knew that Izuku was a good boy and would stay in line, especially since he finally manifested the other part of his quirk. The light that emanates from her son's body when he uses his quirk is nothing but raw power, and that made Inko giddy knowing that he didn't need those abominations on his body just to wield it. It just took longer for him to know how to use it. Inko shifts around on the hard cell concrete with the sheet blanket they provided. She can already feel the back pain that she's going to have by sleeping on this thing. Every second that ticks by makes her somewhat regret not killing that thing that she gave birth to all those years ago. It was Izuku's fault for being born like that. Why did he have to choose wings of all FING things? Why did her body let that thing reside in her for 9 months? Why didn't it try and kill it like all the other miscarriages they had? Why did that thing have to live besides the other normal babies she was meant to have? It made no sense to her. They got rid of them too. Hizashi thought it would be a good idea to keep them. It was a momentous occasion, the first one of its kind to see their little baby boy lose the things that made him a filthy, disgusting animal. They did have to go back and fix his hairline, tail feathers, and some other places that just seemed to keep growing them. Her baby boy was supposed to be normal. That was why they locked it up for only their eyes and the CRC's eyes to see. Her little Izuku didn't even know he had them to begin with. They were in the main room, for all to see. They even had a little progress book, showing when their son would show signs of animalism and when they would finally free him of those animalistic ways. The CRC was already trying to turn some of the animals to normal humans, like they did with Hizashi, and the proof of their son changing to be more human helped that as well. Their baby didn't have to be burned, didn't have to be crushed, didn't have to be smothered in his sleep. Inko didn't have to kill that disgusting and vile thing that crawled out of her body. Her little baby boy. The main room slowly got filled up with more and more animal parts. Those things are on full display with pictures and descriptions of the owners so they could see how far they came. It wasn't the only place that did this, but we were one of the firsts. The main room was a turning point in the CRC's history, where everyone could see that their god wanted them to save as many as they could, as many as they came from the wild and feral traits of these beasts that roam around the planet. Inko saw many go down into the main room and always wished those things luck because they would soon be human. The main room also had an exit if someone were to ever find them. Hizashi made sure there was always at least 2 clear exits for them. One was more hidden in that room, but that other was on full display. He made them so that me, his emerald, could escape with their beautiful little boy, Hisashi's little howlite. Inko didn't care about how Hisashi's named them after jewels and crystals. That was just a little trait he had. Inko honestly thought it was so cute. She was something precious and perfect to her husband. But he left her behind. She was on the top floor and let those heroes inside their home. Their safe haven. She can't even tell if he actually tried to get them out because of that. Beach on the steps that had such a fun backstory to read. Haha, an aunt that used her body to how she saw fit for most of their life, then injuring their aunt one day by accident when their quirk went out of control. Knocking out her aunt at the top of the steps when she was just a wee little girl. The aunt deserves to rot in hell, but it was something Inko could use. So she did, but Hizashi left her still. Nezu was there. He used the escape in the main room, probably the more hidden one, so if they did follow him it would take longer to find him. He left her with the abomination of a child that he said to keep and left her in this cold, dingy cell when they could be in a safe place together. Hizashi said he would never leave her. They promised each other that, but he left her for the heroes that don't understand the CRC at all. They even brought her to a station that didn't have any of their members at all. There were some here, but they were office workers that dealt with the paperwork and not actual prisoners. How could he leave her behind like that thing he wanted to keep? Inko would have killed that thing, but he stopped her. She was forced to leave behind everything. They are probably touching all of her things. She always loved to collect shiny things and other stuff that looked weird. Since a lot of it looks weird normally, they might think it's actually something when it's just one of her trinkets. Inko had to leave behind everything. All of the things she collected over the years. That one bottle cap that had Indian letters on it, that necklace she found and wanted to give to her husband. Everything that was hers would be touched and moved and fettled with. Thinking about that was making the hairs on the back of Inko's neck stand on end. She didn't want anyone touching what was in her little room. The little room that was hers, and she would only allow Hizashi in. It was comfortable and had everything that she collected and so many pillows and blankets that someone could just sit on the ground, no point in chairs. She never let her son into that room because it was her room with everything she liked in it. She didn't want him messing it up or taking something from it. Midoriya Inko. She looked over to the cell bars to see 2 officers. Again. Both of them aren't from the CRC, and that set her off a bit. You had a night to sleep, and it's now time to do the other interrogation. Please stand up. Inko stood as she glared at both the officers, these men with inflated egos that could have messed with her things. She slowly made it to the door and let the 2 brutes cuff her again. As long as she didn't struggle, she wouldn't need to worry about being hurt. We are taking you to talk to Tour Man again, also known as Detective Tsukachi. Inko just scoffed at the title and walked out of the cell, slowly being let into the interrogation room. Once they got there, they opened the door, set her down on the same chair as last time, and cuffed her to the table. The detective will be with you shortly and with someone else unlike last time. Then they left her in the room with her thoughts. Inko just let her thoughts wander to her little boy, her husband that left her things that were left behind, and was obviously moved and touched. Things like that randomly popped up in her head while she waited for the detective. The door opened and Inko shot her head up to look at who entered, hoping that it was one of their own, but it wasn't. Good morning, Ms. Midoriya. I'm glad you seem more lively today. She sneered at him while another person walked in with a headset on their head. This is one of our officers that has a talent to repeat everything said to her word for word. We wanted to have the person come in themselves, but they were held up by traffic. Inko just looked at the extra person in the room and quickly noticed it wasn't one of their own again. Someone should have come for her already. So we don't get background noise from the call. They will say what the other person is saying. They can hear what's happening in this room and also see it, but they just can't talk for themselves at the moment. Inko nodded her head and looked at the 2-way glass that probably has someone on the other side of it, looking and analyzing everything she is doing. It made her sick that someone would just lock up a person that just wanted to help those animals. Maybe it was a rabid animal behind that glass as well. This place seemed to have plenty of them. Good, now we already went through the setup for yesterday's interrogation. We just need to do that again, then I'm asking about your home and what went on in the underground room. They did the same thing yesterday. Stating what's happening, why this is being recorded and all the bullshit. If Hizashi didn't leave her, she wouldn't need to do this. If he just let her kill that FANG thing that her body fed up making. Once they were all ready for the questions, they re-asked some. They were still yes or no, but he needed it for this recording too. Okay, now, my friend here is going to be mostly questioning you. Inko just rolled her eyes as she slowly got more agitated. This was all bullshit, and if she could, she would have made that feral rat see how his past was. The extra person then sat up a little straighter and finally started saying that other person questions. Okay. Why did you join the cult that you are currently a part of? This made Inko's little bit of calm break as she jerked her chains as stood up. It is not some F cult. We are a revolution waiting to happen. That does not answer my question, Inko Midoriya. I found them when I was younger as they helped me through life. They first found Hizashi and showed him how disgusting his mutations were, and then they helped teach us how society is supposed to be. Inko slightly yelled as she refused to sit back down. No one was going to bad talk the CRC and get away with it. Those people were like family. No, they were revolutionaries lying in wait so they could finally help everyone see how rabid animals shouldn't walk along humans. Good, thank you for answering my question now. What is your group called? It's the CRC, you stupid D-. What does that acronym mean? You said you did all this research into use and don't even know our name, our cause? We are the Creature Regation Clan. Those rabid animals have no place living with humans, let alone near cities. Thank you for helping me know the name and part of what the cause was. Would you like to talk more about what your cause is? This made Inko stop in her anger for a moment. They want her to inform them in their group? Why? She wouldn't just give information loosely, but maybe they just needed to hide their want to go into their group. This could be someone wanting to join, and that could also go the same with everyone in this room. Inko's eyes flicked to the camera in the corner or the room and finally noticed that it was off. That I was just curious about your group, that's all. Would you enlighten me on what your group is all about? Inko stood there for a bit, trying to see if anyone in the room was lying. She couldn't see the other person's face, but their words seemed genuine and they could just be using the call as a front. This person might be the person that actually wants to join, and they could just be lying about the call. Inko then calmly sat down and looked at them with slight suspicion. Our group likes to have their secrets, just like everyone else. I won't just tell you everything. She needs to know. Are they actually wanting to join, or are they just going to sell all of them out? They all do need some more people in this place, so this could be good. Yes, of course. Naomasa and I have been getting annoyed and a bit agitated at all or our animal coworkers. They just seem to follow their instincts only, even while on the streets and on the job. This got Inko to sit up a bit straighter. She was never one to find new members. She was someone that helped out new members, yes, making sure they know the basics, but never actually finding new members. Inko looked at both of the people in front of her. She studied their faces the best she could. She had a degree in psychology, but that didn't mean she could just read anyone. These two are good at hiding their emotions. What Inko can see is interest, curiosity, some anger but not toward her, that must be to those feral animals these two poor men have. If she's able to get out of here, then she could go back to Hizashi and maybe get her things back. Inko needs to get out of here. I can see that both of you turned off the cameras in here and even the recorder here. You turned it off at one point and I didn't notice. The detective nodded his head as he moved to show the recorder. Yes, I did. As I stated at the beginning, I needed to at least re-ask some questions from before. I did that, so there was no point in having it on anymore. This was really it. Inko could get out of here and on her own at that. She could go back to her things, and Hizashi probably will also be able to slap that man for leaving her behind. Okay. The CRC's main goal is to have Japan and the world at one point, to go back to where we didn't let those animals run things. Take that rabid principle of UA for example. It's a literal animal that helps children learn to be heroes. How could that wild thing know how humans save others? The detective nodded his head at that, same with the other one in the room. It seemed like that creature loved bringing this poor soul to work for it all the time. We can turn some, like my husband Hizashi and son Izuku. We got rid of those disgusting things on them and then they started to be more human. That's why I was so upset when Izuku got his defects back. We just got him to be 100% human and then we got set back all the way to square one. We were even going to use his bad boy room as something different, but we needed to use it again. Inko went on as she started to try her best to get both of these men on their side. Those that can't be saved then must be terminated. It is better to let them die under the Lord's eyes than to let them live those animalistic lives they were forced to live. Is that why there were so many religious texts and sculptures in the underground room? Yes. God, our Lord and Savior, didn't make humans to just suddenly turn them back into animals. Humans that have come out wrong need to be fixed, and at one point there will be no more of them. The world will be full of humans once again, and not these feral animals that claim to think like we do. How many have you saved? We saved many people. They were able to see how much life was better without those animalistic constants holding them down. Hizashi was one of the first few that was able to be fixed, saved from his animal side. Izuku, my precious baby boy, was the youngest one to ever be saved. We have all of his achievements in our archives in our Pure Room. The Pure Room also holds the past parasitic animal parts that others were freed from. We made sure that those were saved, stayed saved and pure. We have everything in the room under our house. Well, everything that was done at our Pure site. Other sites have their own logs, but ours was the best out of everyone else's. What did you do to those that would refuse to stay pure even with having those awful parts being removed? We helped guide them to the best of our abilities. Depending on their age and personality, there could be a different guide meant to help them specifically. If they refuse more, we slightly move them back on track, like how we helped my perfect baby boy. So all those things we found help your guides push those saved in the right direction? Yes. We do all we can to help those we have saved. How many of you are there? We have members all over Japan. We are always ready to help and guide those that need it. I mean, just last month a member found this poor child that needed too much help and we helped them. They could be left to fester in their instincts until it was too hard to help them anymore, but we were able to find them at the right time. Was there ever anything important that happened in your group? I can see with you all being laid out so thinly across Japan that it's a bit hard to stay in contact and coordinate well. Well, yes, being so far apart is more like having extended family, I suppose. We all do basically the same thing, but we are one of the few branches that actually try our hardest to help and guide those that need us. Other branches in the more crowded areas just like to dispose of them even if they could have been easily saved. The one that was said to be on call stayed mostly quite the whole time, but they did nod their head here and there. They must be shy or something. Inko knows many people like that. It did seem like they wanted to ask a question though, so Inko motioned him to ask it. The jingling of her cuffs made her realize how restricted she felt and wanted them off. Inko will probably ask for them to be removed after this question and then just put them back on closer to the end of the questioning. So because the CRC helped your husband, I'm guessing they also help guide you as well. Inko blinked as she looked at them. Help guide her? She didn't need guiding. Inko was human through and through. She had no animal blood running through her. Even if she didn't know her parents, Inko knows this for a fact. Why would they help guide me when I am clearly human? Well, that's because you're not completely human. No, I am 100% human. Midoriya, Inko, do you know your husband's family tree? Inko looked at both of the men in the room in front of her. Hizashi did tell her about his family, full of wild beasts that spewed fire at every other word. They were cold-blooded animals that heated themselves with lava and the disgusting horde they gathered in their life. Yes, I know of his disturbing family of those awful lizards. Then you do know what their main animal mutation is. Yes, as I just said, disturbing family of those awful lizards. Then you should be able to understand that the bird mutation your son has didn't come from your husband's side of the family. You are not implying what I think you are. Are you? Inko knew for a fact she was human. She never had any urges her collection dash. She did like shiny and glittery things because they're pretty, and the room she keeps them in her nest is just meant to keep them safe from her son's hands. Izuku would have taken her things if she left them out in the open. He needed to control his wild instinct, and having her things in the open wouldn't help her son. She was human, not some monster. Does she have mutations? No. So why would they even suggest that? Well, Midoriya, do you know your mother or father? If not, since I'm the main detective at the station, I could pull them up for you. You moron, do you think I didn't try that? They didn't put down who my parents were. I just had my name to go off of. Did you personally look into it? Inko's eyes jerked over to the man on the left and glared at him. A scowl covered her face while leaning closer to him. No, Hisashi's boss did it for me and said I had no family. I was the only Tamaki alive and I didn't have any family. He said my family was normal and that I was human, not some freak sideshow that was abandoned. Inko glared at both of them while neither of them showed any emotion. It was ticking her off. They thought they were better than her just because she didn't know her family line. Inko knows that she is human. She isn't an animal no matter what they say. Well, if you would like to test that, I do have your family tree on me. Echa oh yeah, then pull it out, you BSD. I know for a fact I am human. This caused the one with an earpiece in their ear to bend down to grab something. That stupid truth detective started to move most of his things off the table as while. Inko just seized in anger as she waited for whatever this stupid F brought up. A small pile of papers were then placed on the table, and on top was everything on herself. She could see the old picture from the orphanage there too. These are all of the papers on you and your family. The top paper was picked up and it showed what she could see from the angle. It was her. All of her information and what she did in life. Her eyes then zipped to the top of the paper as it described how she ended up at the orphanage. Inko Takami was brought in by her mother on. We had agreed to let her mother help around the place because it was free and she could still be in her Dao Dash. So you got dropped off by your mother, but they didn't really put her name on this paper. A finger then pointed to a spot that stated Inko's parents. It was official that your mother's name was Kumiko Tamaki. So all we had to do was look her up next. Her paper was moved to the side as another was held up for her. On the paper was a heavily mutated woman with bird traits clear as day. Inko's eyes zipped to the name, and the chair she was sitting on clattered to the ground as a piercing scream filled the room. Inko was human. She was not related to that thing that was not her mother. She shook her head back and forth, glaring past the paper, and snarled at the two men. That is not my mother. My mother was a human, not some flying rat. As you can see in the pictures here, Midoriya, that she did not have wings, so she would just be a rat from your statement just now. She was not a mutant. Not some wild animal. More pictures were shown to her as she looked away from them. It was from when she was little, being held by that monster, smiling brightly. Another one showed how she gave that wild creature a Happy Mother's Day card, young Inko's pupils blown wide to the sides of dinner plates. As you can see here, there are plenty of pictures of you two together. Kumiko Tamaki had most of her social media covered in your time as a baby. Inko's curiosity got the better of her when she was told there was a baby picture of her. She saw how the heavily mutated woman was holding a baby Inko, some bright green feather fluff coming out her head. I don't have head feathers. That's another baby, not me. Well, right here. The man pulled up some more pictures and it showed her growing up and slowly losing that fluff as it slowly turned to normal hair. It shows the progress of losing your baby fluff and it becomes normal hair. This is you, Inko Midoriya. Inko toned him out as she stared at the pictures. This could not be her. 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 Her mother was human. 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 Inko was out of it as she was taken away from the room. At one point she did regain her mind as he looked around her cell, but that was okay. She was human. Nedu and Naomasa glanced at each other as they looked through the secret cameras that were placed in the interrogation room. They were both not happy with what they were seeing as they went over everything. Now of course they both thought that Inko Midoriya was somewhat not in the right headspace, but they didn't think it was this much. Seeing how much she broke after learning her mother was the reason her son became a monster, and is probably going to slowly learn that some habits she has are actually instincts. Nedu looked back over to Naomasa as the footage finally ended. I think we will have to have a very specific therapist to work with Inko. She might actually be in a type of psychosis that needs to be helped with. Naomasa nodded along as he started to write down different therapists that are good with these cases. That cult twisted so many people's minds, and just the motion of being born from someone with a mutation seemed to just make her break more. Nedu got up as he started for the door. She will never see the light of day outside of prison walls again, but I'm not that curl to make her live in there without some type of help with those instincts of hers. It'll just hurt her more in the end, and that would make me feel too much like them. Naomasa put down one more person, then looked up to the chimera. Of course, we don't want her attacking someone after stripping off her bare bit of instincts she does have. Nedu waved goodbye from the door as he left. Have a better rest of your day, Naomasa. I need to spend time with my pack for a bit. After Nedu left, Naomasa sighed. These cases never seem to be easy. Izuku sat in the hospital room while being as quiet as he could. There were a bunch of doctors and nursing outside the room trying to help get all of them out, but nicely. Mama was very on edge, but Pappy needed help leaving. His arms were still in casts and Gigi was taking all of the things that were brought here with them. Mama could have helped with his wings by holding things with his feathers, but he was more worried about all the people around the room. They were there to help, but it seemed to be more of a problem. They should just leave them alone. Yamada-san, we have the medicine for Aizawa-san, and we are also here so that you are able to leave quickly and quietly today. One of the nurses said after Mama didn't puff up at them. They were one of the ones that stopped by a bunch of times, so he probably got used to them more than the others. We also suggest some mild painkillers for your little one. After checking him over, we can conclude that he is safe to leave, but make sure you keep an eye on him. Izuku's mama hissed as too many of the staff looked at them, but they all quickly looked away. They are here to make sure no one messes with them when they leave the hero ward. He still wants them to leave though. You all should look up a little bit more about mutations and the wide variety levels of instincts one could have. Of course, having them suppressed for so long will automatically make them stronger, but no one knew how strong their instincts were from the beginning. The nurse that was really nice to them the whole time they were here, they also gave him the best food, said while making sure not to look his mama in his eyes. Izuku was hugging his mama the best he could so that he wouldn't want to try and hurt the doctors and nurses from being too much and too close. The common knowledge on mutations is that the more prominent or more mutant someone is, the more instincts they will have. That is half right. It's more of a 50 that could be right, but it can easily also be wrong. Pappy was standing by his hospital bed while he tried to fight to hold some bags, even with his arms still in the casts. Gigi looked over to the nurse with his normal warm smile. So it's a toss-up on how these two will act? The nurse that was coming in the most during their stay nodded their head. Izuku titled his own head to the side while looking at them. Did that mean he would think more clearly soon? It's a little fuzzy sometimes, kinda like right now, because all he can really do is keep track of everyone near him. He's not thinking as much as what he normally would be, right? Hawks, can you help me convince Hizashi to let me each hold a bag G? The monotone voice of Pappy cut through whatever was running through his head. Izuku looked over and saw how unset Pappy seemed. I can hold some bags, Dad. You can't because you're still hurt. His mama said while not taking his eyes off the door. He's still really tense, but that's okay because Izuku is helping with that. Everyone seemed to be ready to move out of the room, and now Mama looks like he might hurt someone at any moment. Izuku remembers the job Gigi gave him, keeping Mama calm, so he started to make a little chirping noise. He had to keep his eyes off of his surroundings so he could focus on his mama more. After the second little chirping noise he made, his mama finally glanced down at him. From where Izuku refused to let go of his mama. Izuku ruffled his wings happily, the buzzing noise that he usually heard when doing so now becoming normal and almost comforting. That earned him a big smile from Mama and how are you chirps and trills back. He's pretty sure it was a how are you noise, but it could also be a are you okay noise. Izuku just decided that his good happy trills would be best for this because it answered both of the noises he thought his mama was making. He could feel them moving still. He also wrapped his legs around him, but it honestly felt like the world was on a standstill while he looked his mama in his eyes. He knows he's safe, this close to Mama and wrapped up in his bright crimson wings. Izuku nuzzles his face more into Mama's side as they start to go down the stairs to the bottom floor. He really wanted to hear a parent call, so he made a really loud child call, hoping that Mama would respond. Izuku got Gigi to respond back, and that made him even happier. Looks like Mama was happy too because the blacks of his eyes were getting bigger. Soon the stairwell was filled with the calls of parent and child, Gigi being the parent again and both Mama and him making the child call. This always makes both of them so happy because Gigi wasn't a real bird. He was human, but that doesn't mean he didn't do the calls we can. Mama did try to teach Gigi different calls, but at the time they were doing it, it was it's hard for human words time. Izuku tried to help, but he kept feeling other strangers walk by their room. It made him want to be a good boy again and stay quiet. When they finally made it to the bottom floor, Izuku thinks he could hear some chuckles from the hospital staff and an exasperated sigh from Pappy. It didn't really matter because Izuku had to make sure Mama was not tense. Suddenly the wings that were shrouding him moved away and he could now clearly see what was around them. They were in the lobby of the hospital, but all of his sight was cut off again as the wings snapped back into place. A low but somewhat loud growling hiss was heard from his mama. Izuku made some peeping and trilling noises to help calm his mama more. Lil Feather, come on and ignore those people. We need to get both of you home, remember? Izuku heard Gigi's voice being calm and rational. The home sounded amazing because home was no longer that house with the room. He could go home with Mama now and not deal with the people looking at him funny all the time. The people that watched him all the time at that house felt weird and uncomfy. If he had his feathers back then they probably would have been puffed up. Mama's hissing almost stopped completely as they started to walk faster toward the door. He thinks some people are being stopped by the doctors and nurses. They were there so they could leave quietly, and Izuku could hear most of them just asking if Hawks was okay. They meant his mama when they said that name. There were also some that were able to see him for a quick seconded as asked if it was a weird way of doing a witness protection thing. That one was funny. As soon as they all excited the door, Mama's wings almost flew open again. He could even feel that he was bending his knees more so he could take off in flight. Pappy was able to stop him though by swinging his cast arm around Mama's neck. He could injure Pappy if he moved suddenly now. Nope, Hawks, You need to go in the car with my as a student. Being called just a student hurt, but it hurt less with the my added onto it. He can't fly yet, and don't you wanna make sure we're safe in the car too. Izuku could feel how tense Mama was, so he made some chirps and then he was finally able to pop his head out of the fluffed up red wings. Oh, there he is now. His eyes adjusted to the different light quickly and got a face full of Pappy looking at him with concealed joy. Izuku liked that he was able to read Pappy, Gigi and Mama so well. Pappy showed his emotions through his eyes, Gigi showed his emotions behind a wall of fake ones that if you look just right you can tell what he's really feeling, and Mama showed most of all his emotions on his wings. Not many, more like, close to none can read wings right, so Mama said that was the safest way to show his emotions. Ho, how are you Izuku? That is okay to call you Izuku, yes. Izuku's wings ruffled in annoyance, buzzing accompanying it, because they had already been through this. He nodded his head a bunch and did a good happy trill. He could hear the puff of air that escaped Pappy's mouth. That means he laughed or thought something funny. Izuku puffed his cheeks and all of the feathers on his head to show his annoyance, but just got another puff and a point in a different direction. Mama let out a low crititit sound that went up and down a bit at the end. It usually meant that Mama didn't like whatever was happening or trying to quietly bring attention to himself. Pappy gave Mama a deadpan look as he pointed again to the car. He needs to go in the car, and do you know I'm right? I'm just being logical here. Izuku is really happy that Pappy's voice is getting better, with him and Mama making him talk more than he normally does helps a lot. Gigi then walked over and started to open up the back of the really big car's door. Come on Lil Feather and Lil Wing, we need to leave and I can be back there the whole time. Wing scritches? Izuku could feel both his and Mama's wings wiggle around at the thought of scratches from Gigi. He was really good at giving wing scratches. Mama gave a little warble, one of curiosity and kinda like a question. Izuku decided to copy the warble towards Gigi. They weren't able to teach Gigi anything other than the parent call, so that's how he answered, and it made both of their wings fluff up. It was basically answering the "why would you do this" with a "because I'm your parent," and it made both Mama and him feel like putty in Gigi's hand every time. Mama just slumped forwards towards Gigi and he easily wrapped his arms around Mama and started to pull them closer to the car. Come on, both of you in the car. Lil Wings, you might have to start walking on your own for a bit just so we can situate ourselves in the van. That got a pout out of him until the name he was using was for him. He is Lil Wings? Izuku. Izuku was Gigi's Lil Wings? His Mama wasn't the only one with a nickname. Oh boy, those are some very big black eyes you have there, Lil Wings. Do you like the nickname I have for you, Lil Wings? He let go and stood there looking as Mama got into the car first. Pappy was standing behind him and the staff was making sure no one could see them just in case. And there we go, Lil Feather is in and now we have. Gigi turned around and put on a big warm smile. You, our little wing. Izuku just stood there thinking about the fact that this was the first nickname that didn't have anything bad attached to it, no negativity. Gigi was the first one besides Mama to try and help him. Pappy was saving everyone and got hurt. Pappy was the first to actually step in physically to help. Gigi tried to help him mentally first. Pappy, Gigi, Mama, and then even Elder. Elder helped in something no normal person could. Oh, Izuku is just so gone. Come here, Lil Wings. He moved forward a small bit and was automatically wrapped in his Gigi's arms. Pappy was making sure he didn't fall backwards. A parent call from his Mama brought some of his attention to the van. Yep, up we go, Little Wings. Before Izuku could think much more, he was sitting by his Mama wrapped in his wings again. He was already melting against Mama and doing low child calls, getting parent calls from Mama. Gigi was working on helping Pappy get into the van, but he threw a parent call in now and then and responded to both child calls from Mama and him in kind. Everyone was finally in and Izuku dragged Gigi and Pappy to sit closer to them. Pappy had to have more room so he could only cuddle up to Mama and Gigi. Look, here we go. Gigi started to loop his arms around him and Mama again. It'll be a bit weird to sit this way, but it'll be worth it. Now, we are ready to leave. Izuku buried his head into Mama's arm and big red wings, tuning out the world as he let everything just fly over his head. He had his Mama and Gigi, He also has his first ever nice nickname and it came right from Gigi. Today was the most perfect day ever. Aizawa has finally got out of that DMN hospital and now they are going to drop Hawks and Izuku off at the apartments that Ken, Cementos, made. It was made as a way for other students to live in there, and since his class was the one that was targeted the first time, hopefully the last two, even if they only said they were only after all might, it's for if something happens. He was very glad that Izuku couldn't force him into the uncomfortable-looking cuddle pile. The Ayas probably didn't want to hurt his arms more. It was also very cute to see his reaction to the nickname that Hizashi thought up for him. Aizawa finds it funny that Izuku is called the wings while Hawks is called the feather. You would think that it would be the other way around, but Hizashi argued that since Hawks can control all of his little feathers, so he is little feather, and since Izuku just got his wings, he is little wings. Aizawa guesses it makes sense when you think about it more. The fact Izuku's eyes turned into black saucers as soon as he most likely realized that Hizashi was calling him a nickname. Soon they made it back to the school and they were driven over to where the apartment's dorms are. Hizashi was able to work with a very fluffed up Hawks and still kinda out of it Izuku. He seemed to just accept that he was going to be out of it and not try to fight it. That is good. That means that he's letting his instincts work more and actually be used instead of holding them in. Hawks seemed to slowly be leaving his instincts, but they can't tell if it's him calming down or trying to hold them in again. Aizawa thinks that it's just Hawks slowly calming down, and he seemed to calm down more after claiming someone as a flock member. That makes Aizawa think the more flock members Hawks has, the more likely that he will think clearly and with less instincts clouding his judgment. Shoo! Aizawa looks over to Hizashi and sees both the real birds looking at him and refusing to move. He sighs as he walks over, and all of the birds this time look so happy that he's coming over. They keep refusing to go in without you. He walks up and is met with the endless black abyss that is Izuku's eyes. They just seem to not be going down. Maybe there are bad and good days with instincts. I was going to help them build a nest in the common room with all the stuff we have. We were able to get some shirts from Izuku's closet that apparently are good enough for the little ones. We have the things we used at the hospital that were ours. He also has some new shirts and such in this group. Lastly, someone was able to get into Hawk's place. I can't remember who, but they just gave UA some of Hawk's hero uniforms. They all start to shuffle into the building because now all the birds are just hanging off of him. Hizashi is carrying the bags with their clothes. Hawks is carrying Izuku and also wrapping his wings around all of them. Izuku is also wrapping his wings around him but is refusing to let go of Hawks. Aizawa might have to ask Hawks if it's okay to call him Lil Feather too, or maybe a different name. Problem Bird would suit, and Izuku is Problem Ias. They finally made it to the middle of the common room. Took a bit to make everyone let go of him, but they did eventually. Hawks got to quick work of making a nest, but after Hizashi mentioned that all the rooms had beds in them, Hawks flew off to grab some. Izuku got antsy with Hawks gone, clinging to him while Hizashi was in the closet close by grabbing an arm full of blankets. It's okay Izuku, they'll be back. Black eyes were staring back at him while clinging to his side, wings wrapped around him, slightly trembling and making little chirps here and there. He doesn't know when Izuku will ease up a bit about all this, but they might have to hold off Class 1A longer than he thought they would. Well, Hizashi gave you his nickname. See, can I give you mine? The trembling stopped a little bit and the blacks got a little bit wider, emerald green rings being practical slits around the deep abyss. Izuku then nodded his head rapidly, curly hair feathers bouncing with every little bit of movement. A low chuckle resonated from his chest as it slightly hurt to even do so. This throat healing bullshit. I was going to see call you problem Ias. Now here is something that Aizawa hasn't noticed till now. Izuku has very fluffy, puffy, big hair that covers both sides of his face, so much so that it usually covers his ears and a little bit of his jawline at times. If some of you are wondering, it's basically canon Izuku but with a little itty-bitty bit longer hair than normal. This is important because after he said, problem Ias, little feather tips poked out of his hair where his ears would be. Aizawa's eyes widened a bit as he focused on the feather tips poking out of Izuku's hair. Hey Sho, what are you and Izuku doing? Ya having a staring contest? The sound of a sheet ton of blankets hitting the floor was heard, and then an extremely loud and jarring trill was sounded by Izuku. Oh my god Lil Wing, that was ouch. My hearing aids were turned up way too much for that sound. Hizashi started to mess with his hearing aids because his ears might be ringing a bit. Aizawa's was ringing, so it was probably worse for him. He grunted in pain as the feeling of nails piercing into his side and wings getting tighter in their hold. A red blur was then seen that turned into a very puffed-up Hawks whipping his head around, looking for danger most likely. Aizawa lets his eyes drift to the stairs and can see a mattress being pulled through the door with red feathers holding it. The clacking of teeth was heard clear as day as Hawks opened and closed his mouth. He had a feather sword in hand. P-problem bird calum do down. Hawk's head snapped into his direction, gold shining brightly with the beaded dots of black in the center of them. It's kinda terrifying to see Hawks like this because he knows for a fact he could not win in a fight against him at the moment. Aizawa gulps a bit as Izuku is still gripping onto him, only looking at him and making these tiny little trills. He focused the best he could so the words didn't stutter or mess up mid-sentence. Problem bird. He looked Hawks dead in the eyes. Hizashi was on edge just in case a red feather cuts anyone or if Hawks attacks someone. P-problem bird? The feathers finally dropped the beds near the blanket pile and the black dots that were in the middle of gold suddenly turned into the size of dinner plates. Hawks then zipped over to him and almost tackled him to the ground. God, that was so much force, but at least he didn't knock them all over. The giant red bird then started to also make those kinda loud trilling sounds. The fluffy crimson wings then wrapped around both him and Izuku. He just stayed there while both of the birds made the same type of trilling sounds, nuzzling into his chest and neck shoulder respectfully. Oh, I'm guessing that both of them are happy with the names, Hizashi said as he walked over to the mattresses and started to lay them beside each other. Aizawa just stood there, arms unable to be moved and honestly wishing to just sit down now. Lil Feather, don't you need to make the nest? That seemed to finally kick Hawks into gear as he threw himself off them and scrambled to where everything was laid out. Aizawa just personally wanted to wait for everything to be done. Problem Ias seemed to want to join in with the nest making though. Talking more could hurt, so he just made some random whistle and that drew everyone's attention to him. He nudged Izuku closer to them and motioned for him to start moving blankets. The poor kid looked like I just betrayed him, but he nudged him closer. Lil Wings? Do you want to help? Izuku quickly looked between Hawks and Hizashi, looking unsure, but Hawks was just stuck in place holding a blanket. The problem Ias then slowly crouched down while keeping eye contact with Hawks. Ever so slowly he grabbed a blanket and moved it to a different spot. This seemed to make Hawks happy and he rushed for the bag close by and took out a bunch of different clothes to spread around. Both birds now seemed to be chirping and trilling back and forth, looking to Hizashi at some point for something. They would stop moving in those moments and just wait until Hizashi said something about how good a job they were doing. Both of them were working very hard, but Hizashi and him needed to get home. Most of their things should be packed because Sekijiro, Vlad King, and Ectoplasm, should have organized a lot of it. They both are really good at organizing, plus they would label everything too. Aizawa looks over to his husband and can see how much he's already fallen for these kids. Yes, he still thinks Hawks is a kid. He clears his throat a bit to get Zashi's attention and it was swiftly on him. Yes, show. He jerked his head in the direction of the door and Hizashi looked at it, then looked back at him with big kitten eyes. They needed to leave. The sooner they can leave the better, and it'll take a little bit of time to convince both Izuku and Hawks to let them leave. Hizashi sighed but looked back at the boys who were unaware of what was going to happen. He looked upset, but they needed to make sure everything was ready so they could be completely moved in for both of the birds. Hizashi sighed again but finally walked a bit closer to the two working on the nest. Hey boys, can you stop for a second? Both of them moved the last little thing they were working on so they knew where they stopped. They turned their way towards Hizashi and just waited for him to start talking. Okay now, don't overreact, but we have to go and get some things at our old place. Aizawa could see both of them having needle-pin pricked black eyes as they started to screech and rush their way toward him. Some red feathers are already zipping their way toward him, most likely to drag him in a hug as well. They already got Hizashi in one. He dogged a few before Hizashi started to talk again. No, now how about we stop this for a second so I can explain. Hizashi made that bird noise again that usually makes the other two stop, and like normal, they both stopped. Sho and I are going to grab all of our things so we can. Live with you? Isn't that great? We can all live here and have a nice little place. Izuku was the one that pulled off Hizashi first and then pulled off Hawks with him. Hawks trills something at Izuku and this starts a little conversation. All in trills and chirps and whistles. There is still confusion here and there, but they can hold a decent conversation without the need of human speech, which is very impressive. After a quick little discussion, the red feathers stop trying to grab him and Izuku faces them and gives a little nod. Hawks look more depressed but just starts to pull Izuku to the nest, both resuming making it more comfortable for them. Hizashi glances over at him with one eyebrow raised, Aizawa just shrugging his shoulders in response. I guess that means we can leave. Izuku was the one that glanced over his shoulder and gave a quick happy nod. Hawks looked like he wanted to respond but Problem Aya stopped him by showing him something and pulling them back into their work. Hizashi looked at him and gave a little smile. It seems that Lil Wing can help Hawks for a little bit, but I think we should hurry because I don't know how long a nest this size will take to build. Aizawa just nodded his head and they soon left. They went home and got all their essentials, pulsed the cat and cat stuff, and lastly talked with Sekijiro because he was still moving some stuff here and there for the cat. So I made sure that your cat had all her food the whole time, played with her, yada yada yada. Everything was as clean as could be because you know how much I hate things being dirty, so the place is basically spotless. Sekijiro scratched the back of his head as Aizawa looked at the literal spotless bathroom. It was a mess the last time he saw it and now he can't even see the stains it had before the USJ. He looked over to the white-hair man with a dead pained face. What was Seki wanting him to respond with? Aizawa talked a lot before he got here and his throat still hurt like a motherfucker, so he just watched the man and waited. Oh yeah, the throat thing and you can't talk? Oh my god, I've been waiting for a snarky response this whole time and you can't even talk right now, Amati moron. Sekijiro started to chuckle and lightly laugh at his own stupidity because really, his brother can be very very stupid. A large smile spread across the white-haired man's face while looking at him, an empty glare thrown his way. Oh, I can read your face as clear as day, the "oh my brother is an idiot" face. I may be the younger brother but only by like 2 days, Shoyuda. Hizashi came rushing around the corner after putting the cat in the car. He can hear Ako screaming from the car from here, that cat is so dramatic. Okay, we are all ready to go. Wow, I only now noticed how clean this bathroom is, holy F. Wait, what? How did you get this blood stain out? This has been in the tiles for almost as long as we lived here? Hizashi practically slammed himself into the wall to where a blood stain used to be, but now it's just clean white. His eyes look a little crazed while zipping around to look Seki down. What? Did you use? Aizawa huffs in laughter as Sekijiro just realized that the man that has been trying to get rid of that stain for years has just been given proof that something can get it out. He walked by both of them while his husband started to corner Sekijiro. And now Zash, you can know how I just have to clean everything. Ma making things clean is like a second quirk for me. Sekijiro started to stutter and backed away from his blood-cleaning abscessed husband. Unders always got more messy than uppers. Aizawa starts to make his way down the hallway so he can get to the car faster. Hizashi will be able to get the info he wants soon enough. To be honest, he's shocked Seki was able to last as long as he could without being dragged down for the knowledge of cleaning everything with blood on it. Wait, sure. Don't leave me here, why dash. Shut it unless it's the info about the cleaning process. There was loud banging noise and then some shuffling. All you need to do is tell me what you used and do. Zashi, you know I say dash. Knew it's what you used and what you do to get this blood off of the wall, Seki. Aizawa ignored all the other noise that was being made by those idiots. He made his way down to the car and even gave reassurance to some neighbors who asked if everything was okay. They could tell it was his husband's voice and got a little worried. They shouldn't be, but they did. Aizawa could hear one more shout before somehow closing the car door and was greeted by Ako's yelling instead. Don't worry, Ao. Zizashi will be back as soon. His voice was always helpful in keeping Ako calm, even with its rough and strained tone to it. Ako quieted down, not much but a bit, and now it was just a waiting game. A yell was heard through the car door, sounded a bit quirked enhanced. Aizawa closed his eyes as he was sure everything would be fine. Might be a bit till Hizashi comes down, so he might as well take a nap. Nedu walked down the corridors on his way to the housing area where Hizashi, Shoyuta, Hawks he has to be Kigo, and lastly Izuku will be staying for the time being. They were still doing Midoriya's interrogation, but they didn't really need him for it. He already gave them all the notes he had on the family, its history, his breakdown of the witnesses' personality and partly mental state. It also opened up the cold cases on Hisashi's family members because Inko may have some info on it. Nedu held a sharp and slightly animistic snarl as he walked with a pap in his step. He will be able to look at the recording of the interrogation and listen into what was going on later in the day. Nedu passed by some of his pup's staff along the way. They were working on different things for the school to be safer. Ryo, Hound Dog, was making sure to go over Class 1's files again so he could guess how the students would react to the new trauma they all experienced. He has also called all the parents to ask how their children have been acting in their time off, marking down anything that is different about their behavior. It's like homework for the parents on the kids' breaks. Ainin, 13, was going over the feeds and telling Higuri, Power Loader, how the portals felt. She knows a lot about space-type quirks or quirks about transfiguring travel. She has experience with hundreds of them. Even if they were rare, there still are billions of people on this planet, and she was trying to explain that there was a feeling with the quirk, something that appeared right before the portal formed, but she wasn't quick enough to turn off her own quirk. Higuri was trying to recreate something close to it, something that if done right then they could make some type of sensor that will go off. It will warn them about that feeling, that change in the air and space. If done right then they will not need to be as shocked as they were this time. Kurogiri, was the man's name, would not pull the rug out from under them again with his quirk. Sekijiro, Vlad King, was over at his siblings' co-workers' apartments to make sure everything was in order, but he was also taking care of both 1S and 1BS classwork. He is making lesson plans to his and Shuta's classes, making sure it's to Shuta's style and how he treats his students, making sure to include triggers that could pop up. He's making sure to include Izuku in all of these plans too, and how to work with his instinct if they cool down enough for classes. Sekijiro is also going to make his class stay in line more than other years. He said that he wouldn't forgive himself if his students try attacking their sister class because of all the attention on them. Ecto has been working on his clone doubles and how many he could make. He's been stretching out his time for how long he can keep them up and has been asking Nezu ways to make more clones or how to make himself make more clones. It has been a little hard to help his training while he has had the investigator work and also the security coding work to do. Snipe has been thinking of all of the lessons for lower class levels. Snipe ran it by him to see if the kids would like an after-school program that they could join. He was going to start different after-school programs that kids can join so that they have a better chance of protecting themselves. He was also making sure that the students, non-hero students, will have some type of self-defense in their PE classes. Ken, Cementos, was making sure to have extra housing, like the ones the others are about to use. He was making them as a just in case they needed to implement the boarding school plan or if they needed financial help or if there was a type of abuse case. Right now it's up to the parents to let their kids live on campus and it's offered to all levels plus departments. Most of the teachers are also going to start to live on campus as well. There was so much new coding Nezu has to do. Lunch rush was at a bit of a loss of what to do for the students or to help out besides helping out with the paperwork, but Nezu did see him one day looking at all the students' files. He was looking at the ones with animal mutations or mutations in general, looking to see what type of food would best help them or to see what food their instincts will like best. He was pouring himself into looking at every diet the animal mutations needed. It was nice to see him trying his best for their new pack members. Chio was combing through new employee folders for nurses. He knew that she has worked with the bar minimum for a long time because she could handle the workload, but she needs more time if an emergency happens. Again, Nezu put in requests for nurses, but Chio was putting all of them through the ringer. She refused to let anyone in that wasn't up to her standards, and hers were on par with his own. So far Nezu has only seen one approved with her mark and on his desk. He still needed to do many background checks on them and even more to make sure they are safe for the students and his school, his territory, his land, his home, his den. With all of that musing, Nezu finally made it to the living area. He could hear the casual, talking Hawks and Izuku were doing. The trill, whistles and chirps were clear as day with his hearing, even with the door closed. He got closer to the door, as close as he could so that the occupants would notice him better. Nezu then very loudly and clearly chittered. He usually wouldn't do this, but it was a neutral way to get their attention. Someone too far in their instincts forcing themselves to understand human speech is pointless, when the other could just adjust to who they are speaking to. An animal talking to an animal is very much easier than them trying to get normal humans speaking down at the moment. It's not even the fact that all animal mutations have a way to speak in their instincts, but it seems that most can understand or get the gist of what others are saying even if they can't communicate in that state or out of that state. There was a quick shrill whistle and then some easy off chirps. Nezu is fairly certain that that means he's allowed to come in, but he could just make sure. He then makes the chittering noise again but a bit softer and then adds a little squeak near the end of it. This time it seemed a different sounding shrill whistle came out with a few offhanded chirps. That must be Hawks telling him off for being the elder of the flock and not even coming in as soon as he was given permission. He sighs joyfully before opening the door and is met with an absolutely massive and quite impressive nest. Well, look here. You two have done a fantastic job. Nezu says his words a little slower than he normally would. Going from one type of language then to another can usually be hard for these types of instances. Izuku seemed to be picking up normal human talk faster than Hawks was. It was probably his habit to fix his inhuman parts because that was what he was doing since he was born. Hawks was looking and understanding, not much right at the moment because he's a bit too deep, but he's understanding and that's better than the last time he was deep in instincts. Thank you, Elder. Izuku's wings fluttered as he zoomed over to where Nezu was standing. He was swiftly picked up and Nezu had to make sure not to scratch the pup's face for the sudden touch. Hawks seemed to notice this and hurried over and started twittering here and there. The pup seemed to loosen his grip a bit after what he communicated to them. He thinks that it was along the lines of being careful and such, but now he has both of the predator-type birds' attention on him and it's a bit unnerving. Nezu knows they won't hurt him, but they prey on part of his DNA and it is screaming at him to run. Hawks again is so far into his instincts, but it's helping him see how Nezu is acting because now he's slowly coming over and helping. He helps Izuku calmly drop him to the ground and it's a bit embarrassing to admit it was hard to breathe once he touched the ground. The awful memories of the past clouded his mind for a split second, but once he got his footing again, everything seemed to clear up faster. Both of the birds are staring at him now. He knew he wanted to spend time with them, but he just can't calculate them like he can with the rest of the pack just yet. And that puts him on edge. It's bad that Hawks can clearly see it as well. It was actually Hawks that was the first to approach him again after he calmed down a little. Izuku hung in the back but kept giving him those sad eyes that just screamed, "I'm sorry, please don't hurt me." Hawks tweeted some things to him and motioned to the very large nest. It could fit the whole pack if some laid on top of each other, and that usually happens anyways. Hawks then held his hand out, plus stretched his wing to him and just waited there. He looked hopeful, maybe a little nervous. Nezu looked at the hand and he finally noticed that Hawks took off his gloves. He could see all the neat little scars on his hands, lines that can match up with some type of surgery, but Nezu could clearly see that Hawks has talons. Talons that are still in the middle of regrowing, at that. His eyes zip up back to Hawks' face and he can see the strain it is to keep his hand out for him. Nezu can see the want and need to hide his hands away. He doesn't need to wait any longer to gauge how Hawks react, so he grabs the hand held out to him and automatically gets pulled along. Izuku is behind him as they make their way over to the nest. They were going to lay in it apparently. Nezu is quickly brought to the nest, climbed over the edge and then was promptly pushed into a spot. Izuku seemed very excited and started to fluff up his wings a bit more and tried to lay them across him. Hawks stopped the young pup again. The thought of being covered and restrained by someone so quickly made Nezu's nerves go on fire. Hawks made some chide chirps and pointed his finger to Izuku and then to himself and back to him. He's probably trying to explain emotions better in the pup's instinct-driven mind. One of them being more emotionally charged and the other being more logic and self-driven makes sense. Nezu does remember Izuku saying Hawks used his wings and other bird traits to show his emotions more, The commission couldn't understand it, so it makes sense, but Izuku had to be logical so he wouldn't get beat just for existing. The chirping, tweeting reprimands from Hawks finally stopped, and he turned to face him, face full of some type of sorrow. He watches as Hawks gently sits on the ground, Izuku following suit, and then starts twittering something to him. Hawks fluffs up his wings and shows them off and twitters some more. He can kinda get what Hawks is asking, because why else would they be sitting in the nest like this? Nedu just waited for Hawks to be done talking so he could answer him. Once he was done, Nedu only nodded his head. There was no point for many words. They could easily understand each other if one tried hard enough, unless that individual is stupid. Hawks scooted closer and closer, Izuku again not that far behind him, until they were surrounding him. It took Nedu a bit to make sure his fur didn't bristle because both of his new pack members were predatory birds. The small bit of him wants to run, but another part just wants to curl up by his newest young grand pups. Elder. He looked over to his green grand pup and smiled, a real smile, not a human one, and opened up his arms. Izuku then tackled into his side, and Hawks quickly wrapped his wings around both of them. Izuku ran his arms around Nezu's waist and started to rub his cheek into his side. Hawks fluffed his wings as much as he could and started to make this purring trill sound. It was nice and warm. Flock. Nezu looked down at Izuku as he seemed to be almost falling asleep. He must still be tired from all the moving, the quirk drawback, making this nest and eating so much food, so he has more energy for the quirk that affected him. He smiled as he started kneading his claws lightly into the young one's multicolored wings. A light type of purr started to be made from Izuku as well, but Nezu was trying to focus on the feeling of the wings. Izuku's wings felt different, especially since he can compare in real time with Hawk's wings. They felt rough here and there, parts of his wings still being baby feathers and others seemed to have formed with the wings when Izuku first changed. Nezu focused his mind more as Hawks started to nuzzle his face into his shoulder, somehow purring louder than before. Izuku's wings felt like thin threads of metal, some thicker than others, but if one would run their hand too quickly across them, they could probably cut themselves on them. He watched as Izuku ruffled his fluffed-up feathers. A light buzz filled the enclosed space of Hawk's wings. Nezu was sure he saw a flick of light from them at that moment, but he can't be sure until they do some quirk training. Hawks pushed against his head a bit while chirping something to him. It sounded a bit rumbly because of the purring he didn't stop doing. He moved his head more to the side and allowed closer access to his neck, closer access to a quick death. Hawks stopped moving for a second, but after Nezu patted his cheek, he moved closer again and finally started to sink into the little cuddle pile they are doing. Surrounded by warmth and loud bird purring, Nezu decided it was a good time to just relax and wait for Shoyuta and Hizashi to come back. He would like for all his pack to be here, but they were working right now and they would be very upset if he didn't get more sleep. They would trap him in his room. He could escape it, but he wouldn't because he knows they are just doing it for his own good. Nezu sighed as he relaxed more in the hold of both his new grand pups. It really was the perfect time to take a small break. He could still hear around them too, so nothing could get to them. Nezu also has how much security around this place, for a reason. Slowly he falls into a light sleep. If anyone comes in, he is pretty sure they would die faster than Nezu could even activate the security measures because of these two birds that are laying on him. Nezu's ears pricked up at the sound of a door being quietly opened. Soon he was out of the comfortable warmth and standing at the ready to fight. His two grand pups are not far behind him, but as quickly as they are ready to fight, they stopped because it was just Hizashi and a tired-looking Shoyuta. Oh whoops. Sorry guys, we just got back from our house. His loud pup then pulled out the cat carrier that was holding AKO, who mowed very loudly. She probably just wanted out and some food. We brought the other baby. Nezu could feel Hawks slightly stiffening behind him while the other pup sounded executed, what with the light buzzing with his feathers fluttering here and there. He took a quick glance at the older bird and noticed that he was in fact not scared or angry but happy as well. The blacks of his eyes blown wide as it looks more like the feathered pup is trying to hold himself back. I mean Nezu? Is it okay for AKO to be near Lil Feather? Does he want to attack her? He looks back up to his pup and tries not to laugh at the slip-up plus the questions thrown at him. It's always so funny to See his little ones asking for help? They are all grown up but they know when to seek knowledge from someone smarter. That is usually him in every case of the sense too. Nedu waves his paw a bit as he goes to Hawks and starts to knead his claws in his slightly sturdy wings. Don't worry my loud pup, he seems to just be excited to see the cat is all. He keeps up his kneading while Hizashi walks into the room more. His sneaky pup seemed to have already found a seat next to Izuku when he wasn't paying too much attention to him. The youngest is trying his best to see the cat but is slightly distracted with preening Shuta's hair. Really Hizashi? Hawk's wings start to soften a bit with how long it's taking for his one pup to get over here already. You're going to start to make Hawks or Izuku think that you don't want to be in the nest at this rate. Nedu can feel the tension in both of the feathered pups while trying to wait for Hizashi to finally make his way over. His pup told him about mimicking a whistle and them both responding, so it was probably something close to a parent call, and having a parent that does a call not get in the nest as soon as they enter a room is usually a red flag for something. He sighs as he chitters openly to no one specifically. Hawk seems to understand him and quickly sends out a feather to retrieve his loud pup finally. Hizashi yelped as he was pulled onto the edge of the nest. Hawk starts to chirp sadly and holds a giant pouty face at his loud pup. It seemed he finally realized how upset he was making both of the feathered pups and quickly entered without worry anymore. "Aw, I'm so sorry little feather, but I was just worried for AKO a bit. I'm still not good with these instincts and I just don't want anyone to get hurt." With Hizashi finally being close enough now for him to see them in the carrier, AKO was sound asleep without a care in the world. Hizashi directed his attention to Izuku, who was still preening Sneaky Pup's hair. It was slowly looking more well-kept. "Hey Lil Wing." The youngest grand pup looked up from his work, Shoyuta blinking his eyes heavily so he could see focus better. "Do you mind if I can let AKO out? She's this little friend in the carrier right here." Izuku seemed to be now holding himself back like Hawks did earlier. This elected a chuckle out of him as he slowly started to work out Hawk's wings more. Out of the corner of his eyes the rapid nodding head of his green grand pup could be clearly seen. Hizashi's attention then went back to Hawks. "Lil Feather, you want me to let AKO out? If not, I can put her in her room until you're ready." Nedu watched with amusement as Hawks nodded rapidly, wings finally going back to normal. Izuku also began to nodded rapidly, wings making a light buzzing noise along with him. Nedu swears he just saw a spark of something, but it quickly goes away once the pup calmed back down. He really needs to look into Izuku's original quirk. One for All must have strengthened it somehow and it might go out of control sooner rather than later. Nedu kept running his claws lightly through Hawk's wings this whole time. AKO was already out of her bag and fell back to sleep, but this time in the nest. Izuku seemed to curl up right beside the cat and looked to be lost in thought about what to do with his wing, which was hovering over AKO's sleeping form. Shoyuta seemed to have gotten more comfortable in the nest with Hizashi laying beside him, combing his fingers through the void-colored hair. Hawks was staying where he was as Nedu gently carded his claws through his blood-crimson wings, the red helping bring back both good and bad memories. He lightly chittered squeaked as he and Hawks settled into their spot. They both relaxed into the warm, soft, and familiar smells of the pack. For Nedu it was missing quite a few smells to make it really feel like a nice den, but that was fine. He'll probably slowly get Hawks and Izuku to make all his pack their flock at one point. Izuku spoke up after everything was calm and quiet, light purring from both birds and cats. He didn't even finish his sentence with a human word, instead making a trilled, chirp, purr. It was a weird sound even for Nedu, but it felt right. Hawks copied the sound and Hizashi also tried his best at copying it, but it was very off-pitched and didn't have that rumble that both the true birds had. Izuku's eyes widened and a giant smile spread across his face. "Yeah. That." Nedu watched as Izuku finally laid his wing down lightly on AKO, who just purred louder in response. It was nice, relaxing and quiet. Purring from 3 different individuals slowly lulled everyone into a sleepy state. His sneaky pup seemed to fall into slumber first, loud pup following quickly behind them. Izuku seemed to force himself to stay awake longer, eyes drooping as they probably longed for sleep. He too also succumbed to the quite pleasant and safe feeling the room just seemed to be oozing at the moment. After Izuku fell asleep, Nedu swears he could see some little electric shock off his wings and hair, but maybe that was just him being so tired from this whole CRC investigation. That's not even putting into perspective of him trying to keep his territory under control and functioning, putting in new safety measures for his colony of students, keeping his pups in the loop while not breaking code. He still broke it thought because he wanted to, making sure some pups didn't relapse into old bad habits, keeping the press out of their fur while trying to calm down almost every parent in the hero course and some in the other courses, trying to track where Hizashi Midoriya. When he hated how close it was to his loud pup's name, keeping his own instincts in check, but they just seemed to slowly be slipping right at this moment. So to say that he was tired and needed more sleep was a bit of an understatement. Elder, the single word seemed to help pull his thoughts back together as the older feathered pup looked at him with concern. Nedu chuckled because he seemed to have forgotten in a second that Hawks was able to understand emotions around him better while in his instincts, probably quite well out of them too if he was being honest. A worried trill and concerned chirps entered his ears, while he flicked them this way and that way. He looked at the feathered grand pup as they tried to make him breathe deeper by taking exaggerated breaths for him. It was amusing to see someone that would contort their own emotions for someone else's gain. To suddenly freely show off how they feel and help others also understand their own emotions along the way. A huff left Nedu's muzzle as he started to take deeper breaths. This seemed to at least make Hawks happy. Nedu was then being coaxed into laying down. Feathered pup, I have to stay awake. You can understand that. He needed to stay awake for his pack. The oldest stayed awake to protect the youngest. His pups must survive, live, prosper, to grow till they are able to help their own pups. Nedu must stay awake, especially after getting 2 more young ones in the pack. He needs the whole pack to meet. They need to be able to scent each other and know who to trust outside of his Nedu was pushed to the bottom of the nest and then started to be cuddled into. Oh, he got lost in his thoughts again. He closed his eyes while Hawks picked back up his purring, but this time it seemed to come back tenfold. The smell of new pack members and some old ones drifted by his nose as he relaxed further into the hold. There was really no escaping it. Nedu sighed as he got closer to sleep. He had all the security set up around here, only pack members could get close, no one would hurt them here. Seki was going to maybe come by later in the day to try and get closer to both of the newest pack members. Nedu could maybe spare some time for another quick nap. He did rest his eyes earlier, so maybe some sleep will actually help clear his thoughts more and sleep those pesky instincts back into place when he needed to do something important. The warmth from feathers brushed against his fur and Nedu lost all will to stay up. He'll make some adjustments to his schedule later. Right now it was nap time with part of his pack and pups. He was very worried for his friend, Midoriya. They had spent most of the first start of school together, eating lunch together and talking. He was scared because he didn't have Midoriya's number or knew where he lived or if he was more hurt or. Tenya was just scared, he guesses. His friend was acting strange and had extra limbs the last time he saw him. They even had to call Hawks, the number 3 hero, to help get Midoriya under control. That was the last Tenya saw of him. He tried to get more information out of Tsu, but all she said was that they might have to adjust to how Midoriya acts from now on. He tried to get her to explain more, but she said, I don't know if it'll be permanent, Karo, but if it is we might have to tread lightly around him for a bit. Karo, it was a little upsetting that Tsu didn't tell him all she knew, but he could understand a bit because of the traumatic event they all just went through. Tenya even tried to ask Mineta, but all he got was a light rundown on what they went through at the USA. It was good to know how it happened and that the villain that caused the change was caught. His classmate didn't know if it was permanent though, the same with Tsu, but he didn't tell him that they need to tread lightly around Midoriya. He wanted to know why Tsu said this, but that can wait. With the whole attack in general being very mentally taxing, he's been spending most of his time with his brother. Their parents said they needed to work, so they worked even though they could have taken a break like his brother, but that's okay. Besides Tenya spending time with his brother, he studied and used the gym to train some more. Tensei did have to go back into work for a little bit because of an emergency call he got. Getting called onto a team that needed him when he was just spending some time that day at a friend's agency. He didn't come back in about a day or so, but that was to be expected when one gets called in. It usually means that whatever it is very complicated and needs more time. Once Tensei was back, He informed him that he had to help his Aunt Kaya for a bit. Tenya asked if she had a bad day or maybe a reminder of some bad memories. He got confirmation from Tensei that it was in fact a bad day. Tenya was at the moment working on something to help his aunt. She loved getting gifts from him and he knows it'll make her mood better. This is also helping keep the worry for his friend at the back of his mind. Momo was writing in her journal. She dealt with a lot of her emotions by writing them down, and she has been writing a lot for the last week or so, and school should be back up soon. Both students and teachers were getting dorms now, but it wasn't mandatory for the students, but the teachers started to live on campus. Some will probably decide to stay where they live, but not many, maybe two, but they lived really close by, and the only reason she knows this is because they have mentioned having a 15-minute walk here while other teachers mentioned having to drive. Momo herself would be going and moving in so she wouldn't have to leave so early and that she will have more connection with kids her age. Her parents want her to be able to connect with others okay, but with how she grew up she's a bit divided with others her own age. All of the students got an update on the health of their classmate, Midoriya, saying he was awake and no longer hurt, but that was all. That was good, her classmate was fine and safe. They said he was no longer hurt. That must mean that the quirk wore off and all of his injuries were gone and healed. He was one of the few that tried their best to protect their teacher from being killed by the monster in Center Plaza. They all fought in their own right, but the fact Midoriya risked his life to save someone is awe-inspiring. Momo wanted to be just like him and grow stronger, more confident. The whole time that the break was going on she has been training. She couldn't do much of it unfortunately because of the diet her parents had her on. It was hard to use her quirk with how much food she is given, but that didn't stop her from working out. Momo kept on top of the goal she wanted, and at the moment it was wanting more stamina. She'll work her hardest like all of her classmates do so that she can stand next to them on equal footing. This was perfect, it was amazing. Achiko didn't have to waste her parents' money anymore just to have a small apartment closer to UA. They could save money on the food she would eat and the apartment and the water bill and electricity bill. It was perfect and awesome that UA offered housing for the students. It wasn't mandatory, but it was for those that lived too far or wanted away from their home for a bit to make it feel more like they are starting off their careers. That part was mostly pointed to the hero course and different support courses, but Achiko also knew it was for safety. With what happened at the USJ and even how they managed to get in. This was we are going to keep you safe no matter what, because if they can break into UA, they can find any student they want. But they let the student decide if they wanted to or not. The villains that were at the US didn't even want them, they wanted All Might. That's who they were after, so of course if it was a group that was prepared for All Might, they would be prepared for the #1 hero school. If they did this to the hero at any other time it would look like a normal attack, but they were going for when he would be most vulnerable or distracted and staying in place. They wanted the attention and they sure as hell got it. Achiko picked up one of the boxes and started to walk towards the moving van UA sent for her. Her teachers informed both of her parents through a call. They were too busy for a parent-teacher conference, so that was the alternative. They also didn't have a computer for a video call, so a normal call was all they were able to do. There was a whole talk that Achiko was a part of, but mostly just to hear how it went, and her parents gave the go-ahead. She didn't have to worry about draining her parents anymore. It honestly has made her a lot more relaxed than she was beforehand. The movers helped grab some more things to move into the van that is going to take her to UA. She can't wait. She won't be alone at home anymore, and that was okay. She was fine coming to an empty house every day, but sometimes. Like what happened the first time they had heroics class with All Might, he was cool but not a very good teacher. She has seen new teachers, and All Might was somehow worse than the new teachers she's seen. Then after that there was the intruder alarm that happened, and right after that the USJ. Achiko shouldn't think about that. She can't think about that at the moment because she couldn't get in touch with anyone without a phone. UA was getting her a phone too, now she could stay in contact with her parents and teachers if needed. It's also for safety, being able to call for help at the drop of the hat. That will also let her call her friends, that will let her talk with them without her parents' phone. Achiko already sent her parents' phone back, and all of her class said that Midoriya wasn't answering calls. The only thing she can go off of is the fact the principal and all her teachers said that he is recovering well and will very soon have a full bill of clean health. Aizawa sensei said he was fine when she was in contact with him on that parent call. Yamada sensei said he was fine on the parent call. Principal Nezu said he was fine on the parent call. Recovery girl said he was basically all healed on the call. So why does she feel so nervous about starting school again and seeing him? Yuga wanted to go back to UA. He was tired of dealing with his parents. They keep crowding him and asking all of these questions about his classmates. They ask all these questions about his teachers and the school, how it's built, and if the security really is that good if villains were able to break in. It was driving him up the wall. He got it though. They were worried about him, and with his quirk not being right for his body just made it worse. It was only about 4 days ago that the USJ happened, and usually his parents would have given him his space by now, but they haven't. At every turn Yuga was treated like a child, a toddler that didn't know anything, and it was annoying. He just wanted to go back to class. Even that class All Might taught that was awful is better than this. Oh, and if only his classmates heard him talk about Mr. Number 1. Yuga was from France and didn't really care about the symbol of peace extraordinaire. Honestly, it really seemed like he just spread prejudices to him, but maybe he's wrong. He's seen how all of his animal-mutated classmates look at All Might. It was a mix between respect and well-hidden hate. All Might was the one at the top, born with a perfect quirk, perfect life, perfect face, perfect normal top-of-the-line hero to be, and nothing else was accepted. Yuga really had no idea why he was teaching there because he knows for a fact he has no teaching license. Maybe he used the commission to get in? Yuga didn't really care. He just needed to stay in UA and pass, that was all. His classmates were fine. Midoriya seemed okay-ish, but that was just due to a quirk, so he must be fine by now. Yuga can't wait to go back to class where he could really shine. 1 2 3 turn, step step slide. 1 2 3 jump, side step, spin. Mina. For 5 6, step back twice and flip. Mina. Side step, 1 2 3, jump, spin. Clap clap, step step, spin. My inanena. Whoa. She swung her arms everywhere but quickly took a bad fighting stance that looked more like a dance pose. Wbito tried to fight me. Oh mom, hee hee. Mina watched as her mom sighed out loud. She just scratched the back of her head in embarrassment. Sorry mama, I guess I was just so focused on my routine that I wasn't paying attention to what's around me. Again. She received another sigh and a head shake, but there was a small smile on her face. It's fine Mina, but food is ready and I know for a fact that you skipped breakfast and had a small lunch. She flinched at the clam because it was completely right and she can't even begin to hope to lie to her mom. Mina pouted a bit and started to walk to her door. Oh now, don't give me that face. You need more food if you want to be a hero, let alone dance longer routines in the future. Her mother then pinched her cheek and Mina was effectively caught as she was pulled out of her room. This was a normal day-to-day interaction in the Ishido household. Mina was always one to move around and get lost in her thoughts while doing whatever it was she was doing. She got that from her dad, and her mom seemed to be the only level head in the whole house. She also has a younger brother that was around 7, but he was more reserved and quiet and very active. Mina always made sure to have time for her family because it was like it was their thing. Her dad had some type of mutation that gave him horns. They looked to be from an animal, but he never really cared to look into it. Her mom had an acid-type quirk, but it hurt her, unlike Mina's. Now some might think, why is she thinking about this while spending super time with her family? That's an easy answer. She's distracting herself. Mina didn't want to think that much about what happened at the USJ. Her family has been helping her process what has happened, and her little smarty smart brother has been therapist in her. The past few nights have made supper more quite reserved almost. Mina doesn't like it, but she can't help but think about all her friends. That's been the only thing she's even talked about these past days, and it has not been helping her mood at all. She sighed a bit while pitting some food in her mouth. Sissy. Her eyes looked up and over to her little brother that was sitting beside her. You are overthinking again. She tried her best to put on a smile, but everyone at the table could see that it was fake. I'm fine, Shin. I just want to see if all of my friends are okay. Shin just gives her a deadpan expression and then goes back to his food. Ihia, that is what she thought he was going to do. Me eat you food. Mina quickly started to shove food into her mouth at her dad's comment. Esh suagu. Her dad laughed as she shoveled more food into her mouth. It looks like Shin isn't that far behind you, Mimi ksithискes. Mina's eyes zipped over to her brother, who was also shucking food into his mouth as fast as her. Sigh, how I even managed to live with you people most of my life is a mystery to me. Mina's mom spoke as she put a little bit of fish into her mouth. She watched as her dad leaned over with a cheeky smile on his face. But you Lulua v me. And them. And I know for a fact you wouldn't have it any other way. She snickered as her mom pushed her dad. He almost fell off the chair, but he regained his balance quick enough. You really shouldn't do that, Dad. It's the same outcome every time. But she loves us. Mina laughed as Shin rolled his eyes and continued eating. Mina, so you know some of your teachers are coming over tomorrow so that they can give us an update on what's happening at UA. Her mom moved her chopsticks around while she talked. They are doing this so that we can ask questions in real time, and I'm sure they have some new buildings being built. I forget exactly what they are for, but they said that it could affect every student in some way, so we'll be talking mostly about that besides safety. Honey, they are you. Our baby girl is perfectly fine. Oh yeah. Then what was with those BSRS that got in the last time ate you? Mina rolled her eyes as light banter started to spread through the room. It was nice to have it slightly lively again after so long. She hopes her friends are doing okay and having some nice times with their own families. Sue was sitting up in a tree at the moment. Both of her parents are at work and then her siblings are at school. She was all alone in this big house with nothing to distract herself with. She at least could talk to everyone in class. It might have been unbearable if she couldn't do that. Sue sighed as she stretched out some more on the low-hanging branch on the tree in her backyard. She has been staying in the most contact with Shoji, Tokoyami, Koda, and a little bit of Ishido too. She thought Ishido would understand more of her animal mutation, but since it wasn't really a big impact on her life, she couldn't understand as well as Sue thought she could. Sue has been talking the most with Tokoyami though, besides the others that she was talking with frequently. She wanted to be prepared for when Midoriya got back, and Tokoyami talked with her in long detailed conversations of different levels for bird of prey quirks. He was a little out of his depth because they were both able to tell that Midoriya seemed to be a bird of prey, unlike Tokoyami, who was more of a gathering or a scavenger. He did help the best he could though, and kept the little group Tsu made in the loop about what to avoid and what was okay. It was big for how the different levels of instincts there were. Well, she couldn't really talk, but she was a prey animal, so it wasn't this bad. Shoji was giving her insights to how it felt when his predator instincts act up. Those days he was usually more quiet to avoid fighting by accident. There was also a fact that everyone dealt with it differently, and everyone had a different level of instincts they were at. After they all tried their best to learn the things they shouldn't do, they started to make sure what Midoriya would like or would see as neutral. Ishido was being mostly distracted with her family, so she didn't participate in it much, but she did usually ask if everyone was okay and what would help make Midoriya more okay. Ishido believed that the quirk would have worn off by now and that they didn't need to worry about Midoriya having any type of backlash, but Tsu, Tokoyami, Koda, and Shoji knew. They all saw how he acted before Hawks got there. They all saw the private event of a bond being formed. It was honestly embarrassing to see and felt very intrusive, even from a distance, but it was needed so Midoriya wouldn't attack anymore. Tokoyami said that the bond, or mark, is what he calls it most times, was a permanent thing and that he believes their classmate friend got a perfect new mother. She looked at her phone as she read over the detailed texts from Tokoyami again. It described in the best detail he could explain about the birds' bonding rituals events that would happen. Sue didn't really understand because frogs don't really care about family. She means, look at her parents who usually leave her to take care of her siblings. They are slightly detached from them, but they could have tried harder. Just because a small part of their brains didn't care doesn't mean they couldn't have tried. They are still human deep down because, to use herself as an example, she loves her siblings and would do so much for them because she worked hard on that relationship. Sue's parents didn't even try, and they were just using the excuse of instincts as a sheet crutch. Back to the long detailed text from Tokoyami that he worked very hard on. It described that for most bird mutation individuals, they have these bonding events rituals. They usually happen at a much younger age than what happened with Midoriya, but they can be done at any point in a chick's life. It's more uncommon the older they get, but it's not unheard of, and it's not unheard of to see a mama be younger than their own chick. A bonded young will always refer to their parent as mama, even if they are male, sexless, gender fluid, it doesn't matter. Mahu was the title those gained from the bond that seemed to just happen to every bird mutant no matter what. For whatever reason, that's just how it goes. It was a title to be proud of. Sue was reading the part that described how flocks are usually formed for when one is too far in their instances to protect themselves or think straight. It's kinda like a net to catch someone if they fall too deep. That was when a ding alerted her to a new text as it popped up on screen. It was the decline link for the dorms that Nedu sent her. It also had the accept link on there as well as a just in case she changed her mind. The text details about how if Tsu were to go and live on campus that her siblings will still be taken care of with a paid nanny UA could hire for them. With her family being so big and her parents needing to work all the time, she became basically a live-in nanny, but if she agreed to this and got her parents to sign, which wouldn't be hard in all honesty, she could live without worrying her siblings will be forgotten. A smile spread across her face as she read more, stating that it was okay if she went back home at any time as long as she came back to UA before curfew. It was a very nice and extremely helpful thing for Nedu to do. This might just be his way of saying sorry for her almost dying at the USJ, or it was his instincts kicking in and not wanting those who are in his territory to be hurt. Either way, it was something for Tsu to use to get away from the awkward home life her parents created for her. She typed out her accepted conditions and that she will get her parents' signature soon. The next text message that she got from Nedu from the UA alerts shocked her a bit. If he knew this already, why did he even accept all the forms she has turned into UA to begin with? UA alerts. Oh, I don't think getting a signature from your parents will be quite hard. With your skill to forge their signature, you could just sign the paper that is arriving at your door now and then give them back to the private postal service UA has. The PSUA is what they are called. Smiley face. Typing. She really didn't know how to respond, but the knock from the front of the house startled her out of her daze. Sue blinked a couple times with her second eyelids, then closed them and let her top eyelids stay open so she didn't need to blink. If it really was the person Nedu sent, that it wouldn't really be a problem, but because of the USJ, you could say. She has been a bit more jumpy and paranoid. When she finally got to the door, it was a person clad in all black clothes with a black hat that had a very hard to see PSA symbol on it. Papers for Azui to you, can you please sign? Sue took the papers out of their hands very slowly and looked to see that it was the agreement papers to live in the dorms. Sue didn't tell her parents if the dorms were required or forced. They haven't even had a meeting with her parents yet to talk about them. Her eyes zipped back to the phone in her hand as she quickly typed something. I will only live there if I can see my siblings whenever I want, that they are happy, safe, and taken good care of. I will not allow any nanny that I don't approve of to take care of them, so you have to let me screen every nanny you want to hire, and I will be the last straw they have to pass. If they aren't up to my standard, they aren't hired. UA alerts. Consider it done as you eat you. Would you like a pen to use, or do you have your own pen that you can use? Sue's head snapped up to see the postal person holding a pen out to her with a big smile. She took it and started to sign her parents' name where they needed to go on the wall besides the door. After she quickly got done signing the papers, she gave them back to the UA postal person. Thank you. These will be given straight to Nedu, and your parents will be getting an email stating that you have to live in the dorms. They will also be told that they will have nanny look over their home when they are not here so that they are safe from any possible villain attacks that might occur. Bika dash. Ding. Her eyes wandered back down to her phone after they didn't finish their sentence after the ding went off. They just held that smile without moving. UA alerts, 'cause not all the villains were captured after all, smiley face. The winner of this match is Ojiro. He lets out a harsh breath as he finally moves his tail around, trying not to use it in his match fights makes it feel more stiff than normal. Standing to his full height, he stretches his hands above his head and then helps up his opponent. That was a good fight, learn to better block your right because that was how I was able to flip you so well, okay? His opponent nodded back to him as they both walked off the mat. Ojiro grabs a nearby towel and wipes the sweat from his face and then picks up his water so he can take a nice long drink. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see his father approaching. He finishes his swig of water and quickly bows to the master of the dojo. "Hello, master. I had a lovely match just now that was able to test my abilities without using my tail." A thump was heard and Ojiro snapped straight. The thump was his dad hitting the ground with his longer and truthfully stronger tail than Ojiro possessed. "That's good, but also remember that now since you are learning to become a hero you need to think of more creative ways to use your tail in combat." Ojiro nodded rapidly with a huge smile on his face. "I know that smile, boy. If you wanted a match with your old man then you just needed to ask Tahano need to beat up your dojo mates ha." His father then thumped his tail on the ground 3 times and a mat was swiftly cleared for their match. Whispering started up like a forest fire, how he could ask for a match at any time, how he's getting special treatment, how he shouldn't be allowed to practice with his tail because it's unfair because they focused of quirkless fighting in this dojo. Aizawa sensei has already explained that life was unfair and the USJ solidified that fact. Not to mention anyone can fight his dad anytime they want, they just need to ask. His dojo mates are just too scared to actually ask him outright. "Get on the mat, boy. We need someone with a quick eye to keep track." Ojiro quickly made his way to his side of the mat and got into position. Aizawa sensei would be proud of his form of quirkless fighting and even more so proud of his fighting with his tail. He hopes that Aizawa is okay and still able to walk correctly. The last anyone had heard from the school was that they were getting like 2 weeks off. "Ojiro!" His head snapped up to his father who was standing on the opposite side of the mat. "Get your head out of the clouds and remember." His father then tapped the side of his own head. "Use those instincts, boy. You might not have as many as me but you still got 'em and they shine the brightest in battle. Make them stronger and controlled in the middle of your battles so you can fight better, read your opponent's movement and read emotions." Ojiro watches and listens as his father easily slides into a fighting stance. Emotions are a key part in battle, son. Being able to read one's emotional state or body language can save your life one day. Ojiro sharply nodded his head, tensing at the ready for when the ref marks go. He wasn't able to help out as much at the USJ and got carried by Shoji because of his hearing. His classmate was able to hear where all the villains were in the fire zone and when he got it wrong he quickly was able to take down 2 villains. Ojiro was able to see how Shoji fought too, sacrificing a lib so that he was able to punch or attack better, but then he would just swiftly grow another one to aid him. He took a deep breath and steadied his heart. Instincts are what Shoji said he relied on the most in those fights. His instincts told him when to pull back, when to get rid of the dead weight on his extra limbs, and where the best part was to strike for a finishing blow. Shoji did say it was hard not to go for kill hits because his instincts were screaming at him to defend himself and get rid of the threat that could kill him instead. But the thing is, Shoji has excellent control on his instincts in battle. Ojiro only saw him slip up 6 times. 6 times. He himself has slipped up more than 34 times in a one-on-one fight with his father to try and control the beast that is his instincts. Ojiro didn't have many instincts and they really aren't that strong, but when in the middle of a fight, his brain suddenly makes his instincts see it as a life or death situation. They took over and wanted nothing but to kill, survive, live. That would be all that it screams in his head while it throws him in which way he needs to end his opponent to see the next sun. This was one of the reasons Ojiro fought so much in a dojo all his life, to help make his mind see not every fight as life or death, to show his instincts that he didn't need them and to smush them down so if he got in a random street fight it wouldn't end with him being coated in blood. Now he needs to do the opposite of what he's done all his life. Go! Ojiro raced forward as the thin but strong thread holding his instincts back snaps. A snarl spreads across his face as he larches himself up so he could get a clear hard hit on his opponent's face. His adversary dodges though and just shakes his head. You need to learn how you use your instincts, boy. Ojiro was quickly hit in the side with his opponent's tail, his own quickly snapping out making him twist his body out of the hit. Ojiro's tail collided with his enemy's tail and then he pushed himself back, using his slightly sharper nails to dig into the soft flooring under him to slow himself down more. On all fours Ojiro is ready to make his tail fling him in any direction to move or attack in any way he wants. Not let your instincts control you, Ojiro. He knows how to end it. It's better to end a fight faster than let it drag out. It's for survival, it's to live. This is why we trained you so much when you were a little tyke. His enemy's eyes closed for a few seconds and that was when he sprung forth. One shot or he could end up dead. A heavy hit struck his back and he was sent sprawling in front of his enemy. You need to get better control, not just push them down, boy. His enemy stood above him as he tried to think of the next move to end their life, to live another day. Like I said, you don't have him as strong as me, but it seems like they always shine the brightest when you fight, for better or for worse. Something pinched the side of his neck and soon it was lights out. He didn't get to live like he was supposed to. Denki walked down the road to his new favorite destination. His parents gave him the all-okay to go and said to steer clear of street lights, vending machines, and those eclectic pole thingies that have those wires connecting all of them. He thinks they're called telephone poles, right? Anyways, he's on his way toward his new favorite place ever. It's awesome and the best. No one can say otherwise, even his parents who are always so worried about his quirk control. Really, he hasn't needed to stand away from electronics in years. Denki can walk right up to a vending machine, buy something from it and take it out, without draining any of its energy levels. He always thought that he drained the electricity out of so many things because his quirk and body didn't produce enough of the stuff when he was younger. What helps Denki's theory is that he was always really tired as a kid and he would always find his way to something that held a ton of electricity without trying to leech off of it. This was also the reason why their eclectic bill was so high. Now the reason his parents wouldn't want him to go to his new spot was because it was a beach. You heard him right, a beach. Yeah, don't go near water because he has accidentally let loose eclectic near one and killed a bunch of water life that was nearby. They got some good fish out of it and there was no one around, so no harm in his eyes. Denki's quirk control used to be bad is what he's trying to say, and his parents took it upon themselves to make sure no one would be hurt by him. Example of this, we are going to protect everyone from our dangerous sun, rubber FING gloves. 24, Denki wore them in his sleep and to school for so many years, and still had to wear them outside even though he got better quirk control when he was he still needed them apparently. His parents even had the gall to put locks on them, the nerve of some assholes really. He huffed as he walked closer to the beach. At least they started to let him go out more by himself after he got into UA. They thought since he got into your hero course, it must mean that his control was better than ever. He's had the best control over his quirk since he was 8, but Nunu only when he got into UA did they see that. Denki kicked a pebble that was on the side of the road that he was walking on. How could they only see it after he got into UA? He had no idea. The stray spark brought Denki back into focus. He guesses they were right about something all these years. His emotions always made it harder to control the electricity that wanted to so badly escape his body. It's like everything flipped. At first Denki was making too little, but now he was making too much. He tried not to think about the eclectic coursing through him while he continued walking to the beach. It was the best place to let his electricity go through the sand and making little spots of this cool stuff called petrified lighting. The heat that would come off the electricity was hot enough to make the sand melt, stick together, and form this weird cracky tube thing, but basically it's just really shitty glass. If he's correct, he could make a huge amount of those and they can go for a lot of money because how rare they form, how brittle they are, and how long it usually takes for a beach to slightly wash away to even let people see it. Denki would do this where no one was walking, but sometimes he would find stray pieces of trash from when it was a trash heap and also see how those react to his eclectic current. Whoever cleaned up the beach is the best bro in his mind. They made a place that was peaceful and the perfect spot to let out some energy without hurting others. Fighting in the USJ also helped that too. Of course, going overboard makes him go into his Yaiwa mode, but that's better than this uncomfortable buzzing all the time. Seriously, it helps a bunch. On days he can't get here, he accidentally lets off little charges in class. Actually, he lets them off anywhere when his emotions get too high, which is all the time by the way. Denki has shocked some of his friends this way. He hopes they are doing well in all this bull. It's okay though because he's going to see them soon and he'll even be living on school grounds with some of them. His parents said it was for others' safety, understandable because UA has a place for him to safely discharge his electricity. That was something his parents never found for him. Denki doesn't know if they didn't try hard enough to find one or just not tried at all. Besides that, he has shocked basically everyone in class. He has literally shocked everyone at one point or another, and all of their reactions were funny. It didn't hurt them, so it was fine. The only people that got too much electricity from a few times were Kirishima. He hardened though, so it didn't affect him much. Another was Ashido, and it was just enough to make her freeze for a bit, have some sore muscles and puffy hair. Denki walked down into the sand as he thought of the other person he accidentally zapped with too much power before. He quickly gets to his spot that no one really goes to and starts to zap the ground and make small patches of a thing called petrified lighting. The last person that he accidentally zapped was Midoriya, but Midobro didn't really react. Actually, Midoriya didn't even notice that he got zapped. Here, let Denki set the picture for everyone that wants to know what happened. Yeah, laugh it up. It's like he's setting up for a viewer's pleasure in his own head because it was fun to act like people actually wanted to know more about his day. Sometimes okay. Back to the scene at hand, that is in his head. Denki was talking with his friends in class, and they were by Midoriya. Midobro was writing like a madman in his books. That seemed to be normal for him though. As Denki was laughing away at a joke that Siro made, he leaned too far back and made contact with Midoriya. That was when Denki started to worry because truly, that was one of the biggest spikes of electricity he had accidentally shocked someone with. He stopped laughing right away and turned around to check on Midoriya while the others continued to laugh, not noticing his behavior at all. Anyways, he turned to see if Midoriya was okay because that was enough to give someone electrical burns. It was enough to send someone into shock and pass out. Denki was actually ready to call for recovery girl or wake up sensei so he could help somehow. He knew how to treat electrical injuries, but Denki is also pretty certain that Aizawa sensei has some type of nursing degree besides his teacher's one. Gosh, he got off track again. Denki shocked the sand some more and watched as it branched out. Let's get back to Midoriya. He was supposed to scream in pain and fall to the ground, clutching his body, trying to stop the convulsions that would have been happening because of that powerful shock. That's what was supposed to happen. But it didn't. He huffed as he moved to another spot to make more petrified lighting. It was always so cool to look at. What Denki got that day was confusion and impossibilities. Midoriya withstood his shock, and really, it seemed like he was writing even faster after what seemed to be a boost in energy because after it happened, Midoriya seemed more lively than he ever had before for the rest of the day. Denki decided that maybe he imagined how much the boy seemed to come to life after that. He didn't feel fake after the shock and looked alive. He didn't look like a moving puppet on strings anymore, but the next day he was back to his weird Midoriya self. Denki hopes that he's doing okay. He knows that they were all told that he was doing okay. They said the same for 13 and Aizawa sensei, but how does Denki put this? He took off his specially designed rubber shoes and put his feet in the sand so that every step is filled with his electrical heat. When everyone exited the USJ and saw how Midoriya was being, it was like that time he was shocked, but just more. He seemed so alive and moving and not stiff or holding back anymore. Everything seemed fluid and nice. Denki honestly loved how he was after he got those wings on his back. It seemed like they should or was supposed to be on his back this whole time because it was just so right. It was right in Denki's mind that Midoriya had wings. Midoriya had wings and he didn't get hurt by electricity, but it actually helped him be more lively. Yeah, Midoriya is okay and he hopes he still has his wings and feathers and stuff. That was supposed to be there, and hey, maybe the next time Denki sees him, he could give Midobro a quick shock and see him act like he's on a sugar high or something fun like that again. He nodded to himself as he looked at his weird-looking petrified footprints in the sand. He smiled because that seems like the perfect way to get a new friend in Denki's mind. The Jirowas.